Also got the flower, we've also got Christmas for you as well, £15 saving, $49.99 and a flexi buy for you. What more could you ask for? 870-614. That just gives me time to say, Paul, thank you very, very much. 3 fantastic demonstrations as always. Thank you once again to the design team and of course Barbara, I know she'll be watching as well. What a wonderful one-day special. We shall see you later. Paul, thank you so much. Back at 4 o'clock of course for the one-day special. See you soon. Oh, how wonderful was that hour. Coming up next, we've got, another wonderful person here, John. 2J Stamps, it's Christmas fun. Then we've got Sewing Sanctuary, and then at 3 o'clock, we've got Zuri Rewind. That's with me.
Hi, I'm Hayley. Join me for some amazing Fabric Freedom shows. Fabric Freedom design all their fabrics here in the UK, and they design them with quilters in mind, so they're really good at picking out those unidirectional prints, really nice and small prints so you can work on smaller patchwork projects, and paste prints as well, which is one of their signature fabrics. They do lots more fabrics besides quilting cottons, so tune in to the Fabric Freedom shows here on Hochanda.
Did you know you can watch Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player or Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the Hochanda channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select settings. Select your network and select Setup Connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or the bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Hochanda app. Simply press the home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the channel store. At the top of the channel store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter Hochanda into the search bar and this will take you to the Hochanda app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the added channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Now scroll down to the Hochanda app and press the star button on your remote. You can then use the arrow buttons to move Hochanda to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it! You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Tracy from Paratex UK. Paratex is a non-toxic water-based fabric hardener. Whether you're making a sculpture, creating a fantastic canvas, we've got products that can help you to do that. We can all use it. You can craft with your children. It doesn't matter what age you are or what ability. When we bring the product to Hochanda, you will see the possibilities are absolutely endless. As a family-run business, we love being part of the Hochanda family. So watch the Paratex shows on Hochanda for some fantastic creative fun.
Hi, I'm Emma.
And I'm Pam.
And we're from Quilters Trading Post. We've been open since 2007, so we're coming up to 10 years now.
We started our business in Cambridge really with a long arm quilting machine. We decided we wanted to make a proper business of it, so we bought a shop in this area. We soon grew out of that because we became successful and we bought a school, and now we're in the school.
We have 4 parts to our business. We have the quilting service, we run workshops, we sell patchwork and quilting threads, fabrics and notions, and we do patterns and books. That's our newest thing, and our favourite being our crafters carry-all.
we've really enjoyed being on Hochanda. It's made us famous, really. We've got lots of people who now come into the shop and tell us that they've seen us, and that they've enjoyed the demonstrations, and they've watched us over and over again.
Make sure you don't miss our shows here on Hochanda.
Yes, indeed. What we on? Good afternoon. How are we? We are talking. Well, first of all, I'm excited. Okay, I'm a little bit giddy. I've had a little cup of tea, another one for the day, a little bag of nuts. Leave it. And then, no, it's Monday. Don't. And then I came in to look at the beautiful package, the beautiful things that we've got on the show. We've got necessities, well I think they're necessities, first time I've seen them, and stamps galore that you can really start building scenes with. There really is stunning elements on there. And I'm not alone talking about stunning elements. Seamless, this is seamless. If you could only see what John was doing in that break. I can't tell you what he was doing. Hi, John.
Hello.
You all right?
Yes, I'm not bad. I forgot about your build-ups.
Yes.
I really should try and inure myself to them,
No,
shouldn't
yeah,
I?
it'll all be put into my build-up. So, the two J's.
Yes.
Who are they, where are they, and how did you become about being with them?
2Js is a British stamp company that concentrate on using what we'd call, they use licensed artwork.
Okay.
So, and I love the fact that they're completely clear about this. It allows them to use artwork from anywhere across the world from any artist. So there is no in-house theme or style. Nice. They can use whatever they like at a particular time. And they're really good with us. In actual fact, two of the stamps in this collection, the Leaping Stag and the Stag's Head, were chosen by Sam.
Ah.
So they will work really closely with us, and it's exclusively distributed by Crafts2. So we work really closely with them to sort of help bring them to market and get them out there. But I love the detail. The stamps are made in the UK. Nice. They are made to the highest specification, so they've got a 3mm. It's sort of like the distance. You can have 2mm or 3mm, and they have them made 3mm, so you get a really crisp, deep impression. Great for all your techniques, and you see a lot of depth, as you can sort of see in that image. You're almost seeing depth when it's just been stamped flat.
It's beautiful.
But you really get a lot of work in there. So they concentrate on these sort of images. And I just love the name, and I love the simplicity of it. And again, they keep the packaging very simple. Again, so that they can bring it at the best price possible that they can. But that stamp's the best one to show, because all those little dots, you've got definition in them because they're photopolymer stamps.
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? Like, look at those now. Now, I'm going to break this down for you. The details on the screen are for everything that you see in front of me, so it's for all four. You can go with them individually if you wanted to, so they're in sets of bundles. So you've got the beautiful picturesque ones, £14.99, and nearly half the stock has already gone. Okay, of the village and the church that you're currently looking at. So these two here, the village and the church, over 50%'s gone, £14.99. Look at the depth and detail that you are getting in that cottage. Look at the sky and all those little dimples that you're getting in there. The snow, the crisp snow that's just landed amongst the trees, and the moon that's currently glistening through. But then you also get the little village scene. Now, this village could be any village, any picturesque village that you wanted it to be. We've come up with like 4 or 5 while we were talking about the show during the break there. This itself is absolutely stunning. It really is. Because once you've got that, you can then... Now, I thought this was a totally different stamp. I thought this stamp was a lot bigger. You can create scenes that look like this. Now, this is the same scenic stamp that you're getting in this kit.
That's exactly the same stamp, and it's just been stamped 3 times, and all I've done is mask it off. But I have filmed this, or this technique, for the Freedom members. So I've done a video technique today for Freedom members to be able to see that. I don't know when it's going out, but it shows you how to do that. But I'll try and show you a little bit of masking during the show. But I love the fact there's so much detail in there that you can make that simple image look so complex.
You really can, and then you can break it down. I will talk about the other ones in a minute, the stags that you're getting as well. But then you've also got ones that look like this as well. Now, for these two at £14.99, do you remember the bundles to start with? £22.99. The details are at the bottom of the screen, £22.98, which makes the stag and the stag's head about £4 each if you break them down. It's about £8 for these two. So in theory, if you've got that extra £8 or that extra £4 per stamp set, you might as well go for that big bundle. I'll bring that details back up at the big bundle as well. Half the stock has already gone here. Now in that shot already, yes, it's a reindeer, yes, it's a stag. But if you cut off the antlers and cut off the beautiful beading that's round, that could be a moo cow.
It could.
It could be a cow.
I've got a piece in one of my boxes actually where I cut off the antlers, and it does actually. I thought, no, I'm not going to use that because it does look a little bit like a sort of a steer almost.
Yeah, and you do that in your Zentandles and your blacks and whites. That would be stunning. You do a herd of them just over a fence maybe, and then once again you've got that beautiful reindeer to the side profile that you wanted it to be. But once again, take off the antlers of that. That could be a dog if you wanted it to be. It could be something in the savannah if you wanted it as well. These are not just Christmas stamps. You change the colour of these. These are going to last you throughout the year, and for an extra £8, you're going to get these. You're going to get these two just here. You're going to get these two, £8 on top of that. So everything £22.98. I have got a question though. This one here, John, because it is so detailed.
Yeah.
Would you still be able to do everything with it, like your embossing and your stamping and things like that?
Yeah, should be able to. Do you want me to? If I change it round, do you want me to emboss that one?
Can we?
Yeah, can do. We'll see how it works. That's the best way to answer it.
So let's look at the detail that we got in there. While we wait for that one, Swapple John's demos round. I love doing this, putting people on the spot.
Thank you.
Anytime's what I'm here for. So then we've got embossing folders that we're talking about now as well. These sold out with Scott in the first hour. They're back on extended delivery, back on the 17th of December. 17th of September is what you're looking at the moment for these, and nearly a quarter of the restock has now already gone as well. Okay, what are we getting? You are getting 3D embossing folders. Now the word is in the title, 3D embossing folders. Now I know what you're thinking, because I thought the same. Well, every embossing folder's 3D because it gives you that little push out, doesn't it, John? So every embossing folder is a 3D embossing folder.
Yeah, but they're not. Every embossing folder is it's actually in 2D. So 3D actually means that you've got 3 dimensions. Yeah. Most embossing folders are 2-dimensional. You've got a background and then you've got a raised area. That's it, and it's flat. Whereas with these, what you've actually got is the actual shape itself is scalloped. So you can see those berries are rounded. It's not just a pushed up circle. It's actually rounded, and that's what the 3D embossing folder is. It's new technology. It's only about 18 months old, I think. I mean, I can't remember who, initially did it, but it allows to give us lots of different depth and dimension. So if you look on this snowy village, those houses at the front look as if they're in the front because they are higher up than the ones in the back. And if you feel it, you can feel the trees are at the back. And that's the difference with a 3D embossing folder. I can honestly say that image done in a standard embossing folder would look, that word that we don't say that starts with C and has a wrap in it.
Yes, it would.
Because it would just be a completely flat, there's trees and houses and everything all in one dimension.
One straight line.
Yeah, the 3D makes such a difference, and it makes using them so much easier.
Look at that, the colours in the background, you've got that depth and texture, and all you've literally done is run it through a 3D embossing folder. Then you've got your trees and the robbing that's on there, so you've got...
I have to say, this idea, I did this card, but it was Sam's idea. He said, put your little flowers on. So those little flowers will be out soon.
Oh, out soon.
But I couldn't resist it when he said to do them, so...
So then you've got, so this is what it looks like without the flowers. If you're just going to go through the embossing folder, this is what you get. Look at the branch at the top. It's the branch at the top that gives you the foreground, and everything else slowly moves backwards. So you've got the tail of that bird is further back with that embossing folder. The bird is at the front, the tail is sort of sweeping towards the back as well. £24.98 is what you're looking at. 17th of September. 417158 is your item number for those. But if you like the bird, We've got them in this as well. Oh no, that's for all of them. Oh, they're not available individually anymore. They've all sold out individually, so if you wanted them individually, the only way of getting them now is going for the bundle that you're seeing on your screen. 417158 is your item number, £24.98. It's also on extended delivery. Remember that the only way of getting him on extended is by going for that big bundle. Now, something else that if you've not already got, I would consider, I was very excited about this. For the sheer fact, we'll start small and we'll work our way up. Your mat, okay? Now, the mat that you are getting, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, well, I can get one of them. I can get one of them. I can get one of them cheaper than £12.99. No. Well, yes, you can. Go on, knock yourself out. Go and get one. Go on. You'll be back tomorrow for another one. You'll be back the day after to get that other one. Depends on how much crafting you do. You will get time and time again, and you'll think, well, that's not lasted. That's not lasted. Oh, I've got to go for another one now. These were built for a purpose. Okay, I know what you're thinking. Yeah, he's going to say that. Of course he's going to say that. But if you get the right tools for the job at the start of your project, they're going to last you an awful long time. So you are getting you a mat in there. If you've not got a craft room, it's even better, because you can now use the mat on your dining room table. Wherever you want, you've got that protection down straight away. So you are getting in there your heat-resistant mat. Heat-resistant as well, always a good word to use, because if you are doing your embossing, you're not going to burn the table. You're not going to burn the best table that's already in there. Then, talking about embossing that we're talking about, you've also then got the sticks. Now, these are amazing. Now, I know what you're thinking. Well, what do we do with ours? I was very intrigued. I thought they were to hold little pictures and you pop them in to dry things, like a little bit of clay or a little bit of putty, and you let things dry naturally. They're not. These are sticks for when you're heat embossing, save you touching them. You know, you normally have to hold it with a pair of tweezers, and you're like, oh, then the tweezers are metal, and the tweezers get hot. Then you go with it. This is all plastic, so you've got your plastic in your little clip. Hold it in there, you are good to go. And then you've got your anti-static bag as well. A necessity if you're crafting, I feel. And John gave some tips at the start of the last hour to bash your bag, as it were, I think.
Bash your bag, yeah.
Bash your bags, because then it just wakes it up. It's like shake it to wake it. Give it a bash, and it will wake it up that you're there. So you are getting the liner that's in there, you're getting the heated tools, and you're also getting the little static bag as well. £12.99, worth having a little look at this. 810056 is your item number. Let's see these all in action. You'll see John using these as we go through the demonstration. Right then, John, I'm handing the baton over to you.
Okay.
What do you want to show me? Oh, well, are you
I'm going to show what you asked. So,
oh, yes.
Yeah, so I've not tried this. So I've got a piece of white card cut to size. So I've just cut this to A6. The background stamps, the sort of big village scenes and things, are all A6 stamps.
Okay.
Which we know is normally a lot more than they're on at. I've got to be honest. I mean, I know the value of these things. So that's what I'm going to emboss. But before I do, I need to do the basic tools. So I'm going to show that one. So I'm just going to put it into place. And just by doing that, now, when I did this earlier, I showed you me using one of the acetate inserts. But again, people may not have those. I've already, if you could hear that clipping off, I've put bits of ink on there. And I've touched it. No matter what you say, I had a colleague of mine who said he never bothered with an embossing bag because he always used new card and was careful with it. So it's not been touched. And I used to say, yeah, but who do you think packs it?
Yeah, it's all got to go through a process.
Because it's all, someone sits there and packs that card. It is all touched. So we need to take off the static and the bits of grease that are on there. So I'm going to use my anti-static bag. As I said, this is with a tighter weave than you used to, so it doesn't go everywhere. So you do when you get it, because again, I brought out my old one and literally I get powder everywhere out of it. It seems really, really tight. So all you do is wake it up when you first get it.
Yep.
If you're concerned, get your pokey tool, put a few holes in. Doesn't hurt. I know Jane did that with hers, but we're wiping all over, and people forget these are not magic cloth. What you're doing is you're getting the powder out and you're moving it. But then I need to make sure now I don't touch that card again.
Because you've put your bag down.
So, but I wanted to show you a little trick as well in this. So I am going to use the pigment inks, and the pigment inks are open, so these will take an embossing powder. Yeah, but you've obviously got a lot of colour in there, and because these are pearl ones, that can sometimes interfere.
Okay.
So what you do is you cheat. If something is difficult, you find a way around it, or you cheat. So I'm going to ink my stamp with my Eyes Ink embossing ink to start with, and this will be back into stock for the weekend.
Okay.
Because I know I've had messages in between the shows, people saying, I can't find that anywhere because it sold out when we brought it in before. But we have managed to get some in. We're waiting for France. So I've inked that. So my top layer is clear ink. Then I'm going to take my pigment inks and I'm going to ink on top. So I'm going to go with the blue. You should start to see, actually you probably can't in this one, but all the detail is coming through. But then I'm going to go in with the next bluey colour and I'm just going to pad them together. I'm going to come down to like a greeny shade.
Details on the screen are for the pigment
And
inks.
I'm gonna move those.
For the pearls, 8 colours is what you get for £12.99. There is a winter option, which is more purples and blues. If you like these, I'm just going to put it out there. Once these have gone, these have gone. Now I know what you're thinking. Wow, they'll bring them back in a big collection. John's telling me before there will be other pearls available later on in the year and the start of next year. But this collection, once this is gone, it's sort of been put to retirement and it won't be coming back.
Yes, we're not reordering them. We are not going for the thing, and we're getting very, very low on them. Because I said to you, I've actually ordered myself a second pearl one in my order I placed last night. So I've got my colours on there and I've just graduated them. And all I'm going to do then is just literally give it a good press. Don't be afraid. You think, oh, it's a big detailed stamp, I'm going to squish it. You're not. If you use the press to impress, you're not going to. On a flat surface, take that off. You can see there.
Look at that.
I've got that image. Now, if I start to touch this, I'm going to start to add grease back on.
Yeah.
So something I thought was really useful, I'm going to use the clip. So that's now, I'm not touching it, I'm not smearing it. If you're one of those people like me who smears ink everywhere, these have come really in handy. I've been desperately waiting for these to come in.
Oh, I love these. I love this idea.
The other thing I was going to say with your mat, use your mat, use a heat protective mat, either the grey one or this one when you're heat embossing. But what I love is it comes in a tube like this.
Oh.
So what I did was I cut the bottom off mine and I roll it up and store it back in there. Because I love storage and and these get crushed.
And once they get creased, there's one of them.
Yeah, because I've had them before. So all I'm going to do is now, every time I do this, I forget to bring a piece of paper.
This is because I put you on the spot, you see.
Yeah, can you waffle for a minute?
Of course I can, I'll do numbers. So the embossing set that we're talking about, the details are on the side of the screen. 810056 is your item number. You are getting the heat-proof mat in there. You're getting your static bag in there as well, and you're getting your handy clips, which means you're just not touching your paper anymore. You're not touching that work anymore, so you can start embossing again. And it gets hot embossing, and say you're using your tweezers, you can get right in close. You've now got that longer stick, so now you can do it as easy. We've got 2-minute queues on the phones as well, so start checking out your baskets. If I was you, or jump to the website. £12.99. You really can't go wrong, can you? 810056 is your item number for your Crafts 2 Essential Embossing Kit, and it is essential, I feel.
It is essential. That's why we named it that, because it genuinely is. Because I'm not the number of times, and I've just thought of another use for these. I am constantly spray gluing.
Is it the one you were doing in the break?
In my hand. No, it's not.
That one.
No. Don't do that one publicly. But I'm always spray gluing things. Yes. And I get it on my nail, and my nail ends up black because I'm holding it. So I'm going to spray glue now with one of these. Or my spray glitter or anything like that. In fact, yes, that will be really useful for what's coming up next.
Spray glitter, you say?
Yeah, we didn't say that, did we?
No, we didn't say that.
We didn't say that. So, I'm just going to move that off, because you've been waiting for that to come in.
I can't believe I'm not here.
And you're not here, I know.
Cannot believe.
So, once it's on, give your card a flick. If it's not stuck now, it's not stuck. So, being really careful with your heat gun and everything just doesn't work. Because it's going to move, so get the excess off. Heat gun, heat it up.
Don't go straight on with the cold.
You would never use a cold iron on a shirt, so why would you use a hot cold heat gun on paper?
Good idea.
And that's what bends your paper more, because it sweats and it overheats. You know when you're going on there and you're waiting and then suddenly it goes and it all moves? It's because the heat gun's got hot, not because the paper's got hot.
Just wait for your heat gun to warm up.
So it's hot, and then I always try and hold it in the air. Because I've used colour, you're not going to see this as much, but hopefully you will. Can you see that? I've used a high shine.
Yeah, we see it on the tree going now.
But the reason I hold it in the air, first of all, it's easier, and with this stick it means I'm not going to burn my fingers. But also, card has a level of moisture in it. If you put it down flat, a lot of people will find this, when they lift it up there's a little bit of moisture on the table. It's driven the moisture out of it. And again, that can warp your card. But then, there we go. I can really see it on the tree trunk. We've got, but if you look how little that's actually warped.
Yeah, look at that.
So I get it back to flat.
That's beautiful.
But all of that detail, and there's nothing spare or scrap anywhere else. It's worked so well.
That is amazing. And look at it, it's the detail that you're getting in there. And we said, and I said, when I looked at it, I was like, John, can we get the detail and still emboss? And you still can. That's when we're talking about high quality stamps again. And this is what it comes down to. It's the best of the best is what we're talking about. For the sheer fact, once you've got the best, you then think, well, if I can do that with it, I could be able to do that with it as well. Get the stamps and get your essential kits as well, because once you've already got your essential kits, you are good to go. Something else that you're good to go with, though, is John Next Door's got sort of a mishmash show, sort of everything that we've got in here. Now, these were busy. Now, the trees have gone on their own, so the only way of getting the trees now is going for the bundle that you see in front of me now. Now, I remember launching these only a few weeks back, and they were very busy then. We're very busy again now for the sheer fact of what you're actually getting. You're getting scene builders is what you're getting with these. So you're getting the foreground of the trees, and then you get the trees infills that give you that fullness. It's going to take you all through the seasons as well, depending on the cardstock that you use. This one gives you that third image. So it gives you that sense of depth that you've got in there. And then you've also got the backing that will go behind there. So this backing would look beautiful if you stamped that scene. You know the scene with the turrets on that looks very, what's the word I'm looking for? I was going to say very Beauty and the Beast. I'm going to say it. Very Beauty and the Beast-esque that's there. You stamp that on the very storybook-esque. You stamp that on there, you're going to see slightly through here, but then you're going to start building your foreground that you've got in there. Then you've got your stags and your deers and your snowflakes. Even your flowers are in here as well, which are absolutely beautiful. So now you can change the scenery of this into whatever you want it to be. But not only are you getting that, you're also going to be getting the trees as well in there. Once you've got these trees, once again, they're going to take you through the year, and they're also done in sizes, which I love. John could have quite easily give you all the big ones, but how do you get foreground? How do you get depth? How do you get texture? Well, you go slightly smaller. You go smaller and smaller, then you've got your little trees for the background as well, and you've also got your stars. £29.98 is what you're looking at these. There's a cheeky freedom. We all love a cheeky freedom. But just doing your cards on their own. So 4 seasons, £22.99 is what you're looking at. A couple of pounds more with a freedom membership. You're getting both of them. One of those why not deals without the weird full page that we put in. £26.98 if you're a freedom member. That's using the trees on their own. Using some other bits that you may already have from the collections, you can start creating these. I love these sorts of cards. How easy are these in the glitter cards to make? And remember, from these you're going to make the negatives as well. So out of that one card, you're going to make 2 cards.
So what I was going to do with these as well is after the shows are over, I'm cutting those up into 4 individual tags. And they're going to be my Christmas present tags.
Yes. And remember, you're going to get the negatives of these. So this one, you're going to get the dark green, the tree the other way round. So you're going to be doing things like that. I've got so many to show you. Love these. I absolutely adore. I think they're just something quite majestic about them. Look at me in a big wood. £8 saving is what you're saving there as well. 537098 is your item number for those. Something else that we've got is your bauble. You're getting 9 dies in your bauble for £14.99. Now, this is another one that is about to go into retirement once it's gone. Once it's gone, and it will not be bought back. So if you want it for your collection, because we know many people collect John's dies out there, they like them in their collections, they think, well, that will work with that, that will work with that. We know John is good at that as well, that everything will mix and match together beautifully. They will be compatible for years to come. So everything that John's already designing for Christmas next year will work with everything from the Christmas this year and the year before as well. But this bauble die is going into retirement after this. £14.99. 325. 835 is your item number. I'll just whop that in so you can look at that. How classy are these? Making your apertures. That's nice. That's nice. That'd be nice with a little school photo in, or like a family Christmas photo. You know, them cards when you all gather in the same jumper around the hearth, sitting there, bar on the fire.
Yeah, I can't wait to see you and Sammy in Molly's Christmas card this year.
Oh, we have a lovely little Christmas photo shoot, we do. So £14.99. Let's go back to the 2Js, though. These are nice as well. These work sort of hand in hand with the first ones that we've get. And they're nice little scene builders. The detail on this is phenomenal. It really, really is. Let me see if I can find it in a picture form. I think this is beautiful. These are quite artwork-esque, like you would have on your wall.
They are. We take, as I say, 2Js take their artwork from artists. These are not people sat designing for stamps. These are people who are designing pictures and paintings and illustrations, and they buy the license for that artwork and then turn them into stamps. Sometimes there's a lot of work goes involved in it, but it means you're getting artist quality images in a stamp, rather than starting at it from trying to draw a stamp image. I mean, that is nothing on it. That's just stamped in black and a little bit of grey wash over the top. That's it, but that looks like a painting in itself because the work's been done for you.
It literally looks like you've sat there and sketched it.
Yeah.
You do that in the front of a sketchbook. 'Cause I'm sure it was John that taught me this, that you never use the front of a sketchbook. Always use the middle pages. Was it you that taught me this?
No, that's not one of mine.
Oh, because people get scared when you get your. It might have been Lou with us. When you get a brand new sketchbook home, you always get scared about using the front page, because if you mess up on the front page, you'll never use it again, because your mind automatically goes to your front page and you think, well, I can't do it because I messed up that image. Always use the middle. But if you put that on your front page, that's that front page sorted straight away. Bit of grey, as John said, and you have got like a sketched out image. This as well is beautiful. That's stunning.
That is the favourite card I made last year is that one. And it's literally just eyes ink sprays on card. I stamped and then I put bleach into a water brush and painted over it with bleach. Literally from the bathroom.
Well, I know.
You have to be careful, you know, I have to give all those, please be careful, and some people are allergic and things like that. But that effect, I just think, is amazing. And as I was talking to Lottie earlier, and she's a really good stamper, she said the faux bleaching where you're taking out with water, you end up taking the surface of your card off.
Yeah.
With this, all you're doing is colouring with the bleach, and over time it just sinks back to white. I love it.
Look at that. So you can go from that and that's just one stamp. You are getting 3 stamps in this collection. The stamps are what you're about to see now. So you're getting the trees in there, you're getting the phones, and you're also getting a little log cabin. I think they're beautiful scene builders. They really, really are. £16.99. 187807 is your item number. The next thing is one thing that should be in every single craft room. We are looking at the Glitter Touch bundle. You get your basics and you get your metallics. £14.98. 279798. Normally £9.99, so you're getting buying one and getting one half price is what you're going to be looking at, but they are limited. They really are limited is what you're looking at. This is a brand new one, John.
No,
Can I open it?
Yeah. I bought myself a new set for this show.
Oh, I thought John's not opened it, and there's me just ripping it open.
I've used this so much, I'm now on my second set. So I'm not even going to pretend, but I am genuinely on my second set.
My little stomach went then. So, if let's... Is any glitter? Look at that. So you've now got... So what would we use these for, John?
I use it for picking out highlights, for detail, for adding snow on the roofs is amazing. On the embossing folders, you can actually pick out the colours of the leaves and things with them. They're great for running around the edge of a card. So you can run it around the edge of a card. You know, if you like that idea, I've seen a lot of people do it where they've got a card and they've got glittered, all 4 edges are glittered. What you have to do is you have to put pipe glue on each one and then dip it into dry glitter, and life's too short. With this, you just literally draw it around the outside. But my favourite, if I nick this one in and annoy Mr. Baker by making him look at it, this is an idea that came from Julie, who's one of the angels. And she used it on the samples that she made, and she took, this is actually using the Leslie's twigs. But all she did, even after finished, if I want to frost those twigs, look at, this is in situ on the card. So I'm just going to pull the next one. But can you see there how that glitters? There we go.
He's on it, here we go, that director's, oh, look at that.
But the other thing, if I hold that up there, that this is great for, is adding glitter to your, flowers.
Oh, yeah.
So, because the brush is so fine, you can actually glitter through. And you get, because it's such fine mica in a clear binder, you get amazing coverage.
Oh,
just pulling that, but you see, I'm doing this upside down and backwards.
No, you are, bless you. You're doing very well, though. Oh, so you're going to get that
really make things
look.
pop. I am very sorry, Helen. I have again taken one of your cards, and because I'm so bad with names, we now have. There are stickers on the back of all cards now.
Oh, so we know who they are.
So it actually, this one is Helen Jones. So I have to say thank you to Helen, thank you to Margaret, thank you to Maxine who helped on this one. But I keep forgetting, so I've now put stickers on everyone's cards.
We all know who they are. The bundle is well worth getting a hold of these. Sold out, back on extended deal. We're back, just loading the new stock. We knew they were going to go. £14.98. You're getting all 6 of them is what you're getting. They're a necessity in the craft room. You're going to absolutely adore them time and time again. And then last but no means least, we've also got our inks as well, is what we're looking at here. As I've said them before, once these have gone, they're not just gone, they're going into retirement. They will not be back. So get them while you can. £14.98 is what we're looking at. We'll change the details on the screen for you for your inks. We've got a few gremlins in the old system. Here comes the details. For those people that haven't seen the inks yet, John, and first of all, where have they been? Because these are the revolutionise of inks. I remember launching them here on the channel as well. They do everything and so much more.
They do. They are basically beautiful stamping and blending inks. They're a pigment-based ink, so we know we're going to get to be able to stake them elsewhere. But basically, I'm a lazy crafter, as everyone knows. So the idea of taking off one airtight lid and having 8 colours is just amazing. But if you tip that upside down, every ink is held in by magnets. You know, this is not a new idea of putting 8 colours together in a petal like this. What's new is having that magnetic click, so they're held in, and the bases are so fine that you don't, you know, if you've got reduced dexterity, you can use these ink pads. I mean, one of the favourite things that I found is, with an ink pad like this, a standard size one that I've got here, yeah, what I have to do is, right, I have to open that. Great, love this idea, love the way Fine do it, but I hold it like that. That's how thick and heavy it is. So if I can't grasp it like that, I can't stamp with it. Whereas with these, because they're so fine, I'm holding that in 2 fingers, or finger and a thumb, or I can hold it in 2 fingers. Or I can, you know, there is so much more manoeuvrability with that. That is so much easier to work with than, without being funny, that, you know, I can't one-handed. It's almost like, you know, having the baton and being able to...
Yeah, and you sort of get inky black fingers with that one, don't you? For this, you've got to manipulate the lid.
Because you're manipulating it. This you're not. You're basically going... So if I go down, I've got that. I can go down with that, and I can slide it back in. And look, I have no pink. I've got black, but I've got no pink on my hands. And I love that.
And not only are they inks, though, remember they're pigment inks, which now means you can paint with them. You've got your pearl and you've got your winter as well, also going into retirement straight after this as well. So get them while you can. If I was you, £12.99. Your winter's at the bottom of the screen as well, 708640 is your item number. Right then, there's a few things that you're also shopping ahead for me at the moment as well. Your Mica Magic, you are absolutely adoring. We used this with the embossing folders this morning while Scott was in. These are the brights that you're looking at the moment. There's nothing basic about these, though. It says basic brights. But there is so much you can do. £14.99. But if your budget will stretch, we've also got a mega bundle on the show as well. which is your metallics, your brights, and also your summers. But look at that for a colour palette. That is it's not limited stock. We do have the stock for this. So look at that for a palette of colour, though. You are going to be in your element. Now, this opens up a flexible basket, and once you've got a flexible basket open, anything else you pop into it will be split onto 2 interest-free payments on your FlexiBuy. 438398 is your item number for all those beautiful colours. Right then, John, what do you want to show me this time?
Right, what I was going to show you is, I'm going to use the same stamp again, the sort of cottage in the woods, but I want to show you how we can actually extend the design.
Oh.
Or how I can actually do something similar to what I've got. Is I love this card. So, you can see here, it looks as if it's bigger.
Oh, yeah, it looks like you've matted and layered over a bigger stamp.
Yeah, no, I haven't. I've cheated. Because if something's difficult, find an easy way to do it, or cheat. Or my favourite one is, if something's hard, fake it. Easiest way to make it. So, I don't want to mark it, so I'm using my acetate sheet. And what I want to do is, I love these, because I can make sure this is even to start with. So, basically, I can put this on, so I've got 1/2 centimetre top and bottom. I can then go, right, that's where it needs to be, to make sure it's even.
That's good.
Yeah? Close that, pick it up, peel that one off. And all I'm going to do is stamp this in black, and I'm using just VersaFine black. But you see, you need to give this a good inking, and I always say with stamping, always remember, think when you're inking a stamp, Strictly Come Dancing.
Think when
because
you ink.
you're doing the cha-cha-cha. And the number of times I see people, and I used to do it, doing the Argentinian tango, where they take the ink pad and they grind it in. That will not give you a clear, crisp image, and you'll get little fibres from your pad will go into your stamp. And that's, you know when you get those little black hairs or little extra bits? It's because you've ground your pad in.
No one should be grinding, John.
Cha-cha-cha, no.
No grinding on my watch, thank you very much.
So all I'm going to do, stamp this one down, and then, there we go. So it doesn't matter that I've got the cottage.
Oh, look at that.
But what I think is really clever, and you can see on here, can you see where the smoke is?
Yeah,
all the
it's
little
still
bits
white.
it's white because all the little bits of dots for the snow have been taken out where that goes. I just think that is so, so clever. That's in the stamp. So that already looks like you've been colouring or doing something clever.
Yeah.
And
But
you
you've been
haven't.
mats and layering, and you've got your sticky notes out, and you've put your trees in the background and your foregrounds. And
Yeah, no, your artist's already done all that for you. That's why I love the way they work. And just to sort of say on this, the Angel policy
oh yeah, good one.
it is licensed artwork, and they've paid for the license, so you are free to make them for yourself or for charity or for anything and make money from them. So that has all been covered. So I'm just going to match this off, yeah, on the same lines, giving the same gap, and just match it together there. Yeah. So it kind of ties up. Doesn't matter if it doesn't, because I'm going to cover it in the middle anyway. So I'm going to pick that one up, take my acetate off. I'm going to do the ink pad, and Adam's going to do the steps for the cha-cha-cha, which is what he was doing last time.
1, 2, cha-cha-cha, 1, 2, cha-cha-cha, 1, 2.
But
One,
it is,
two,
I have to have these silly, it really is. It sounds silly, but it really helps. I have a silly analogy for everything that I need to make sure I get right.
No, that's good. It's
But
like,
it works.
But it's like when you do tightening nuts, it's like lefty loosey, righty tighty. That's how people remember things. So it's always the cha-cha-cha, no bump and grind.
See, I can't remember lefty loosey, righty tighty.
Oh, can't you?
Because I can't recognise left and right.
Do you know if you did an L with your hand, that's left?
I've been told every way, but the only way I do it is I've got some sort of block about left and right.
Okay.
So I know that I'm right-handed, and I write with this hand. So
that's
this
your
must
right
be
hand.
right. And that is the only way that I can do it. And every time I have to think left and right, even driving, I have to think, right, you are right-handed and you write with this hand, so that must be right. Only way that works in my head.
It's a good job you're not ambidextrous.
Oh, yeah, no. Sam is.
Is he?
Yeah. He's left-handed, but can write with his right because he's made to at school, so he can write both sides.
Oh. Well,
So
I've never...
you see there, it's merged, but we've got almost an extended design.
Yes.
But all I'm going to do is cover the middle. So what I'm going to do is take a piece of card then, and I'm going to put this on into position to cover in the middle. put my new magnets on. These will be available at the weekend. The new Easy Lift magnets. I know there's too many things that we've got like this, isn't there?
I'm not here again.
I know.
My own fault for having time off, but you know.
Yeah, you really shouldn't.
Really
shouldn't be
shouldn't have
allowed.
time off.
I'll go and talk to the other Adam.
I know, it's my daughter's birthday though. What can I do?
Oh, you can't miss Moll's birthday.
To be 4.
4?
4.
Wow.
Going on 84.
Yeah. Yeah, she's going to have an old head on young shoulders.
Bless her. Oh, we go again. 1, 2, cha-cha-cha.
But you'll find after a while it becomes natural just to tap the ink on, but it makes a real difference.
Love it.
So,
Love it.
again, I'm just going to move my magnets, put that on, and there we go. Yeah, I was going to say, if anyone wants an absolute giggle, go on YouTube and have a look at Adam's show reel.
It is a quarter of a show reel.
If you want a 20-minute laugh, it's a
not that
brilliant
long.
thing.
It's not 20 minutes.
I'm sure it's about 12, 14
There's a lot
minutes,
of,
isn't
there's
it?
a lot of show reels on there. It's not 20 minutes.
Yeah, but then I've got...
I think it's about 35.
But you can see...
Yeah, maybe you
No, it
watched it a
probably
lot.
just kept going, because I don't tend to watch with volume or anything. I had to actually turn the volume on your video this morning, because I couldn't work out why you were in the green room or the
Yeah,
presenters'
they were
lounge.
cleaning the studio.
Ah.
We had a vacuum out, which was full of dust.
Ooh. But can you see there? That image now continues on. But I want to make this one stand out.
Okay.
And this is one of the things I love about this. I'm going to pop this to one side for a minute. If I get that one out. I should have used my grabber.
The complete collection of these stamps is nearly 2/3 of the stock of this complete has now also gone. The village and the church at the bottom of the screen, so these two on their own is about the same as well. It's all neck and neck. But remember, for an extra £8, so it's £4 a stamp in theory, you're going to get the 2 stags in there as well. The details are on the side of the screen, £22.98 for the collection. If you want these 2 on their own, the details are currently at the bottom of the screen for you now.
Right, so again, I'm going to use another new product now that we've not got yet.
Is it
I'm
the weekend?
Sorry. Yeah. This is the water media mat. But the stamps won't be on this, but yeah, I love this. What I've done is, this design, all of these designs, I've got really clear lines to cut from. So what I've done is, I've cut out, with a pair of scissors, the house and the smoke. Yeah?
Okay.
So I've got that now as a mask. I've put a little bit of spray glue on it, but what I can do then is just take that over the house and move that in to cover the smoke.
I do want to say, if you are waiting for all these new and exclusives, you think, oh, I'll wait for the weekend, everything will be on there. These stamps won't be on at the weekend, OK? I know we're having a laugh and a joke and a giggle about it all, but if you want the stamps, these will not be there at the weekend. And now I know what you're thinking as well, and it's all stock permitting as well, because we do have repeats. If you want the stamps, get them now. The winter palette is what we're using now for the colour-wise.
So I'm going to put down some of this light blue into my water mat. I love this. This, I've found, is such an easier way to get a softer blend of just using a little bit. So you feel, with this light blue, as if you're achieving nothing.
I was just going to
But
say...
what it's doing is it's putting a coating down to start with. So what I then do is I'm going to go with a slightly darker colour. Pick some of that up. I should use a slightly smaller brush, but they need cleaning, and I forgot to get it cleaned between shows because I'm terrible.
Cleaner's not here, that's why.
Where is he?
Your Sam.
Oh yeah, no, he's not. He's in the warehouse, picking orders, packing.
He's a busy lad, bless him.
To help. But now you can see, because I've got that coating over, I can really start to lay this down. So all I'm going to do, this is where I could do, this is where normally I would hold it and get my thingy. There we go.
You would hold it with your little finger?
I would hold it with my finger and get my thumb all covered in glue.
Oh.
I spent most of last week trying to get glitter off. Well, I'd got glitter all stuck to my
Not
thumb.
anymore.
So I'm just going to go up now, building up the colour. And that coating on first. Then I'm going to go, I don't know what it is about me and blue and purple at the moment. I've got a massive addiction to blue and
Are these your
purple.
go-to colours at the moment?
They
on this
are,
palette?
and I don't know why. But then I'm going to go in with the purple. pick up.
If you're looking at these inks and you've not had the inks before, look how well they blend. John's not changed a brush and nothing, and you're still getting that beautiful blend time and time again. £12.99 for the 8 of the winter colours. Remember, once these colours have gone, they will be going into retirement.
So you don't think you've done a great deal until you take this off.
Ah, look
But
at
that really does stand out.
Yeah.
And if you want to take a little bit of the starkness off, I'm going to do exactly the same with the piece that I cut out.
So you made 2 templates.
So I've made 2 templates. I've used normal card, just normal stamping card, nothing spectacular or special. So I'm just going to place that one over this time. There we go. And all I really want to do is the bottom piece. So let me just grab another brush. Okay, and shall we get, I'll tell you what, let's take the edge off. So I'm going to use some grey. Yeah. Pick up some, ooh, I've obviously got some green on this brush, so we'll get a different shade. But what I'm going to do is just lightly, I quite like that little bit of greeny in there.
Quite mossy.
But you see how that's not going on quite as smoothly because I didn't put a lighter colour on first.
Yeah.
That's what makes the difference. So I'm going to take now a little bit of blue and go from the bottom just to cover it off. But again, you'll think, well, no, are we sure? But when we pull that one off, you can see there.
Look at that.
You've got the cottage in the woods, and I would simply take the silver or the clear of the glitter touch and start to add in the snow.
The Glitter Touch now sold out. We're now back on extended delivery for 10 days now. £14.98. You're getting all your colours. You're getting metallics and your basics in there as well. You are getting a full spectrum. So you are getting things like your green, your black, your sort of like your crystal white in there, silver gold, and also your rose gold as well. They're meant to be £9.99 per set of 3. You are getting all of them for buy one and get one half price. £14.98. 297798 is your item number. We've also got 2-minute queues on the phones as well, so get them while you can. They've already sold out once. We think they may go again. It's just one of the things you will love when you get it home.
Every time. So I'm just going to put, I've got a simple black card blank. I'm just going to put on the piece that we did as a background. So you've almost got that black and white. You know, I like that almost as it is. I know that's merged in the middle, but you could actually match them up. But then when I actually put the centre panel in with the colour,
This is going to pop now.
it
Look at
really just pops. Now I'll move this one round to show you. There you go.
that. I love it.
But it offsets, but there's no matting and layering in that. There's no lots of layers of blacks or greys or anything. It should have been a little bit, this piece would have been a little bit smaller, but I used that for the first demo for you. So I took it out the wrong pack. But I just think, I love that as an idea. And remember, just think, don't think because a stamp's A6, it's one size. You can keep extending it out.
And remember, you imagine doing that now with the same of the towers that you've got in there. This is by someone called Mr. John Lockwood, that's done this beautiful sample from the design team. A very clever man. But look at what you can achieve from that. So that's that one castle that you've already got that's already in there. So you've got that stamp, now extend it out that you've already got. Then you can go for your colours that are already there as well. Beautiful. Going in with your stags, using some of the words that we've already got. Wishing you a Merry Christmas. How beautiful that be. That on wrapping paper. Sorry, that was me then putting stuff down. That on wrapping paper would be lovely. Then, don't just think stamps and cards, because why don't you start embroider? To do your French knots all the way around, to embroider that's already on there. That's not French knots, though. I thought it was. What is that?
She's used like Nouveau drops, sort of like the pearl drops.
Very nice pearl drops.
It's a
on
new
there.
lady called Margaret who's joined. What we did was we put a call out. I think it was with your show.
Was this the winner, the monthly?
Well, the winner for this month was Helen Jones.
Oh, Helen.
And this is one of Helen's. But Helen was so good. We are asking.
Helen.
We sent Helen some more, and I think she's going to stay with us.
Oh,
we're hoping so.
Does she know
what we've
this?
done for this, she does.
Oh, okay.
So what we've done for this month is we actually brought forward the lady who got through for October was Margaret Brackenbury.
Yeah.
And I said, would you fancy doing something quickly with the stamp? She said, oh, yes, please. So she's done a few of the stamps for this one. But she'll get her spot mainly in October. And we have another lady ready for November.
Oh, well.
And then we will put it back out again in the beginning of December for guest spots for next year.
Keep your eyes peeled. Guest spots, John's Facebook pages, all good to go. So you're getting the 2 scene builds in there and you're getting the stags. The village and the church individually is nearly 80% of the stock has already gone. The bundle with the details at the side of the screen, nearly 70% of the bundle stock now has already gone as well. You can go for them individually, so you've got these 2 as a pair or these 2 as a pair, but for an extra £8 you're going to get these thrown in. That gives you the detail that's currently on the side. 728067 is your item number. Right then, John, we've got 5 minutes.
Right, OK, I'm going to try and do 2 things then very quickly.
Let's do it.
So, I've got here, this is the Leaping Stag, and I can't stop saying I love these, but all 4 of them in here are just really...
There is something about
because
them.
it's the 4 different images. I'm not picking and choosing between 6 and 8 and 12. I've got to concentrate on it. So, really, really quickly, all I'm going to do is... I've got to stop using these colours, but I can't. I'm using the pearl this time, and I'm just inking the back of the stag. If I bring it forward a little bit, you'll see a little bit better. So I've done the back of the stag. I'm then going to take the darker blue and I'm going to do sort of the middle and his tummy.
Okay.
Okay. And then I'm going to take this sort of, like a topazy, I don't know what you'd call it, colour. It's like a lightish blue colour. And I'm just going to put that one on. And this is onto the white glitter card we've got on the show.
We have got
this
glitter
was
card on the show
designed
as
for
well.
blending and... There you go, can you see?
Oh, look at that.
So he's missed a little bit there because, of course, I've left my water mat in, which I shouldn't do because it's got the edge.
The monochrome set, 20 sheets in total, £9.99.
So...
An array of colours in there.
There is. What I've done is I was going to spend ages doing this one, but I'm going to do it very, very quickly. So... I've got here, I've cut in a piece of card the aperture using the snow globe die.
Oh, OK.
So in the centre circle, you get 2 different circles inside the snow globe. If I bring it in very quickly, there's a reason for that. So I've cut it
The
using...
bauble, do you mean?
The bauble, that's the one.
I was going to say...
So I've cut it using the middle circle. But then I would use the outside and the smaller circle so that it goes over this gap. So all I'm going to do is decide how much I want to show of him. There we go.
Bring the bauble set on the screen. You get 9 dies in total.
But I love the fact that they just fit exactly. So, there he is. Then I used the outside and the smallest circle to cut myself in silver the bauble.
Oh, look at this prepped.
So, I know, doesn't feel right for me, does it? But can you see it goes over and I don't see the edge through?
Yeah.
So it's really been thought through. And then I've actually got, but we'll skip. So I would now, obviously, mat and layer it as I do, onto everything. And then onto there, and then onto the card blank. And I got a little bit of foliage, which I was just going to add a little bit of the glitter touch onto.
You've still got 3 minutes.
Cool, because I still wanted to run one of the embossing folders through, but I'll get shouted at for that.
Nearly half of the restock of the glitter touch is now already gone.
What?
Get them while you can. Half the stock of the restock has now already gone.
But I won't hold it up because I haven't glued it. But I just think that looks so classy.
Classy. Really does.
You know, and you could do absolutely anything on that one. So have I got time to do a quick embossing folder?
2 minutes.
Oh, I'm sure I can do something in 2 minutes. Very, very quickly.
Of course you can.
I
You're
better
John
not-
Lockwood.
I better not use the same one, had I? Tell you what, let's use the village. So, little bit of card. This is the 3D embossing folder. This is the village. And as I said earlier, work out what works for your machine. You can check your manual. I never do. I saw a great T-shirt when I lived in Spain that a guy was wearing which said, "Real dads don't read instructions."
This is true.
And I wanted it, because I just don't read them. But try until you get the right level, because every folder and every machine's different. But you see there how you've got this beautiful embossed level. So I've done it actually on a... You can see the different levels on that. But all I'm going to do to pick it up, I'm going to actually use my Mica Magic. Oh, when
We'll bring the details of the big bundle of the Mica Magic that we've got as well on the screen. Here they come. £49.97. Opens up a flexible basket.
So I'm going to use the metallics. Just using the black. But I love...
This is speed crafting at its best. I like that. Doorbells are on the show as well.
I'm then going to go to the graphite colour.
3 large, 6 small, £9.99, 944440.
To put in the little bit there. And then I'm going to go with the silver for the middle. But you can see there.
Look at that. And that was quick. That we were talking 30 seconds in Boss and coloured in. John, you'll be back on Friday.
Friday morning at 10 a.m. for the launch of the Crafts 2 21st birthday.
21st birth, and there are some goodies. Let me tell you now. Get in Friday morning. There's John, a whole hoop.
We've
there's
new
loads
concepts, we've new products, we've got things you've never seen before, new ideas, loads.
Just do it. Just join in Friday morning. Don't go anywhere, though. Check out your baskets now, because I don't want you to miss out on some cracking little deals that we've had during this hour. I'll see you in a minute. Yes, indeed. Now, looking across yonder, I see him there. I see him here. It's sewing with our Scott next. You won't want to miss this.
Hi, I'm Donna and this is my brother Simon and we're Pearly Winks Craft Supplies. We've been crafting since we were very young. My mum got us into crafting and we've been loving it ever since.
We have a good selection of inks. We started with our Winks, which are just a water-based ink, and then went on to the pearls. We've added some chalks, we've got some glitter sprays, and then we've added some beautiful stamps to complement the inks.
We've got a fantastic design team who help us with all our designs for the stamps, and we've got a great range of inks which we manufacture ourselves here in the UK.
Our pearl sprays and our Pearly Winks are loaded with mica, so they give you amazing results on your projects.
We hope that our products bring you as much fun, creativity and inspiration as they do to us. We love all of our products and we hope you do too. So make sure you don't miss our shows on Hochanda.
Hello, I'm Sue Trangmar and I started Daisy Chain Designs 20 years ago. Back in the day there were very few quilt patterns in the marketplace, and so I started to bring patterns into the UK from America and Australia, and along the way I've been lucky enough to work with some fantastic British designers, and that is what really the essence of Daisy Chain Designs are. At Daisy Chain Designs, we're passionate about sewing and quilting. We design projects that hopefully will inspire you to pick up your needle and thread and have a go. We have great fun in designing things from the very start, and then the end product is always very exciting when you actually see it made. So don't miss the Daisy Chain Design shows on Hochanda.
Flexi Order has arrived at Hochanda. What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments, so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping baskets, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you the extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with Hochanda easier.
Hi, I'm Joe from the Mill Shop Online. Welcome to the Mill Shop Online. As you can see, we're a lot of fabric here. We're very passionate about our fabrics. We're one of the largest online sellers in the UK of fabrics for upholstery, soft furnishings, and now the lovely craft market. Whether you're starting out with fabric or you're an experienced sewer, we love to bring projects that every ability can really have a go at. So don't miss the Mill Shop Online shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Leslie from Chocolate Baroque, and we design and manufacture our own rubber stamps right here in the northeast of England. We have a wonderful in-house designer called Sue, who hand draws all the images, which we then transfer into rubber stamps. We have very, very elaborate designs. We have everything from steampunk right through to beautiful florals, and then we have scenic and we have words. Our stamps are beautifully elaborate, very, very detailed, exquisitely etched, and the quality is next to none. So good that if you look after your stamps, we guarantee them for a lifetime. Whether it's stamping, mixed media or art journaling, join us at Hochanda for our journey into everything creative and messy, and see what you can create with our stamps.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Lovely to be with you here on a Monday afternoon, and it's a great pleasure to bring to you a lady's not been on your screens since February, and if you would have seen her there, you would have loved her show, because I think what you're going to see in this hour you're going to love. If you didn't meet her in February, you get a chance to meet the lovely Sarah right now. Good afternoon, Sarah.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. I feel like coming back home. I'm glad coming back here. It just feels lovely.
I tell you what, this is our first time of doing a show together, and it's lovely to have you in the studio. No, you should have been here a couple of times before, but Sarah's been so busy with everything that's been going on.
I've been really extremely busy, so it just feels like this time I have to come.
Yes.
So, yes, finally.
I tell you
made it.
You bring lovely energy to the studio as well. It's lovely to have you with us. Now, for those that would have missed Sarah back in February, or our first time of meeting with you, because it's your business, tell us a little bit about either your background as well, and also how the organisation, how your business has come about.
Basically, I used to teaching a lot about colleges and universities and the little organisation, and I had on my shop. So, and then I had always dream about designing all my fabric.
Wow, yeah.
So I started about 3 years ago, designing a fabric. And then because of my teaching background, I was able to create the sewing patterns.
I see.
So, and then whenever new design sample come, I have to always create new patterns. How, in order to, is usage of how to the creative the pattern and fabrics together.
I see.
So
I see.
it is combined together really.
Right, right.
So, and it's about 3 years fabric design started.
Wow.
So now I have a shop in Dorchester in a lovely town.
Lovely.
And then I have started a wholesale the 2 years ago.
Wow.
So it's been kicking on. So
I can no wonder you're busy.
Oh, yes. And then basically I am specializing, we are specializing in laminate fabric.
Right,
so
okay.
One is PUL.
Yeah.
Which you can't use a food, but you can use tablecloths and then bags and raincoat. There's so much you can use.
Right.
Well, another type of called TPU, that is, we have a food certified.
Right.
So you can use a sandwich wrap, which I bought today.
We've got on the show,
and
yes.
And then you can making a bags and raincoat. It's raincoat at the moment. We are so popular because of the rain and weather.
We're getting into that season, aren't we? Absolutely.
So it's a bit of my background at the moment.
Well,
so
thank you, Sarah. It's brilliant. And actually, when we were talking to Sarah earlier on, myself and director and producer, was just walking back and said, she knows her stuff, she knows her stuff, to Sarah. And it's great. And we have got both those products that Sarah just talked about, some that are for food safety, because we've got some fantastic products there that you're going to love, and also some that aren't for the food safety side of it, but some brilliant projects here. And again, the lovely thing about these projects is something in here for everybody. We've got from the beginner and for the intermediate. So we're going to take you through these because you're going to love these. I hope you can see the zone on my shoulder as well. We've got all of these. These are absolutely gorgeous, I can tell you. And if you want a chance, I'm just going to grab this one, actually. Not in my size, I'm afraid. No, it does go up, though, to 8 to 9 years. Well, I'm a little bit past those ones now. But if you've seen these in the corner of your eye there, and these are fantastic, beautiful projects to work on. Just talk us through these, because we're going to give you the material of choice to choose which ones you want to go for. And we can go from 1 to 2 years, all the way up to 8 to 9 years. And you'll be able to make those with the fabrics you're going to get in this bundle. But talk to us a little bit about this actual design, Sarah, a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, basically, I had a little girl and we have a granddaughter, so always looking for inspiring some little girls design. So, and I just have one of the, I mean, last year I brought a daisy dress in here, so bit of adapting that dress into the top. That's why I created.
They are absolutely beautiful. I'll tell you, I'm going to just grab a few more of these as well and show, because we've got all the options here for the different materials that are available. And they are absolutely gorgeous. Now, I know you're going to talk us through a little bit of the... I'll just drape these over here, actually, for a second. But I know you're going to talk us through how to do the sleeves and the ruffles on these, aren't you, in this first demo?
Yeah, little techniques, and I can show.
They are beautiful. Now, just talk to us about the material, because you're going to get the options of sky blue rainbow, navy rainbow, white rainbow, and you've also got the beautiful Chanty Meadow, which is the one I've got for you right here. The fabrics are all washable. They're already pre-washed cotton.
Yeah.
Is that right, isn't
Yeah.
it? Pre-washed cotton with them. And ideal for sort of hardware, and also you're saying it's a soft furnishings as well for children.
Soft furnishing, and you can create with curtains, and it is really diverseable. You can use those fabrics, rainbow ones.
They are, I think they're so beautiful, these materials you've chosen. I think they're absolutely gorgeous. Now, this is brand new for you today, of course. And let me just talk you through the options again that you can see with the materials that you're going to get. I'll just place these up here a second. I could work in your shop there, I think, to be honest with you, Sarah. You're going to choose which one. So you have got in here, so that you can see, sky blue rainbow, which is your one here. You've got the navy rainbow. The beautiful white with the rainbow also. I do love the rainbow, so absolutely, my little girl would love these as well. She loves a rainbow. You've got the white rainbow, and then you've also got that absolutely beautiful with the meadow as well, which is stunning. Now, the fabric you're going to get is 1 metre fabric, and you're going to get the pattern and instructions. All that is included. Now, if I just turn this round to the back, and you'll see that 1 metre that you're going to get is going to give you plenty of material to make a 1 to 2 year old. You're only going to need half a metre. So you can make one of the tops, plus you can also make some other accessories to go with it, or make your 2 tops possibly to go with. And then 1 metre will take you all the way up as well. As you can see, you need 0.8 metres to make the largest size available, which is your 8 to 9. So you've got a metre here, which is plenty for either numbers of projects or one of the larger projects to go for in there. And again, all your instructions, everything step by step, everything you need is all in there for you, all done by Sarah. All you've got to do is add your own little popper, and the reason why you add your own little popper is because people have their own individuality, own taste on those, Sarah.
Colour choices, and then even if I put together, some people don't like the colour, so that's why it's on their choices of the colour. That's why.
So you can really make that, personalise that to yourself. As you'll see there, it is an intermediate, so a project here as well that I'm sure there'll be plenty of people who think, I'd love to do that. Maybe for a granddaughter, goddaughter, little niece, quite possibly. Who knows? Or maybe even for your little younger sister, if you're keen with your stitch and work already. 880044 is your item code there, and I'm sure that's going to be very, very popular indeed. And again, our demonstrations is going to be looking at how we start working on the ruffles and start working on the shoulders on there. That's beautiful, that. Now then, another one of the projects we've got for you here, which is great, and this is all for your lunch bags. Now, these are great, and lots of people, Sarah, have noticed these already set up in the studios are going past have all commented how fantastic these are.
Thank you.
They are beautiful, and they look hard-wearing and sturdy as well with the fabric
On the
you've
bottom,
chosen.
pre-wash the canvas on the bottom.
It's a pre-washed canvas, is it?
Yeah.
Talk to us a little bit about, again, this design itself there, and Sarah.
Is pre-wash the canvas on the bottom, give you very, on the bottom is standing nicely. And then the fabric, Hochanda, that has been incredibly popular in the last 6 months.
Has it?
So that delivered in February, and then since then is non-stop order.
Who doesn't love a sausage dog? Who doesn't love a sausage dog?
Absolutely. And then inside the bag especially is waterproof, is a biolaminate, is the colour, the grey colour. So it's completely waterproof.
And
when you put in a water bottle, and then zips inside.
You've got a little pouch inside.
Forks, stuff.
You've got the little pouch in there as well that you can see, which all zips up. So again, any moisture that you might have from anything, or water bottles you might have in there, for example, it's all waterproof in there and good to go with as well. And again, you've got your drawstring there on the top, and then everything you need pretty much in here is included within this one.
Apart from the
actual drawer
ribbon
itself.
and throwing string.
So you can add into that whatever you like to, again, to really personalise that and make that for yourself. But really lovely. Now, you've got 3 options on here. You've got the Hochanda that you can see here. We got the beautiful. Now I know that it's sort of got that retro feel regarding here with the trees, isn't it?
Yeah, retro and a Scandinavian style. So they delivered 6 weeks ago my new design range.
6 weeks only. That's fantastic. And we've got our fantastic dragonfly option, so you can see whichever one of those 3 you'd like to choose from. They're all there for you. Hounds, trees, and dragonfly. 899457. Everything you need. Zip included, all of that, £33.99, and it is completely waterproof from the inside. All that material is there for you. So also, if you wanted to, I suppose you can also add your own insulations. If you'd like to make it so you keep things colder in there, of course, you can find that material to put inside there, of course, which will keep things chilled for yourself on our hot days that we have here in the UK. You know what I mean? So there's 899457. Now then, we've got the fantastic sandwich bag. Now, this is what you're talking about again within here. This is food safe, isn't it, that we're using?
Yes, these are food safe. And then these are, trying out new eco-laminate. Nowadays, a lot of people think about environment friendly and then save the environment. So outside, you can cotton fill it.
Yeah.
And then on the reverse side, it's 100% waterproof.
I see. You can feel that.
Yes.
It's got a very different texture to what you've got on the outside of the cotton,
so you
haven't
can making a sandwich wrap and then snack bags, and then you just put it in your sandwiches and the snacks. So it's 100% waterproof.
I think that is absolutely fantastic. And again, as you say, Sarah, there's so many people now that they don't want to take plastic bags in with their sandwiches, for example, and this whole kit, if I just show you here, that you can sort of see that all the kit is beautifully put together, and it's all velcroed in, so you put everything together, seal it all together, keep it all wrapped up. You've got your little pouch there, of course, that it's all in, and then once it's all done, you fold that away, put that into your bag, put it into your pocket, to be honest, lunch on the go.
You just chuck it in a washing machine, or you can hand wash and then shake it and then dry it.
Once you got your sandwiches in, it's all sealed up, all ready to go, of course, there, when you've got your little Velcro on the top there, but it keeps it all nice and fresh, and again, just a little bit of a wash, and you're ready to go again, which I think is brilliant. Again, no more plastic bags everywhere. We could all do with one of those less in our lives, couldn't we? We've got 3 designs to work with here, of course, as well, which is beautiful. We've got our Bee World, which I think is lovely, and that is a beautiful, bright fabric that you're looking there as well. We've got our fantastic cream strawberry, very perfect for our summer. Oh, you've got the lovely, deep and beautiful blues of the navy strawberry. It's a lovely project to go with on this one, and it is for beginners. So if you are thinking about looking at this, you're going to get everything you need on your instructions, perfect to go with, and a perfect, why not have a go price, really? Only $12.99. Imagine how many plastic bags you're going to be saving as well, and the versatility of these. 484-696. Lovely project to make, and a lovely project to wrap your sandwiches with as well. perfect. Well, we love that. So we talked about what is food safe, and that's what you're looking at here. Now, the materials in what we've got for the pencil case is not the food safe version.
These
different
are
version.
PUL, called PUL.
PUL.
We don't have food certified that, especially laminate.
Yeah.
But you can use washing like normal, 30, 40 degree into the washing machine.
Okay.
And then just using as a laminate, but we don't have a food certified, but exactly the same as a biolaminate.
But these are great. I mean, they're great for pencil cases, great for makeup bags.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need to line in. Just one layer itself is really good, and then waterproof. You don't get dirty. It's absolutely fantastic.
They are fun. I love the fit. It's like a shoe. It's like on the angle.
Triangle shape.
Triangle shape.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that look though as well. And it sort of sits up there as well on your table, your dressing table, or maybe on your desk, wherever you're doing your work, of course. But lovely gift ideas. And again, this is for a beginner stage to work through. So a lovely project and a brilliant price point to have a go. Now you've got the grey cats, which I think are absolutely brilliant, lovely and funky without grey cats that you can see. We've got the beautiful blue dachshunds, as you can see also again. There's our lovely dachshunds there, the blues. We've got the duck picnic, which I think is a great taste as well. We've got the duck picnic for you here, which is absolutely fantastic. There's a little duck down the front, there we are. And we got blue dinosaur also. Who doesn't love a dinosaur to keep your pens in? Perfect for your projects. Only $10.99. Includes your fabric, and of course it also includes your zip. 514306. All your choices are available for you there on the screen, and they'll all be on the web also. We've also got some patterns which are on there standalone for you if you'd like to choose for these ones. You've got the set of 3 patterns. You've got the lunch bag, the snack bag, and the triangle pencil case. If you'd like to go for that, we've got a saving on there as well, £3 off on the show today, so it's down to £15.79, and that's for all 3 of those as well. Great opportunity. 621918. And we've also got more of the sets of patterns. This is your 2, and if you'd like the patterns for the sienna top and the lunch bag, then that again is also available together for $15.97 only. 796531 if you'd like to go just for those patterns alone. But of course on the website it's got all the other ones with the materials already included. So, Sarah, we're going to be looking at start with the top. Is that right? The sienna top, and then work on the sleeve.
Yes, I will show you how to create a very ruffle shoulder.
Lovely.
It is quite simple. So I'm going to setting my sewing machine first. Okay, these are basically 2 cut out 2 each. So face to face together. And then you can sew just curve line, 1/4 inches.
Okay.
That's what I done. And then turn inside out, and you can press it.
Right.
Press it.
Okay.
And then we're gonna sew only cross 1/4 inches with a big stitch. About I'm gonna do 4.0 stitch.
These tops are lovely to make for little family members that they might have. Any grands watching, granddads watching that loves a bit of sewing. They're lovely, perfect little tops though, aren't they?
Oh yes, absolutely. Summertime you can just, as it is, and then winter time and a colder time, you can wear it with a little long sleeve.
Little sleeve top over the top.
Yeah, and then from the beginning, I need to take off my glasses.
That's right, we'll be doing a lot of that between us.
So, and one of the last sewing stitch, you need to come off.
Are you taking the last one out?
Yes.
I see.
Okay, last one out. And then holding on the back of the one of the thread, and then pull gently.
Oh, that's going to give us...
Can you see the gathering?
I see it coming together, yep.
So not too hard, just gently. And one side is done, and then the other side is exactly the same. Doesn't kind of come out. one side is knotted. Okay. Okay.
So you've you've taken it from both ends. Is that right, Sarah?
Yeah, both ends. One side you go halfway through, and then on other side you go just pull.
Yeah.
The other side. Unfortunately, I lost one of the stitch. So, can you see the gathering?
I see it coming together. Yes.
Yeah, coming together like that.
So that is nice and simple. I thought that was going to be a lot more complicated to get.
No, once
that's
you've done it, and then you can match the other one exactly the same. So that's the ruffle sleeves done.
Right, I'm going to be adding ruffles to everything now, Sarah.
You can never go.
Well, I'll watch you again, just to double check.
And then this how put together, and then on the bottom of the elastic.
Yeah.
So if you haven't got any overlocker, you can jig-jag on it, or you can overlocker and then just hem it. If you want to use half-inch elastic.
Half-inch elastic, okay.
Elastic. But I'm going to use, because these are small girls,
yeah.
these are 2-year-old girls,
yeah.
so I'm going to using 8 millimeters the elastic.
Okay.
So I iron already centimeters in already.
Right.
So the elastic comes 1 centimeter away from the bottom and 1 centimeter away from the where the purple area. Just sewing on the beginning.
So you just sewing the end of it.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah.
And the other side is exactly the same. Just don't make sure not twist it.
Right, yeah. So you want a little bit taut in between there.
Pardon?
It's a little bit taut in between the two. You want a little bit of give with it, yeah.
And then the folding is 1/2 inches, and then sewing on the right top of the edge together.
Oh, I see, yeah.
And then because of the elastic is shorter than actual on the bottom, when you go end, you need to little bit pull elastic like that.
Oh, I see, yeah.
Okay? And then you can see that become a gathering.
I could do with some trousers like this, Sarah, to be honest, with a bit of an elasticated waist now.
It's a great technique.
It's great technique. Good enough for Simon Cowell. I'll have it.
Make sure not twist your elastic. And forward backwards when you finish. So bottom has created.
Perfect.
Can you see that?
Yeah. That's it. Show it up front there. The way you can see it at night. Yeah, fantastic. That I love that.
That's your elements in there. That's the sienna top.
But again, that's nice and simple on those elements. So the main rules are for that one not to get your elastic twisted from that side. You're only catching it at the ends anyway from that. But that ruffling of the sleeves again, a lovely simple technique to it. But it looks lovely.
Technique. It's so pretty.
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely lovely. Are we okay to recap the options for those, for let people know exactly which ones to go for? So is that okay? We'll come straight back to you as well there. So if you were sitting there thinking, oh, making clothes for the little ones, little girl, and that's not what I do, I'm not sure. You can see it's worth having a go with this. Like you say, you are going to get your step-by-step instructions to go through, but the most difficult techniques are what you've just seen demonstrated. That's to do the ruffles on the sleeve as well, and then of course put your elastic, you want to put that through the bottom to bring that together. But it's all there for you step by step, everything that you need to go through. We'll talk you through. Looking at there is going to take you through that technique that you've just seen through, done by Sarah as well, making the ruffled sleeves on there. So really nice and simple for you to go with that one. And again, the design itself really proving very, very popular. 880044 we're looking at there. Now the options we've got for you here, we've got the 4 different options that we can take you through, and they're all beautiful as well. Starting off, we've got the Chanting Meadow. I think Chanting Meadow is in the lead at the moment. Yes, it has got little bunny rabbits on there. Your Chanting Meadow, which is gorgeous. You've got daisies on there, the beautiful little trees. It's stunning little fabric, that one as well. Then you've got the rainbows with your white rainbow that you can see. Love that. And I can show you the... Oh, there was my little... sample there. There we go. I know. I'm all over this. With a little top there, as you can see, but it is fantastic. I think these are gorgeous, and again, up to 9 years old you can make these for, and the pattern is available on its own if you want it, but I think these fabrics to go with it are lovely. You are getting a metre of this one, so that's rainbow with white. Then we've actually got the navy version. I've got a navy version here as well, so you can see the navy one as it is, of course, and then you see the elasticated bottom on this one that's just been done. Also, you can make a little bow, and Sarah was saying earlier on with us, you know, you don't have to actually connect that to it if you didn't want it to. Some of them might want it, but you get a little option to put the little bow on the bottom, and again, your different colours of your little studs you might want to choose. Maybe rainbow colours themselves, maybe different colours with to go with the rainbow possibly, or a little white to bring out the fluffy of the clouds. But that's your navy rainbow, and then you've also got the sky blue rainbow is also one as your options that's also available for you, and again, absolutely beautiful little project. 880044, you get a metre, and just to recap in case you missed at the beginning, this goes ages 1 to 2 right the way up to ages 8 to 9, and whichever one of those you want to choose, you're getting a metre of the fabric. The biggest one on its own is 0.8 metre, so you've got plenty of material in there to do the larger, or maybe want to do a couple of the smaller ones as well, or a top and maybe a little accessory to go with that. So $25.99, 880044 is what's there. Now, if you do want the pattern for this on its own, it is available for you. It comes as part of the set, actually. You're going to be getting that for the Sienna top, plus you're going to get the pattern for the lunch bag also. 796531 is your item code for this one. £15.97 if you just want the patterns on their own. Phone lines are very busy, by the way, just to let you know. Thank you very much for being with us. If you don't want to queue, of course, the best place to go to is the website, all the W's.hochanda.com. The pencil case proving really popular as well. Only $10.99, and I love this. Great for the beginners as well, this particular one. So again, if you're looking at a project you want to start, it's going to be practical and fun to have a little go at, and again, something that's there designed for a beginner, then you got this one, the triangle pencil case. 4 different options that you can look here. It does include the zipper as well. You've got the grey cats, which has got the example of there, which I think is brilliant. I love the cats. I do love it. They all look a lot friendlier than my cat as well. So I highly recommend them. So you've got grey cat. We've got the blue dachshund as well. I love all them, and some right little characters in there. I love the little tops. You've got the blue dachshund for those ones. We've got Duck's Picnic. That's available for you. I like that. I love the shape of the flowers, actually. Absolutely beautiful, that. And actually, little ducks are in the lead at the moment out of all these. Of course, the little Duck's Picnic. And we've also got our fantastic dinosaurs. They are lovely. I think I'm noticing a Stegosaurus there. I don't quote me on that one, but I think we've got a Stegosaurus. 514306. Only $10.99 again. But I love these. I think these are really funky. Pencil holders, makeup, whatever you want. Bits and pieces, maybe put in some of your sewing, some of your fabrics, some of your little tools you might want to keep together. Possibly that's what you're going to make it for, or gift for somebody else. Right, that was a quick rundown. We've got some 7-day savers to very quickly show you. Oh, then we're going to go back to Sarah. 7-day savers. We've got some yarn for you. This is nice, actually. You've got your super chunky knitting yarn bundle for 250-gram balls you get in here. These are options of colours. We've got burgundy that you can see. We've got bright red. We got cream, and we got the dark grey, You can have the navy if you wanted to. Choose whichever one you want. Whichever one, it's got a £10 saving on those as well, just down to £19.99. Also, we've got your thread for your black and white. You've got 1,000 metres each of those, 10 spools, all of that together. Perfect for your overlocking all your projects that you need your white and your black for. Another £10 saving there, down to £11.99. 184102. Perfect for all of your sewing needs. You might be using them on these projects that you're getting from Sarah. Who knows? Love it. Right, Sarah, what are we on to next? Have we done our top?
We move on to lunchbox.
Oh, yep, great.
So it's one of the elements. It's quite easy. You know how to do it.
Okay.
I call it this inside the bag, as you see the pocket, little pocket inside.
Yeah.
And then zip in it. So I call it is letterbox zip.
Letterbox zip.
Yes.
Oh,
so
okay.
it's, as you can see, I draw the little box, letterbox in here. So I'm going to show you how to make the zip, and it's quite simple to easy. I try to follow just sew the rectangle. When you sew the rectangle, it's funny, but this sewing machine a bit funny today.
So you've drawn the outline on to start with then, Sarah?
Yeah, just
Yep.
you can draw the line.
Yep.
You won't show it anyway. So about 3/8 and 1 centimeter size of the box.
Just while the people are working on these projects, Sarah, if there's any, if they're confused or stuck or anything like that, is there? Are you on social media? Is there any way they can contact you?
Oh,
or
they can email me or
Email you-
social media, Facebook
Oh,
and
okay,
Instagram,
great.
and then they can contact me any different social media. emails.
Lovely.
Yeah.
So if any more support, if you need, I mean,
Yeah,
you're going to get your instructions.
absolutely.
Sarah's there as well. If you need any other further support while you're working on these. Lovely, Sarah will be there as well to help out with anything, of course, on the project. She knows these projects backwards and forwards.
Okay, I just sew the rectangle shape outside, and then inside the line, we need a cut. So these, if you got a sharp needles, you can use it, or you can use an unpicker. But if you haven't experienced with an unpicker, it's a little sharp scissors for you is good. So we're gonna cut.
Oh, on that central line, yeah.
Yeah, in the middle line, just cut. And then you can see the little triangle shape. You cut really close the diagonal, close the sewing line. Please do not cut sewing line. Just cut close the sewing line. Like that. So it become a like triangle like that in the both side. So in the middle, I got a hole here. So this pocket goes between here,
Oh, right, yeah.
like that. And then it become a letterbox.
I see where you come up with that name.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, and just using the nail, just crush it, squash it, and then this zip goes underneath.
Right.
And then you sew exactly rectangle shape.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, become as a zip attached.
See, that seems straightforward.
Yeah, it is very simple.
Yeah.
And then you can make a simple, creative zip pocket inside the bag.
Because some people I've spoken to always get a bit worried around zips.
Yeah, zip.
What is it about the zips then that people are worried about?
Because they haven't done and then they feel fears.
Right, okay.
So it's all about confidence issue.
Yeah.
So, and then these are very, very simple to do. And
Yeah.
then once you sew the zip and folding your pocket, just sewing 1, 2, 3 sides.
Right.
Sewing in your pocket
That's your pouch, yep.
like that.
I see.
So you complete the pockets done.
That's perfect. I've actually got the one turned inside out. We've got the one that you brought to the show where it's already complete. So I've got this one that's already turned inside out now.
Yeah.
So you can also see where this is on the inside of the bag itself. So again, once that is all stitched around the rectangle that's been made there, and you've done that and put the zip in place, of course, it's brilliant and really nice and neat on the inside as well. So perfect. Just pop in little bits and pieces. You don't want to get lost at the bottom of the bag. And again, nice and simple, and all of that there hidden away on the inside as well, and all done for that little letterbox zip, all done nice and neatly for you as well. That's a lovely little technique, and I clever
It
thought
is
through
a simple
that.
technique, and it's good technique. And when you become a bag maker, it's a huge element, and then
Yes.
you become addicted.
Yeah, of course, yeah, and you'll be a lot speedier as well as you go through as well. So
absolutely.
it's perfect to go with.
Yeah.
But really, really lovely on that. And is that the most sort of difficult part of making the actual bag
and then
itself there? For the...
it's quick, simple. I put together mainly. Okay. This one, once you put together bottom and then interfacing the main one, and a little bit outside first, and then your handle goes in the middle.
Okay.
Webbing, and then these top of your drawing string bag goes the next one.
Oh yeah.
And then lining goes on the top. So you just sewing on the line. I should change the needle foot.
Ah, do we need to change
Foot.
foot?
It's only that was the dip foot.
Ah, right.
Okay. Okay. Make sure when you go past the handle webbing area,
Yeah.
forward, backward is for security.
Right.
Because
Just a
you're
little extra
holding a
strength.
handle all the time, and then if you put in a little bit heavy things, and then it needs to be secure.
Right.
So go forward, backward.
Depends how much food you're going to put in there.
And make sure when you put the other side, the handle has to be same way.
Oh, right, okay, yes.
Rather than twist it.
Yeah, I see, yeah.
And then sewing exactly the same element, sewing cross together. And then matching the face liner to liner, outer. Leave a gap on the bottom, sew together, and then turn inside out. It'll become a back like that.
And then it becomes like this, as
Yeah.
if just like that, as if by magic as well, to go through. But again, that's fantastic. So yeah, nice. But again, don't forget, you are going to get in step-by-step instructions that will take you through that, how to put these all together for yourself. It's all going to be there for you in the lunch bag. Some ideas from our floor manager wants to make this and put a toasty into it, keeping your nice warm toasties in there. Oh, cheese and bean. No, apparently no, just cheese, apparently. That was, I went too continental, I think, there for my my producer. But as you can see, no, it is absolutely brilliant, and it's so lovely and beautifully put together, and the fabrics really make it really different, really quirky, unique pieces, but really hard-wearing as well for all the aspects we talked about there, of course. So you actually got that bottom section again, which is really, it's beautifully soft, but again, really hard-wearing and perfect that you can see. So this is all your pre-washed canvas that you're going to get there as well. And then you've got the bi-laminate as well. So this is what it's actually going to be. It's 100% waterproof that you see there, and it is food safe. So you've got absolutely the right materials here to do the job. And of course, everything else on top of that is all about style and about fashion for keeping it. So again, I know a lot of people now, you know, because of the, not wanting to eat out quite so much, with certain things, want to take their own food, prepare their own things, and places of work, etc., or whether it's been taken to school, a lot more on that. So things like this are really, really going to come into their own, aren't they? You've got 3 options that you can choose from on here. You've got the fantastic dachshunds, which are proving very, very popular indeed, and they are beautiful. The trees, though, are actually at the moment in the lead at the moment, and that look. And let me just show you, there's one that's completed there, and again, really, really lovely colours as well, but the style and the look of this is absolutely fantastic. And you're still going to, you know, add your own little elements to it as well. So whatever you're going to use as the drawstring, again, you can really personalise those, make that very, very different as well, actually. You might want to do that. Might want to actually sew in someone's name, put in there as well. Maybe stitch it into the canvas that you got there at the bottom. You've got that nice plain space there that you might want to put in some personal, if you want to make it as a gift for somebody, then that would be lovely, wouldn't it? So you've got the leaves, and then we've got our fantastic, beautiful dragonfly that you can see, which is lovely. So choose from any one of those 3 that you want. 899457, £33.99. That gives you all the material that you need, and also, of course, you're going to be getting the design to go through. 899457. Now, we've got also our sandwich bag, and I know that this, I'm sure, proving very, very popular again. Actually, this is lovely and a brilliant price point. It's only £12.99. That'll give you all the instructions that you need to go with this. And, of course, the sandwich bag as well, making sure that all the lining that you're seeing in here is all OK for you to put your sandwiches in as well, making sure it's nice and safe for that. But, again, it will give you everything, keeping it all together, really lovely. And the choice of material, again, whichever one you go for, you're going to get beautiful images, really lovely, striking. The bees, however, are at the moment flying into the lead as well. Almost a third of the stock of our wonderful little bee kit, as you can see here, are already gone. But as you can see, put together, it's a really nice set, isn't it? You wrap your sandwiches up, and then, of course, you've got the little bag as well to keep anything else you might want to put all together for just £12.99. So bee world, but you've also got cream strawberry, and you've also got navy strawberry for you to choose from. Again, doing really, really well. 484696, all the instructions. And again, if you need any more support on this afterwards, because this is for beginners, if you've got any more support that's required, then of course you can email, and you can also get in touch with Sarah directly. 484696, £12.99, which is lovely. We have still got queues on the phone lines. It is busy, so of course the website is the place to go to, all the w's.hochanda.com for everything you need there. If you wanted to work on some projects for yourself or for somebody else, or you want to start somebody off, maybe you've always done a bit of work keenly with that, but you've got a younger member of the family or friend that's showing an interest in doing it. How about a nice beginner project for them? Make their own sort of little sandwich bag, for example, something they can have a little go, or they can maybe make their own pencil case as well. Who knows? But they're all there. Pop them into your basket. Don't forget to get them checked out as well. But they are brilliant projects and brilliant price points as well for you to keep them prices nice and low, but lots of fun with your projects when you make them. Love it. Right, Sarah, we still got another sort of 15 minutes or so there as well. So,
okay.
Yeah, that's all right.
It is a sandwich wrap, and the snapbacks is one element you need to know. It's basically you can two way of bias binding. You can use it. Either you can folding in the middle and then sew very edge together. But today I'm going to show you a different way.
Yeah, lovely.
So the fabric material, we start with the inside first.
Okay.
Because sewing inside and then turn it, we're going to nice and neat finish. So your left side bias binding, one side open, and then matching our edge together like that. And then so just follow the creasy line.
You've done that before, Sarah. Look at the speed you go down there.
Time. And then just flip over and then folding over. Where your sewing line is become your matching with the edge.
Yep.
And then if you can match the thread, it will be great. But I've got only one thread today.
We've got some on our 7-day savers if you want some, Sarah. You know, again, it's black or white.
It just is showing the techniques is the most important
yes,
anyway.
Absolutely.
done is bias. So that you need to know.
Right.
And then that's it.
That's it?
Yeah.
See, that is
Bias
nice and
binding.
simple.
Yeah, nice and simple.
That's Scott beginner, that. I like that. That's good.
And then next one, should I carry on?
Yes, yeah,
or
please,
the
please
pencil
do.
case. Pencil case is I'm going to change my zip foot again. Is as you said, a lot of people scared how to put in a zip, and it's fears, but it's get practice.
Right.
So face the right side up. And under that pencil case, you have 3 different sizes.
Yes. Oh, okay. Yeah.
So these are one of the small size. So these are 10 inches zip. So open it up, and then matching with the edge, top edge together, just so 1/4 inches.
What for you would you say? You've done a lot of teaching, Sarah, as well.
I've
to
been
people.
a lot of teaching, yeah.
What's the one sort of golden rule for you to beginners that are starting out with this? If they're choosing either the pencil case or they're going for the sandwich bow, for example, what's the golden rule? Would you say to start off?
Some people, funny enough, some people more scared of putting a bias binding than zip.
Oh, really?
But,
the binding?
Yeah.
Okay.
But the first whoever come to my beginners class. Is normally four weeks I'm teaching for beginners, and then they can take at least 2 different zips. One is make like a pencil case or makeup bag. Is a very beginners they need to know.
Right.
And then second one is how to putting a zip into the cushions. So they are slightly different. So at least they learn 2 different zips. They can do so many things.
Once you've got those core things under your belt,
So,
no pun.
Okay, carry on. And then when you close the zip head, make sure needle down, foot up, and then you push your head away and then carry on. The reason why, because the zip head couldn't pass the zip head.
I see. Right,
so
yep.
Is carry on. And then flip over zip and then top stitch where the fabric close the edge together. This top stitch is a finish of your product. It looks more professional.
Right.
So that's why to me, always top stitch is always important.
Right.
So open it up.
And that's what you're always aiming for, isn't it? You want to get that look like it is professional.
Once you're making a expensive material and then finish the product, when you finish it, it looks professional and then it looks much nicer.
Yes.
That you want to do. So there is the top stitch. You need to repeat the other side. Go repeat sewing and then top stitch.
I got you.
So this is what I done. So I want to, if you want a more stud, and then you can ironing interfacing like what I did. So even you can do the pin it because of the film itself. Want to go back to where it was. You can rubbing up and then holes disappeared.
Right.
So, and once you've done that, so put zips in the middle.
Okay.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah.
In the middle. And then if you got a little ribbons or bias binding, put one side, put inside between the middle of the zip area. When you pass it, make sure if you got a metal here, try to avoid the metal area, otherwise your zips, the needles
needles could break. Okay, yes, of course. No on that.
You're gonna sew. And then fold backwards a little bit. That's it. And then one side you just in the middle of the zip and then sew across. In order to, we are making a triangle.
Yeah.
So this one, zips put together up like that.
Right.
Okay? And then you can see the already triangle
It's already got the shape, yes, I see it.
So if you want to, you can put another loops and then between close the zip on the top higher. Again, avoid the metal side.
Good advice.
And then before you sewing, make sure halfway open the zip. Otherwise, you're never going to open a pencil case.
Right.
All right?
Yeah, it would just stay like that.
Yeah. Or if you want a nice and neat the edge, you can do zigzag. Either you can left over by a binding, you can cover it,
Oh, right.
and then nice and neat. But then we done it.
That's it.
That's it. There's a pencil case done.
So it really is, when we say this is for beginners to try it out, look at that.
Look at that.
But the finish, like you say, those, you know, the techniques you put into place there with the top stitching, etc., and all of that, it's got a lovely, they look so professional and so beautifully finished as well.
It depends, you know, whether top stitching or not. It looks is more professional.
Yes.
It looks much neat to finish.
Yeah. It is. It's real. And the materials again. Where are you choosing your materials coming from? Because they're whichever it is, whatever project, whatever it is you've chosen or you're going to go for in the show as well. They're all really lovely images as well.
Oh, thank you. That is actually my daughter's the second design. So
is it?
Last year, her first design was on last year in Hochanda show. So this one is her second design. She only designed a cat. Nothing else, because she's cat lover.
Well, that's fair enough. You've got to know what you design, what you know, stick to what you know. But well, one day she's going to get a gerbil or a rabbit, and we'll see another one.
Absolutely.
Who knows? Yeah. But they are lovely. But all the designs are fantastic.
It's something different. Well, I try to bring the uniqueness to something different. When you go to the other fabric shop, and then you can see same thing. That's why how originally started the fabric design.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, it is lovely, and I'm sure you'll agree at home as well that whichever project you've gone for, they're fun, they're quirky, they've got a lovely style about them as well, and they are very unique and individual, and that's what you want from your projects, isn't it? You want it to stand out, but so to be very proud of once you've made it. So again, if you're thinking, do you know what, I'd like to have a go at that. I've never done it. I've always kept saying I'd like to have a go at doing some stitch work. I want to have a little go at making some project. This is absolutely ideal for many reasons. One, we just talked about the fabric that you're going to be getting with these, and whichever fabric it is that you're going to choose, again, you are going to get a lovely quirky feel about this, and the material itself, again, when you feel and work with these, it is absolutely top notch that you go for. This is PUL laminate that you're getting. So all of this. Now, this is not the same laminate as you're going to be finding for the food bags, for example. This is not for food safe, but it's perfect then. It is, you know, to keep all your pieces like your pencils or anything you might be having, makeup or anything like that, so you can work with this. Absolutely brilliant. The other reason why this is, again, you know, something is nice and clear, not only for the images, but the instructions again, and it is perfect for beginners to have a go with. So even if you're not going to be making it and you know someone that's shown an interest in doing some needlework and some stitch work, what about buying this actual kit and saying, right, okay, there's your first kit, off you go, and see how they get on with it as well. See if you can pass on your skills. If you're quite advanced in it, why not start a project like this to go with? And the other thing about this is it's a price point that I hope is affordable, that you think, do you know what, for £10.99, something that we can all have a go at and pass on as a lovely present, and they can have this to work with. Your choices here, you've got grey cap, you've got the sky blue, of course, with the dash hounds, you've got the ducks picnic, which is there, and you've also got the blue dinosaur. £10.99 only, 514306 if you'd like to go for the brilliant Sewing Sanctuary triangle pencil case kit, or whatever else you think would be appropriate for you to put on the inside there, which is absolutely brilliant. Now, we've also got for you, of course, the fantastic sandwich bags, and again, these are brilliant. These are really lovely, and they're proving to be really popular on this particular show. 3 options that you're going to go for, but yet again, the colours, everything you're finding in these are absolutely lovely. I'm assuming, again, are we still with the bees in the lead? We are. The bees are still there, and almost half the stock gone on the bee world, which is brilliant for this one. We've also, though, of course, course, if you like your strawberries, why not? You've got your strawberries and cream, or cream strawberry here, of course, and you've also got strawberry and in that beautiful navy. But these are lovely projects, again, to be working on. And again, nice and simple, clear instructions. You've also, don't forget, you've also got the option, if you need to get in touch with Sarah directly, if you have any other questions, and you can do. Keep your sandwiches in there. Keep it all. This is all fine, perfectly food safe to work with. So you've got that, and of course, you've also got the little case as well, where you keep it all together, and it's beautifully finished off there with all that. And again, the instructions that you've just seen Sarah go through. 484696 for those. They are absolutely brilliant. Now we've got the lunch bags as well, so these are also absolutely lovely, and again, really hard wearing. You've got the biolaminate on the inside. Again, if I just tilt this again, so you are looking at something 100% waterproof. If you wanted to get the extra lining, you can find that online, of course, there, if you want to do that with the foil lining, which helps things stay cold if you needed to as well. So that's another option you might want to add into that. You get a chance to put your own little take on this as well, so you might want to choose a cord, a different fabric, maybe even a drawstring that's of string itself directly, if you want to add your own little touch. Put your own stitch work on there as well, if you want to really personalise this. But you've got a lovely hard wearing material, of course, that you're looking at here, which is lovely. This is your pre-washed canvas that you're going to find at the bottom, so it is really durable indeed. Perfect project, again, with all your zips, all your materials, everything you want there as well. Dachshunds you've got here. We've got the fantastic trees, and we've also got the fantastic dragonfly. Whichever project you go for, I know you're going to love it. 899457. And last but not least, of course, we have got that lovely sienna top that's available for you. All the lovely materials, whichever one you choose. You're going to be getting a metre, and that is plenty to make any one of the sizes. And if I show you again on here, just in case you missed the beginning, these sizes here will go from 1 to 2 years all the way up to 8 to 9, and even on the largest size you only need 0.8 metre, and you'll be getting a full metre of material here with your project. And of course, all your instructions and everything else that you need is all there for you. Options you can choose from. You've got the blue, sky blue with the rainbow, you've got the navy blue, you've got the white, and you've also got the meadow option as well. £25.99 only, 880044. Absolutely beautiful. Sarah, it's been a real pleasure. Thank you so much for coming back into the studio.
Having me back.
Oh, well, listen, do you know when you're going to be back again?
Soon.
Soon! Not leave it so long this time,
No.
which would be lovely.
Promise.
Oh, that's great. Well, listen, thank you so much indeed for coming in as well and bringing everything. Love your projects, and we love your materials as well that have come through.
Thank you very much.
And lovely instructions and nice and clear. Thank you so much as
Thank
well. So there we have it. Give it a go. Why not? Try them out. Who are you going to be making this for? Is it for your own little children, possibly, or, you know, someone else you want to make it for as a lovely project? But have a lot of fun. Sarah is there for continued support online. If you need to find her, email her, or, of course, you can find her on social media as well. But listen, thank you for watching with us so far. Don't go anywhere, though. We've got even more, of course, coming up on the other side of this. Yes, get ready, everybody. Oh, it's the two legends in. We've got Catherine and Adam in the studio for you next on the Zuri Rewinds. Then we've got Craft It with Clarity one-day special. And then we've also got your Craft It UK quilting templates.
Hi, I'm Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly, and we're really excited to still be working with you guys here on Hochanda. We were there from the very, very beginning, and we're still bringing you lots of really exciting soft crafts. We design and manufacture all of our kits and all of our fabrics here in the UK, and we love bringing them to you. So if you're an experienced sewer or you're just starting out in soft crafts and sewing, join us. There's tips and fabrics for everybody. Make sure you don't miss our shows and come and craft yourself silly on Hochanda.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps I've now also introduced lots of craft dyes in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. So on our Hochanda shows we aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration. Be sure to join us for our Sentimentally Yours shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Barbara Gray from Claritystamp Limited. We're well known in the industry for designing and manufacturing top quality, award-winning craft products. As with all craft projects, you need a good starting place, a great stamp, a top quality stencil, and in recent times we've developed the groovy parchment art system so that your line art is perfect on parchment. Another exciting development to come from the marriage between parchment and our stamp company is the fabulous designer papers and now the designer parchment. There is nothing like it. Each groovy plate is precision etched, and by simply getting in the groove with a stylus, you can easily transfer great designs onto parchment. Groovy is a modular system. The plates complement each other and work beautifully together. They are packed with elements and allow you to build your own original artwork. Whether you're a novice or a traditional parcher, you will love these plates. And for me personally, having beautiful line art is what motivated me to want to learn traditional parchment skills. So why not get in the groove with us here on Hochanda?
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. Oakwood Archer is a family-run business and my son and my daughter work very hard with me to bring the best craft items to you in the UK. We specialise in high-quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Working with Hochanda is fantastic for us. It gives us the opportunity to bring all of these brands and all of these products from all over the world direct to you, the crafter in the UK. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter. So please don't miss Oakwood Archer shows on Hochanda.
Yes, indeed. Good afternoon, and how are we? This is one of those shows that I'll let you into a secret. I weren't meant to be doing, and I saw it. I was like, I want to do Zoo again. I want to do Zoo again. Because if you missed out the first time round, these are the shows to either stock up on the songs you missed out of, because 9 times out of 10 they sold out and you couldn't get your hands on them. Or if you've never seen Zuri before, you are in for a treat. You really, really are. When we talk Zuri, we are talking the highest possible quality. They are food safe. They are high grade safe. They are everything you want a mould to be. And we have an expert in the studio with the knowledge about Zuri and the knowledge of these moulds is second to none. It really is, and I'm not just saying that because we're good friends. It is true. Everything that she knows about these moulds, she's tested them to the highest performance they can be tested to. She knows if it works. It's really good. It's really good. It's our Catherine. Of course it's our Catherine.
Hello, hello.
It is one of these things, though, when we talk Zuri, we are talking creme de la creme.
Oh yes, we certainly are. The quality is absolutely amazing. I mean, we're talking food grade, we're talking, so everything from your edibles, your marzipan, your fondant, your chocolate, all those lovely things that make you feel hungry. And of course, when it comes to crafting, we're talking about your air dry clay, your polymer clay, your air dry polymer clay, your wax, your soap, your UTs, your hot glue, and of course your resins as well. And we've got lots of resins on today. We've got the water base from A1 Creatives, and we've got Elicem's clear resin on as well, which is amazing.
So all of this in one mould. Okay, let's crack straight on. We'll show you and then we'll get to demo so we can see what you're doing. We've got the king first. This is a mould and a half. Already 30% of the stock has already gone here. I think this is one of those shows that once it's gone, it's gone. It's one of them we won't be able to get no more back. And once the stock has gone that we've already got here, it will have gone. So you're getting the king, which is the lion, and you're also getting Fearless there as well. Let me show you on the mould and when it's poured out. Look at this. But it's the depth that you get on there. And not only that, so realistic, it's the detail in his face and in his mane. But then if you go down to the, look at that. But look how chunky it is. That is beautiful. Now you can do this. This one's done out of air-dried clay, I want to say.
I think it is. Sylvia did that one. Sylvia Allen, she's on the design team. I love that because when we're working with the resins, whether it's a clear resin or coloured resin, quite often we think, well, we don't need a lot of colour. You can still add your paints, you can still add your waxes, but Sylvia's taken so much time to really pick out the detail on that one. I think she's done an amazing job, isn't it? It's just incredible. It looks like it's come straight from the theatre, doesn't it?
It does.
That famous theatre, you know, that, you know, that's the one.
You've got all of that in there. But remember, they're oven safe up to 464 Fahrenheit, which we've worked out to be 200 and...
It's about 240 degrees centigrade.
So that's 240 degrees centigrade, and you can freeze them up to minus 104 Fahrenheit.
Which is about minus 70 to 75 degrees. We did actually put one in the freezer last time we were on air. We did freeze the flamingo, but who was doing that show that day? I can't remember. I'd got it here, we got it out of the freezer to start with, and I'm waiting for whichever presenter was to go down the counter, and I could see the legs were melting.
Melting slowly.
But it worked, and it still picks up all that detail.
So you're getting the detail in there. We're busy, they're non-stick, non-coating as well, so if you want that crystal clear image, we're going to tell you how to get that throughout as well. 128576 is your item number, £19.99. Now we're moving on. Oh, once again, it's this dragon, the mythical dragon that you're getting in there. £19.99. This is what you're going to be getting from the mould itself, but once again, it's the detail that's in that mould is absolutely stunning. A quarter of the stock has already gone. I'm going to pop a new one in as well. Look at this. Very Dungeons and Dragons-esque that we've got going on with this.
Definitely. Dare I say this right now? I was handed this morning when I arrived the new moulds for September's One Day Special. Oh my goodness. I can't show you those today, but what I will say is if you've got Mercurial Beast or maybe the other dragon, you know, in fact, any of the moulds, you're going to love them, but they will go very, very well with some of the moulds that are coming out in September as well.
They will. They will look stunning with what we've got coming up. I was lucky enough to see them when they arrived in the green room earlier. But your dragon that you've got now, £19.99, 341331 is your item number. Shimmying on down, shall we? Let's go and have a look at another one. We've got a lot to get through. There is loads on this counter. This is, once again, it is two ponies, but it could also be a unicorn if you wanted it to be, depending on how you actually look at it. There are two horses that are there, £19.99 once again. I'm going to put in the finished sample just so you can see what you're actually getting with these as well. So you're getting that forward-facing and you're getting that side-facing mane as well. But look at the detail. It's the detail. It's the muscle structure that you get with these. It's so realistic. It's unreal. Look at that. But I can imagine using this that's here, maybe as plumage for part of your peacock. So start taking those, looks like feathers or leaves. Imagine using those as leaves if you wanted to. Do two of them and use them as wings, maybe for the bird. If you've already got hold of the bird that we've got coming on the show as well, you could extend the wings out to do that. Once again, remember, food safe. If you are going to use them in foods and use them with resins, obviously you need to buy two and keep them separate. But you imagine these on the front of cakes. You imagine these in fondant chocolate, just doing the coatings of the chocolates or doing chocolates for gifts. and you put them in nice in a little box, and you've got those horse faces that are there, just with pure chocolate, white chocolate, dark chocolate. Remember, you can put them in your oven. You can also use your heat gun on them as well. Right, so your heat gun is exactly the same as the oven, so you can use them in both ways, so I wouldn't worry about that. It's all there for you to use. You go and use them. They've been tested. We've tried them, so you can do it as well. £19.99, 995335 is your item number for your horses, and this is what they look like when you get them home. How beautiful are those? Right then, up next, there's two options, same item number. We've got Medusa or White Fangs. Now, I missed these when they were launched here on Hochanda. This is why I'm so lucky to get to do the show now. Look at this for Medusa. The detail in that is phenomenal. Look at it's the structure that you've got in there. There's so many elements. You've got the snakes of Medusa's hair. You've got the wings in the background. If you just want to use them on their own, you can use those. Then you've got the face. Look at the face and that stony face that you've got there. And even the bottom element that's already on there, which is absolutely beautiful. This is your first option, which is Medusa. 043117 is your item number. £19.99. Then we've got White Fangs. Now with this, you're getting two moulds for the price of one in here. This is your first one that you're getting. The detail, something very, well, I don't know what it is about these, but I absolutely adore them. You change the colour on these, you're going to give these a totally different look to currently something you're already using. This one is stunning as well. Look at that, overlooking the moon on your little disc template. So you're getting both of them in the moulds. £19.99 is what you're looking at. 043117 is your item number. You've got White Fangs or you've got Medusa under there. Same item number for these. Phone lines are ridiculously busy now. Jump on the phone, jump on the web or tap the app if you can, if you really want to get these in. Something else that we've got on the show though, two different options under the same item number. We've got the Majesty Warrior or the Lovable Bugs. Now, if you like the Lovable Bugs, once again, keep your eyes out for September shows. Look at the horses. This is once again a stunning, stunning horse. I'm going to bring in the sample. That would work wonderfully. Look at it's the muscle structure. They're so realistic, but that would also work with that one. You put those two together that I showed you previously would work wonders. The detail that's already on there. Maybe then you've got things like the Colosseums and you're going to start creating. But you change, you've got that bronze look that's in there. And from there, we will then also go to your Lovable Bugs that we've also got on the show. We've got the Lovable Bugs that are there. So there's your Lovable Bugs. Something very Indiana Jones about this and the Temple of Doom that you're looking on there. Very, very busy across the board is what we are. You're getting two of the bugs. That is your second bug as well. Absolutely love it all together. 163002 is your item number for both. Well, you're getting one of these. It's up to you which one you want to go for. You choose as well. It's entirely up to you. I absolutely adore the bugs that are in there. Up next, though, Love Nest. Now, I like this because, once again, there's more than one thing actually in there than you actually need. So if you wanted to, you could use the roses on their own. If you just wanted to use the rose, maybe use the top and then use the birds separately that's already in there. Use it as a whole. Remember, they're oven safe, they're freezer safe. You can use them. You can use them for your clear molds. You can put your powders in there to give them a glossy little look. We'll be going through all this. Let's just throw it out there. If there's something that you're unsure of, email me now, studio@hochanda.com, and we'll put our question to Catherine. While we've got Catherine here, and it's a dedicated hour for moulds and Zuri, while we've got her here and we're talking about the subject, email me now, studio@hochanda.com, and we'll put your questions over in the live hour. If there's something that's confused you, email me in, studio@hochanda.com, and we'll put all your questions there. Once again, loving the Love Nest, £19.99, 988910 is your item number. We've got two options up next. We've got your Fire Breather, and we've also got your Peacocks as well. Now, your Fire Breather would work wonderfully with the first dragon that we saw. Remember the first dragon that we've got? You see the themes? Zuri are very good at bringing you the same sort of theme, but in the different moulds that you've got here. Then you've got the stunning peacock on that plinth. Absolutely adore this. Once again, same item number, but you pick which one you are after. So your Fire Breather first looks a little bit like this. That's nice. Look at that. It's the detail that you get on the wings that are there, all the way down to the tail. And then the peacock, using all your odds and ends from your clay if you want to. If I show you the back, look, you can see all the different colours that are already in there. But then once you start colouring them up, you're going to get these beautiful, vibrant colours. Then popping them into your frame. I thought that frame was heavier than it actually was. Then you get that beautiful framework that's in there with the bird just in the corner. This will add to all the work that you've already done. Use them in your books and your photo albums, because if you do them thin enough, like, look at the thickness that you've got on there. These would sit in your books quite nicely. These would sit in those photo frames. They'd also sit in your scrapbooks and things like that. It really just brings some texture and detail to your pages as well. 699224 is your item number, £19.99. Right then, we're nearly there, and we're going to go down to demonstration. Already limited stock, the next one. Now, this was the very first one I bought you. I remember this because I remember the demo, because you took the wings off and you made him fly, which I absolutely adored. Getting more value for your money, as it were. Because yes, you've got the bird, maybe it's about to land, maybe it's just taken off. But with this, with a simple snip of the wings, you can change the way it looks, and you can have it landing onto those branches. £19.99. It's already limited stock. Get in quick. If you missed it the first time round, this is the chance to get it now. 053991 is your item number. Last but no means least, two options again, different, same item numbers. Which one's that? The Phoenix is now limited stock. Let's turn him the right way. You've got the Phoenix is now limited stock. You've also got the Swan on the show as well. Your Phoenix looks a little bit like this. Your Swan looks a little bit like this. Let me tilt that forward. Absolutely beautiful. £18.99, but the Phoenix is now limited stock. These would look beautiful on the side of wedding cakes, or the central decorations for a wedding would be absolutely stunning that you've got on there. Then also on your porcelain plates, so you've got these beautiful plates, just to add that touch of class and elegance. 635856 is your item number. You know, the quickest and the easiest thing to do. We've also got resins on the show, but check everything out on the website. Everything is on the website for you. You've got all your clays are on there. Your colouring mediums on there as well. You've got your air dry clay that's also on there. We've got your A1 resin on the show. Beautiful resin, very easy to use. If you've never used it before, I would start looking at it if I was you. Maybe you just want to start off. Maybe you've never tried it before. The perfect way to start. Most of the moulds that I've got on the show, the Phoenix has now just sold out. The Phoenix has now gone. If you've not started, if you've never tried moulding before, the perfect way to start, because everything more or less on the show, the mould-wise, are under £20. £19.99 is the highest I think we go on our moulds. And then try with your resins as well. Add your resins to your baskets, and then you can really start having a play. Once again, anything that you don't know, email me in studio@hochanda.com, and we'll put your questions through to Catherine live in the studio. Something you're unsure of, let me know and we'll ask straight away. Right, Catherine, that's my bit done. What do you want to show me now?
I've got loads to fit in, actually. I don't think we're going to do it all in an hour, but let's see where we go. Right, we are starting with a resin. We're starting with A1 resin as well today, simply because... And this is going to be a little bit tricky. I'm going to be totally honest with you. A1 resin is a water-based resin. There's no odour to it. It's a brilliant product. I am going to use it. I'm going to mix it now and put into a mould. We're going to be using white fangs. Now, with A1 resin, it is a quick drying or quick curing resin. Now, it starts to cure within about 15 minutes. That doesn't mean it's totally cured. That means that you've got a chance of demoulding. But it might sound a little bit strange. You'd think the thicker the resin, the longer it's going to take to cure. It's actually the opposite. The more fragile and the more intricate your mould, the longer you need to leave it. So some of the Zuri moulds, they're so intricate. There's so many little bits of detail in there. I would recommend leaving everything for 24 hours before you demould it. But you know what? We're going to give it a go.
Let's give it a
live
go.
On air. So I'm going to start with that because, you know, who knows? We might be able to do this. And I have got one or two little tricks that I've got on my sleeve as well, which hopefully will help. And also some questions that have been asked to me as well during, well, in between shows. When I've done the shows, I get lots of messages and things, so we'll try and answer some of those. I am putting my gloves on. They are a bit big for me. This resin is a non-toxic resin, but it can be an irritant because it's got powder, so it can be an irritant. So always best to play it safe. Now, as always, I'm going to bring in my scales, just turn them on. Now, a little tip for everybody as well. With the A1 resin, the ratios for mixing, depending on the colour or the effect that you get, varies. So it might be 2 parts powder, 1 part resin. It might be 2.5 parts powder, 1 part resin, or it might be 3 parts powder, 1 part resin, or even 3.5. This is something that I've brought up actually with the buyers before. You do get little codes on your bottles or on your package when it comes, that you would scan and it would give you the information. But to make it easy for everybody, I have posted in a file on Crafting with Hochanda's page and on my own pages as well, the ratios that you need for the different powders. So if at any point, if anybody's stuck, get in touch with me if you can't find what you need. Right, okay, now I'm going to go with my little mixing cup. Now these are specifically for resin. They're made of silicone. It means I don't have to keep throwing plastic cups away, which is great. They are flexible because they're silicone, obviously, but they're totally reusable. So they're very, very handy. I'm just going to reset the scales to 0. Because I need to weigh. Now I think I'm going to go in with, let's go with, do you know I haven't used this one yet. I'm going to go with iron. Because I haven't used this. No, I'm not. No, I'm not actually.
You do get
Sorry,
iron in
I've changed
starter
mine simply
kit.
because I've just remembered something. Let me find silver, if I've got it out. It's here somewhere. Silver. Right, the reason I want to use the silver is because when it comes to the metallics, everything that's in the pot, in the powder pot, this is only with the metallic ones. You don't get this in every single pot. You will find a little pot of mica. So we're going to use that, okay?
Okay.
So I'm going to use that in a second.
In the powder.
It's buried in the powder, so you will find it won't come separate. It's inside there, so it's quite handy to keep that. Right, now I'm just going to look at my chart, which I have got printed out. This is exactly what you see on the website or on Facebook. And I'm looking for silver, 1 part liquid, 2 parts powder. So that's quite an easy one. I don't think we need calculators for that one.
No, not
I'm going to test you, Adam.
You did ask me earlier
I
how
am
good
going to
your
test
maths
you.
were, but I know what we working
So
out.
if I'm putting in, do you know, I'm going to put a little bit more than I intended to start with because I might do more than 1 mould. We'll see how we go. Now, what I would suggest to everybody is, because it is hard to gauge to know exactly how much you need for a particular mould, unless you've done it lots and lots of times, and then you start to learn, so note that down. Oh, I'm going a bit heavy. I'm just piling it in and forgetting what I'm doing. I'm going to put 50 grams in, Adam. So what would that be in liquid?
So it was...
It's 2 parts powder, 1 part...
25. No, it wouldn't. Yeah, it would. Yeah. 25.
You're right.
Oh, don't do that. Right. You look at me like that. I was wrong. It's like half of 50.
Everything's labelled so you know which powder goes with which. Some of them have got other ingredients in, so for instance the concrete has got kind of a gritty effect to it. So it is important to use the powder that comes specifically with the resin. If you were to mix the whole pot of powder, you would have exactly the right amount of resin. Okay. But we don't normally do that. So what I was going to say was, when it comes to mixing, when you're pouring into your mould, keep some moulds with little embellishments at the side, because if you've got any spare, don't waste it.
Pop them in.
Pop it into a little small mould, you know, and see what you've got. So 25, you said, didn't
25,
you?
yes.
And we've got 50
Carol.
there, so I need to take this up to 75. Now, what I love about the A1 resin is I'm squeezing that bottle. Can you see that I'm actually squeezing that now? But if I stop, there might be the odd drip. I'm squeezing again now, the odd drip, but apart from that, it's not going anywhere. So it's easy to sort of really control
so you're not
this.
going to over-pour it in and try and get it back out again?
No, so no, we can't get it back out, you see. That's one thing you can't do.
That's good.
Right, OK, so now I'm going steady because I'm up to 72. You know, you just think you've got it absolutely right, and then it decides just to add on another gram or another millilitre. Do you know what? If you're 1 fraction over, that's perfect, then it doesn't matter.
OK, that's good to know.
OK, one little bit won't matter. So I'm just going to pop my scales to one side, and I've got a mixing stick here, and I'm going to give this a good old stir. Now, because the ratios differ, you may find that some are a little bit runnier than others when you pour it into the mould. You want to give it a really good stir because you don't want any lumps in there. Now, as I said earlier, this will start to cure in about 15 minutes, and it's like any other resin, it will get hot, or you'll feel the heat coming from it, OK? So once it's in the mould and it starts to dry, you will be able to feel that heat if you were to touch it. So I would recommend giving it a good 1 to 2 minutes stirring time for this particular resin, maybe a little bit longer for Elichem, but do you know, when it's demo time, I sometimes speed it up a little bit. And do you know, I've not had any failures with the resin yet, so they've all worked out pretty well. But it is important to give it a really, really good mix. I've no idea how long I've been stirring.
Now, with the metallic effects that we're looking at the moment, £12 and for now, you're getting gold, silver or bronze. The choice is yours for £12 and 49 pence. Dispatch from the 21st is what we're looking at. 207763 is your item number for this. So you're getting the colours there for £12 and 49 pence. I'd be getting quite a few of the colours. If we wanted to go for a clear, what colour would we go for then?
A totally clear.
A totally clear, like crystal.
You'd need the Elichem one, and there's a trick. Because the moulds are matte, they will come out with a frosted effect. I've got loads of bits here to show you that. I actually really like the frosted effect.
Yeah.
And also, if you're going to go over the top with your mediums, it gives a key as well to your paints and things as well. So that's really, really good. Right, I'm going to bring in White Fang. Now, I did wash all my moulds beforehand, because we have got the air dry clay on as well today. Molly's just saying, yes, I watched it. It took me ages. Please, please, when you're working with anything, I mean, you might still see a little bit of residue on these because I did have to sort of do it in between shows. Do wash your moulds, soapy water. They will go in a dishwasher as well. They're dishwasher safe. When it comes to resin, if you've got things left in there, it can form air bubbles. It can trap air. So please give them a wash. Same with the air dry clay, but make sure every bit of that mould is dry before you put, especially air dry clay in, because the water will make the clay stick. Okay, right, now I'm conscious that's going to be drying. Setting quite quickly because I've stirred it now, but what I'm going to show you is just using the little pot that came in there. I'm just going to dust the mould out. Now, normally when you're pouring any sort of resin into the mould, you don't need to prep the mould, you don't need to do anything unless you wanted a clear cast. And then we did have the silicone oil on the last show. We did sell out of that, actually. It was an end of call, but there's a couple of different tricks, so I'll do a different trick today.
No, that's fine.
But I have got pieces here that I did with the silicone oil, so that's fine. Now, you can see there is a nice sheen to that. It's not really, really glittery. No, it's kind of just a sheen, but it's really effective. Don't worry about getting it around the edge there. So into the mould that goes. I would just tap that out a little bit, because if you've got any lumps of powder in there, again, it can cause air bubbles. So now I can go in with my resin. Now I'm going to do this a little bit different to what you've seen before, just because I wanted to try and answer some questions. Now, you're probably thinking, oh, that doesn't look very silver. It will change colour as it dries. It will lighten quite a bit, actually. So I'm just going to go in with some of the resin. I'm not putting it all in. Now, this, I will be honest, this isn't the trickiest mould to work with, although there are some bits of hair that are quite brittle and fine. I'm picking this up and dropping it, Adam, because it brings the air bubbles to the top. So you've got a really nice sturdy mould here. If you don't do that, and air bubbles set in there, you will see them. To be honest, the odd air bubble doesn't bother me, but it is nice to get them out. So you may see one or two just rise into the top and just let that settle. Now, one of the questions that's been asked is about, I'm just going to take my gloves off for a moment, is about, because Zori moulds are so intricate and so fine, and the depth does vary considerably between moulds. These moulds weren't made for one specific item, so they weren't just made for air dry clay, they weren't just made for fondant, they were made to cover loads of different mediums. And all mediums are different, so you'll get different results from different mediums. So you can't find something that's going to give you exactly the same, or you can work with it in exactly the same way. Now, I do know one of the favourites from the last show was Medusa, and I absolutely love her. But where her ribbons are, and also the tips of her wings, can be quite fine. And they're less deep, they're shallower areas of the mould, so it doesn't matter if it's air dry clay or whether it's resin, then you may find that that is the weak point. That is why I would say with the A1, leave it 24 hours before you try and demould it. But there are a couple of tricks that you can do. If you've got some gauze or some muslin, that would be a good idea. I've even thought, you know, when you cut off the threads when you're sewing, all the little ends of threads, keep them and put them as fibres into the back of your mould. Yeah. Now, I'm not sure the official name of this. It's not interfacing, but it is. I don't know what it is. It's something probably Lou's had on her show. So you could try just putting a little bit of fabric or some fibres into your mould as well. Now, obviously, I'm not going to do the whole thing because it'll take time up, but you can see that I'm not pushing it down so that it's sunk to the front, because I don't want to see it at the front, but I'm now going to just put a little bit more resin over the top, and I have mixed too much for that, so I will want to put that into something else.
While you drop that and get your air bubble out, I have questions that have come in via the email. This is from Ruthie. She's asked, first question, are the dishwasher safe?
They are. Yes,
so the dishwasher
that's
safe,
easy.
obviously. So they're dishwasher safe, so you can put them in the dishwasher, but obviously let them dry, as our Catherine said. Don't use them wet again, make sure they're fully dry. And are they food safe?
They most definitely are food safe. In fact, there is different certification for different levels of silicone, and this holds certification that is for a really, really high standard. They've really, really been tested and tested and tested. So yes, absolutely, they're food safe. So do you know what? Whatever medium you want to try in there, I would try it in there. So you can see I've got that little bit of gauze that's just sunk below there. If you were going into very fine detail, I would just tear or use your fibres. If you think about a plaster cast, and you have bandages, don't you?
Yeah.
And then you put the plaster over the top. It's kind of working in that way.
Sort of holding it together, give it a bit of structure. Sort of like
give it a bit of
like
structure.
Scaffolding under a building and stuff like that, like your concrete.
An A1 resin is actually used in construction as well. It's not just for moulds, it's used for all sorts of purposes. Yeah, so we have got another show coming up in October, I believe. Now, another question that I was asked was, how do you put something, if you want to hang these up, because I know a lot of people have been wanting to put things outside. That is another great thing about A1 resin. It is water resistant, it's weatherproof. There is a sealer that comes with it as well, so if you are going to put it outside, I would advise going for the sealer. I don't know if that's an end of call or have we got it on?
No,
I think it's 2
here.
bottles. Really, really worthwhile. And you actually rub that into the resin. You put it on and rub it in with a cloth. The details, I'm sure, are all on the website.
They're on the screen.
But I know a lot of people have been hanging things on their walls, on their sheds. So I've just got a little bit of wire here that I've twisted around. Shall I do that again? Because I did that quite quickly, didn't I?
That's the thing with these, though, because they're a nice size. They're not too big, but they're not too small. And they're too small, you'd lose the detail.
Yeah.
Too big, they're too big to put on anything like your cards, and you don't know what to do with them. These are sort of the sizes where you can still use them for cards if you want to. You can still use them for your mixed media projects if you wanted to as well. You sort of got that in-between balance, and that's what Zuri do so well. They've got that in-between balance just right.
They do. If you want these for your cards, I would say use your air dry clay. If you want something that's going to be really robust, then the resins work great. I'm just going to make a little hanger. You can actually use jewellery findings, but I'm just twisting around a paintbrush there. So I'm actually putting a twist. This is quite a fine wire, actually. You could go with something heavier. So I've got a nice twist in that wire there. What I will do is just bend that hook up. You can make that larger if you want, and just put that into the resin. If you want to sink it down a little bit, you can. You don't want it to poke through to the front. If you feel safer, just adding a little bit of resin over the top. If you think you've made an indentation, then you can do that there as well. But I just want to make sure that's just poking up. And then when that dries, that is going to be nice and firmly set in there. So you could then hang that onto a wall, onto a little hook or a nail.
Hopefully, that may be ready to demould by the end of the show.
I'm hoping. We'll give it a go. This is one of the... It's still got intricate detail in it. We'll give it a go. But do you know what? I would prefer to leave it long, but we're going to give it a go.
Let's give it a go. We'll see what we'll show you live on air. Not many people would do this live on air, but our Catherine's going to. Right then, let me give you a quick recap while Catherine sets up for another demo. We are busy across the board. Right then, half the stock of the King now has already gone. And when I say the King, I'm not talking about Elvis. I'm also talking about the Lion that we've got on here as well. The Lion and also the wording along the bottom. The detail is phenomenal. That's already in there. Absolutely stunning. In the mould, though, is it just me or do you see the Ghost of Christmas Past from the Muppets? So, £19.99. I kept looking and going, I know that face from somewhere. It's the Ghost of Christmas Past at the very end with Kermit the Frog. £19.99, 128576 is your item number. It's a cracking film. That and the Grinch. And then moving on, we're now talking about the Dragon. 3/4 of the stock now has already gone here. Remember, we are talking oven safe to up to 464 Fahrenheit. We are talking freezer safe to minus 104 Fahrenheit. They're non-stick, they're non-coating. You can use them for food, you can use them for your resins, you can use them for your clays as well. Obviously food and crafts, 2 totally different areas, but they've all been tested. These are moulds that are built with the whole world in mind. And I mean that literally. Everyone has been thought of, whether you're a crafter to whether you're a food manufacturer. they've all been thought with you in mind, so you can use them as you go along the woods. Very busy for these £19 and 99 pence. 341331 is your item number for this one. Moving on down to the horses is what we're looking at next. So you're getting the front-facing horse and you're also getting the mane as well. I'm going to pop it straight in. I'm going to go straight in so you can see the details of the moulds. You know what the moulds look like, but this is what you want to see, the finished article, and this is what the finished article looks like. So you get the front-facing and you also get the side-facing as well. £19 and 99 pence. 995335 is your item number for that. Up next, busy for this, Medusa or White Fangs is what we're looking at now. There's your mould, but you can't really see the detail on your moulds. So that's your Medusa, and then you've got your White Fangs as well that's already there. You can choose which one you want for £19.99. It's the same item number, though. 043117 is your item number, and you can choose whichever one you're after. With your White Fangs, though, there's going to be two that you are getting in there. So you get the front-facing, and you also get that one. So you get both of them. Then we move on to the horses once again is what we're looking at. This is the Majestic Warrior, or you get Lovable Bug. Same item number that we're talking about here. All you simply need to do is choose your favourite out of these. Let me turn that one upside down. There we go. So there's your Lovable Bugs and your Majestic Warriors. Same item number, £19 and 99 pence. 163002 is your item number for those as well. Up next, Love Nest. It's your Love Nest is what we got next as well. So you've got your two birds that are in there. You've also got the beautiful roses across the top. And you'll see when you take this out, it is a beautiful, beautiful mould to take out. £19 and 99 pence. 988910 is your item number for the Love Nest. Then we're moving on down to your Fire Breather or your Peacock Splendor is what we're looking at now. Same item number again. 699224 is your item number. £19 and 99 pence. Let me whack them straight in just so you can see your Fire Breather that's there. Love it. Love the detail on these. Once again, good sizes. You can see that from the size of the paintbrush. That is a normal size paintbrush that you've got on there. And then you can see the size of the frame. This is sort of an A5 frame that you would get, a standard frame. So you can sort of see the size of the peacock that you're getting in there. Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. £19 and 99 pence is what we're looking at for those. Up next, we are talking Blossoming Wings that's on there, down to single figures with this one. Now, if you want it, I would get in quick. £19 and 99 pence. 053991 is your item number. Very busy across the board, and you can manipulate this one. Same with the Swan Dreams as well. I absolutely love that because you can manipulate the wings on that as well. So you could have two wings splaying out the back. It only comes with one, as you can see, but you can do another one, so you could have it splaying out the back, a bit like this one on the cast just here. Absolutely beautiful. £18 and 99 pence. We've already had sellouts galore. We've already had the flamingo has now already gone. That already sold. We didn't even show you by the time we came to where it would already gone. 635856 is your item number. Right, and something else that we're busy on. 7-day savers. We've got loads of colours of this. This is your diamond metallic spray paint. We've got your greens are in there. We've got your purples and your violets are in there. You've got white in there. We've got red in there as well. You've got your yellows. There's so many colourways. £11 and 96 pence. The pictures really don't do these justice. 673456 is your item number for this as well. Very busy across the board, getting for those moulds. So keep your questions coming in as well. Right then, Catherine, what are we up to this time?
I'm just wondering which mould I'm going to go with. I'm going to go with the King, I think, for this one. Right, we're going to move on to the other resin we've got on the show, which is Elicums. Now, Elicum, they're back as well, I think, soon, in October. Now, when Scott came from Elicum, he had a different resin to the one I'm using today. They manufacture resin, they've got all sorts of different grades, different reasons for having different resins as well. We went through in great detail, you know, the best resin that was going to be worked for the moulds, and Total Cast was the one that was suggested. And the reason for that is because it's great for your jewellery, and a lot of these moulds will lend themselves to jewellery as well. They're great for coating over your artwork as well. So if you've got artwork and canvases, you can brush over, and it gives you a lovely, clear finish, but it protects your work without it being gloopy. Also, it's malleable, and even when it's set, you can make it malleable again. You can shape it around things, and it's one part the other. So it's really easy to work it out, Adam. So if you don't know your maths, you'll be fine with this one.
This is the one for me.
Right, okay, so one of my little silicone cups again, I'm going to use that. Now, when you go for the total cast, there are different options. I've got quite large bottles here. There are smaller versions. Depends how much you want. If you've tried it before and you want to really stock up, these are great. If you want to try it for the first time, then maybe you want to go for one of the smaller ones. The only thing I would say watch out for is, because you've got your resin in one bottle with the white lid and then your hardener in the other bottle with a red lid, I would get used to putting your lids on as you use each one, because if you do cross-contaminate the lids, you might find that you do set your lid on there, because they're going to mix and they're going to... So just kind of bear that in mind a little bit. Right, so this time, again, I don't know exactly the amount of resin I'm going to need, so if you had another mould that's close by, then use that, you know, to make sure you don't waste anything. Although with the clear resin, I will show you something else I've done in a little while. So if you do have spare, there is one or two tricks. So back to note there. This is the resin part, and you can see it is clear. I'm just going to go with... Oh, I'm going to go with... I'm probably going to put too much in now. I've done it. So 25 of the resin. Okay, so lid on before I get those mixed up. And then it's one part the other. It's just gone up to 26, so we can always just add that little bit extra. So 2 26s, Adam?
2 26s, 6 and 6 is 12. What were you saying?
52.
52, there you go, 52.
52. There we are.
That's why I'm not a producer. That's why
I quite like doing these ratios, because it does keep your brain kind of active if you have to keep doing it. Now, there's no dropper on this one, but if you watch the viscosity, I like that word. It's very hard to say it. That's how fluid the resin is, or, you know, paint, you would describe it that way as well. So if you're using paint in a paint sprayer and it's not thin enough, you need to change the viscosity. So you add water or something. So with this is quite a fluid resin. Because of the uses for it, of course. I'm going very, very steady. You can see how fine you can get that dribble coming out of that bottle, actually.
Wow. Well, I never.
Don't make me laugh. Don't make me laugh, or it's going to go over.
A serious question. Could you use like a little pipette? Not a pipette, not the one, not the one when you squeeze the top, like a syringe, you know, that you use for cowpole and things like that.
You
like
could do. You could do, yes. There would probably, I don't know, would it be a one use? You see, resin...
Like one for one, one for the other.
If it's a clear plastic or a very smooth plastic, resin kind of comes away from it, so you can kind of break it away. So you've got a chance of being able to do that. I've not tried it. I like the way it works just to pour it. I've not really had any accidents. If it's just a gram or so over, then I don't think it really matters. Okay, so...
We've had a nice email in from Cuba. Who, sorry? Cuba?
Kiva.
Kiva? Kiva. I thought you said from Cuba. I thought, oh, we're big in Cuba. I thought, this is good. We're going to say, Catherine, you are brilliant.
Oh, thank you. If there's any questions at all, I can't say I know absolutely everything. Everybody's learning along the way. They really, really are. But do you know what? It's surprising what you do pick up.
You're brilliant, apparently.
Just we're working with the different products, and
do
you know, I found a new love in the resin as well. I've got to say that. Now, when it comes to the Elichem one, I've probably only stirred it for, I don't know, 1.5 to 2 minutes when I've been on air. Really, you want to give it a little bit longer. What you will find is, even though it's clear, as you're stirring that, you will get bubbles in it. Okay, now there's 1 or 2 things that you can do with the bubbles. I pour it straight into the mould and then get rid of the bubbles that way. You can actually add a little bit of heat prior to pour it into the mould to try and release some bubbles, but you know, I don't do that, and I do use a heat gun to remove those bubbles, and I'm going to show you that. We've already said about the silicone will withstand up to 240 degrees centigrade. That's if you're working in centigrade, 400 and something in Fahrenheit. You know, so
464 Fahrenheit.
464. Wow. I'm not very good with Fahrenheit, so I know the centigrades.
I'm more of a Celsius sort of boy.
Yeah. Okay, now this is where I might need to put my glasses on.
And there's no difference from going from the... I suppose it's not from your heat gun to the oven, because they've both got to build up... Your heat gun's still got to build up with temperature as well, hasn't it? So it's...
Yeah, well, I've got a WOW heat gun, and it's got 2 settings on it, and at the highest setting, the maximum temperature it tends to go to is about 130 degrees centigrade.
Wow, so you're well under.
Now, you can bake polymer clay, oven-baked clay, can go into the moulds and go straight into the oven as well. You tend to bake polymer clay to about 120 degrees, 110, 120, and they last, you know, they go in the oven for about 30 minutes. Yeah. What I will say is, and this is true for any sort of plastics whatsoever, not just silicone, and resin it'll apply to as well, all sorts of reasons that UV light will affect, or weather will affect. If you think about your plant pots, your plastic plant pots,
they change colour.
or even your terracotta ones, when the frost hits, they can crack, they can break. If you've got something in sunlight for a long, long time, it can deteriorate. Everything has a chance to deteriorate, but it takes years and years. So you can safely put these resins outside as well. I'll come back to that because there's something else about heat that I want to talk about in a little while. But what I'm going to do now is take the resin that I've mixed, and you have got quite a long working time on this one. Now there's lots and lots of bubbles in here because I've really, really gone for it with the stirring. Now, again, make sure your moulds are nice and clean. Mine isn't particularly clean. I've got corn flour in there, but that's fine. Can you see how many bubbles are in there?
Yeah.
Now, this one is quite a tricky mould because there's lots and lots of detail and those fine bits of hair. So the fact that you can just literally just sort of dribble in the resin, or use your stick as well. I mean, there's an awful lot of bubbles in there. I've mixed far too much again. You can give it a helping hand as well. It's self-levelling, so you do need to work on a nice level surface, which I'm pleased to say the Hochanda desks are quite level, which is really good.
Which is rare, really, to be fair.
Now, again, if you wanted to sort of pick this up and just sort of tilt it a little bit to help spread, you can.
I'm intrigued that you're going to get these bubbles out.
Well, don't be worried as well about getting a little bit of resin around the edge of the mould, because it'll be so fine that it'll just break away, or you can trim it away. Now, with this resin, again, 24 hours, in fact days it takes to fully cure, but it will be dry enough and cured enough to use it quite quickly in a sense of resin. Now, what I tend to do with the Elechem one is I demould it after about 6 hours because it's malleable, so I can shape it around vases and things.
Okay.
I've got loads of resin left there. I'll show you what happens with resin if you don't use it. Right, now I am taking my heat gun, and this is a WOW one, so I know it goes up to about 130 degrees centigrade, and I am going to put that's on the higher setting, on the speed 2. So let's just get that going, just get a little bit of heat going, so you can see all those bubbles. Now, if you try and burst those bubbles with a stick, or, you know, just expect them to disappear, they're not going to go anywhere. You might see the odd one going, but it's, look at, straight away, look at that.
Oh my word.
Look how they're dispersing. And I won't spend the time to get rid of every single one here, but you can see how quickly that they're going, so you need to give it that little bit of time. Now, something else we've got on the show as well, and I will just drop a few drops in just to show you. We've got the alcohol inks as well.
Okay.
From Pentart, so let me just leave that there. You can see how much clearer it's gone. There are still some bubbles there, but you can see where it's going. The alcohol inks, let me just see what colour we've got. You do need to shake these up. You need to cut off the top. I don't think I've used that one, so I'm not going to use that one now. Let's have a look. Do you know, I'm actually going to unscrew the lid because my gloves are getting in the way.
I'm also going to get you some new gloves the next time we do this.
So look, you can go straight in with your, look how it's fizzing because of the gold, and you'll see the effects. So mix your different colour resins, not resins, your alcohol inks in there as well. There are metallics, there are ones that are non-metallic. Obviously I've not put a lot in there. What I will tell you is adding anything into the resin will cause some sort of reaction as well. So I would normally put more than that and do a swirl of colours and things like that, but just to show you how to drop it in there and let that set, okay? Just let that set.
Just to let you know as well, we are going to go straight back to demo. The Material Beasts is now limited stock. We're on now limited stock for the Material Beasts at the moment. If you want it, I would get in quick because it will not be coming back this hour. We'll give you the details on the screen as well as soon as we can. We are really busy at the moment for across the board. Remember, keep your questions coming in as well. Any questions? We've got about 10 minutes left is what we've got. So we've got about 10 minutes left. Keep your questions coming and we'll ask them live in the studio. If you've got any questions, studio@hochanda.com. Right, then let's go straight back for more techniques.
Okay, right, so because I've got some resin spare, I'm just looking for... I did this with a silicone brush last time, but you can use a proper paintbrush, and because you can use this resin to go onto fine art, and your canvases and things, you would use a brush for that.
Okay.
So the only thing is, with resin, you're going to need something that's obviously going to clean your brush, otherwise you're using a new brush every time. So I haven't got any specific cleaner here, so I probably will have to bin this brush afterwards. But you'll need something, obviously, that's a solvent that's going to sort of melt away that resin from your brush afterwards, or if you've got old brushes, use those. Now what we've got here, we've got air dry clay, the hearty clay, so we can see we've got white fang there. This is how the resin will look when it comes from the mould, exactly as it is. So as I've just poured in there, no additives.
I like that one.
I like it as well. You've got that really, really frosted look. This one, we haven't got this mould on the show because we've not had it back in stock, but that is so nice. I don't want to bring that clear because I absolutely love that, and that does fit one of my vases. I shaped it to fit a vase, so I don't want to sort of make that clear. But just to show you, we've got a horse here. This one I had on the last shows, and I purposely put some silicone oil in the mould where the leaves are there, but not on the nose, so it's kind of, you can still see it's a little bit dull on the middle, but it's shiny there. That was to show you the difference. We haven't got the oil on today because we did sell out, but what you can do is go in with your resin that you've mixed. So this is a good way of using up your resin if you want a clear cast. And the trick is to really, really sort of go with a very fine layer of it. It is self-leveling. Ideally, stand it onto something, because if you do go too heavy with the resin, it will work its way to the edge. So what you don't want to do is go in too thick with the resin, because you'll fill in the intricate detail. Now, I don't know if anybody's noticed something about this little horse. Yes, the gallery's spotted it. If I just put this down so you can see the difference. The bottom half is the dull, the frosted effect. I used the rainbow alcohol ink in the resin when I did that, so it's got the sparkle in it. That was the only colour that I used, the rainbow, so we do have that. Now look at the difference, and there's no trick. I've just done that live on air, so I will finish off that last little bit.
And this is the thing, and I suppose it all comes down to the look that you're after. Some people want it crystal clear, some people want that frosted look as well. We're very busy across the board, but it's all down to personal preference out there. There's many people that think, oh, I only want it crystal clear and I'm not going to get... You will, but that you need to go around it another way, as it were. We've had another question in as well. I don't think we've got these on the show, I don't think. What are your where are your mixing pots from that you're using at the moment?
I've had so many people ask me. I purchased those myself. We don't have them on the show. We don't sell them at Hochanda currently anyway. I've found them online. They are specifically made for resin. They came with mixing sticks and pipettes and all sorts of different things. Really, really good, because you can mix into your plastic cups, but of course we're trying to look after the planet, aren't we? You can sort of crush the cup and flake away the resin, but it's only a matter of time that cup's going to split, so you're reusing them. These are so I know we're not selling them, but they're so good, because when your resin is dried, I'm going to show you a couple of things actually. You can actually turn them inside out and just flex them, and then the silicone flakes away. So you can wash them out, you can clean them, and they're totally reusable. I've got this very expensive work of art here. That's going in a gallery. It's worth £6 million.
Wow.
Look at that. That's what happens if you leave your resin, or leave resin in the bottom of your pot, but being a silicone...
It comes out.
Yeah. So
I like it.
Quite like that. Okay, so... right, so you can see there that lovely sort of glitter effect. Now you can see how that has come clear, but we can do more. How long have we got left?
5 minutes.
Right, okay, we can do more, because
we've got to do mould as well, yeah.
We're going to try. How's it going? Let's have a quick look at that. While you were going down the counter, Adam, I did what was spare. I put in there. You can see how that is setting. I can still feel heat there actually. So I don't know whether it's going to work, honestly, because I would normally leave it 24 hours, so it is quite brave to do it, but we'll see what happens. I do know if you flex that and it's not ready, you'll just find it cracks all over the place. I don't mind because I'll still use it somehow, but at home I would just play it safe.
We will do all that before the end of the show.
Yeah. Right, okay, I can't use the horse because...
Well, 4 minutes.
Because I've just put resin on the top. But we've got another product on the show as well, which I absolutely love. We had it on the one-day special, and it's the Mirror Mist.
Oh.
I love this. Right, can you see what I've got here? I had some spare resin when I was last here, and I've got a silicone mat, a non-stick mat, so I just poured it onto there and just let it do its thing. I just quite like that random shade. It's not very thick, you know, but rather than waste it, I had to pack up to go home, so I just poured it out. It did have somebody's work sat in it. I won't mention floor managers, but somebody did actually sit somebody's samples in the top of it. But never mind. Now, what you can do with this is a couple of things, actually. Now, we have, when it comes to the Mirror Mist, we had an end of call one for glass, but we had the plastic one in a little set with some varnish, which is very useful as well, and some granite. So I've got plastic here. So resin really is a type of plastic.
Also now.
So I'm going to use a little bit of Mirror Mist. So with the Mirror Mist, just shake it up. Okay, now I quite like a look that's not solid. I like it to look, you know, so it's like an old age mirror. I am just going to take my heat gun to this. Look how quickly it goes. So this is on the back of resin.
We've had a question in from Jules. Can you use mirror mist? Thank you for your email, Jules. Can you use mirror mist on clay?
Do you know what? That is one thing I haven't actually tried, because there's two. There's one for glass and there's one for plastics. Do you know? We can try it while I'm here, because I've got some air dry pieces. But it is specifically meant really for glass and plastic. I'm going to dazzle everybody there. Now, if you want a solid look, you will build up the colour.
Keep spraying.
Okay, you'll spray again, but I quite like it like that. And then if I wanted to go with white fang on there or something, that I love that shape. You know, so that in itself is a bit of art. What you can also do, I'm just going to bring my black card back in. Where have I put it?
These shows should be 2 hours.
I know, there's never enough time. We've not even touched the air dry clay. So if I show you this one, this is white fang again with Mirror Mist on the back.
Oh my word.
But if you go on the front, look how shiny that is. So you've got two different looks. So kind of the diffused mirror look there, but they're very shiny.
But it looks like that furniture. You know that glass furniture you can get with the gold handles on
the silver
handles on there. That's
and you can
beautiful.
still go over the top with your waxes and paints and things as well. But every single bit of detail is still showing, even though that Mirror Mist went on the front.
We've got a minute and a half left. What I want to show me in a minute and a half.
That's the glass one. Just into a bait. Look, again, I didn't want it solid. I wanted it so you could see through it. That, just on its own, to put a tea light in would be beautiful. And then, of course, arcaded like that, wouldn't you? A little horse. I would shape that. So when it comes to shaping... Oh, I know I'm running out of time now. I'm not going to get everything in. When it comes to shaping, with your resin, with the clear one, or first of all, with the A1, you won't be able to shape that around a shape. That will stay flat. OK? With your clear resin... if you take it out of the mould at about 6 to 8 hours, you can shape it around something, rack some cling wrap around it, and then it'll cure and hold its shape. So I have got, oh, I don't know if I've got it with me today. This one's got a little bit of shaping. This one's got a bit of shaping as well. Oh, I've got some demoulding to do.
Demould. Let's do this. Let's do this.
Now.
45
I don't know that
seconds.
this is going to work. Right, OK. So I'm just gradually going to work around the side. I can see a little bit of a crack there. But do you know what? We've not even given this... What is it?
If 20 minutes. I think we put it in at 1/2 past.
OK, there's one. Look at the detail on that, though. I can still feel that's warm. It's still warm. So that's going to take, you know, to cure properly, that will go much, much lighter. That one, I didn't put the mica in either. Oh, let's try this one.
Let's try it. How long we got?
Oh, wait a minute.
Yes!
Hey, there we are. Look at the detail on that. Can we get that quick?
This is why she's a true professional, people. Yes, indeed. Join me next for Crafting with Clarity's one-day special. It's their birthday celebration show, and it's the last of all the offers. Join myself and our Paul Church.
Hi
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you. So please join Elizabeth Craft Designs here at Hochanda.
Hello everyone, we're the Pink Ink Ladies.
I'm Kathy.
And I'm Mel. We've been with Hochanda right from the start, and we've been crafting for 30 years. We're passionate about fabric, so our main thing is to stamp on fabric or stencil on fabric. We can't wait to show you all our new hand illustrated stamp and stencil designs, whether you're using them on cards or soft furnishings. Kathy and I get together at Pink Ink Towers, and we can't wait to share our ideas. We choose all our subject matter together, and then Kathy goes away and hand illustrates all our fantastic finished designs, and we pride ourselves on the quality of our range. On our shows on Hochanda, we're excited to share all our hints, tips and techniques for you to get the most out of our products.
Please tune in to the Pink Ink shows, get inspired on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. I've been with Hochanda since the very beginning, and I've been crafting a lot longer than that. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I've been working with Crafts 2 now for over 3 years, and they produce the John Next Door brand, distribute it, and make sure that everything is perfect in that. This allows me to work with the fantastic Crafts 2 tools and products, as well as some of their other amazing brands such as 2J Stamps, Presscut, and the Craft Artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design. So don't miss the John Next Door and Crafts 2 shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Anna and I'm a founder of Craftbox UK. Craftbox is a box full of craft supplies that we send to our customers monthly. All products are placed in a beautiful, sturdy box, which is ribbon tied, and we hope that by receiving this box you will feel like it's Christmas every month. Make sure you don't miss the Craftbox shows on Hochanda.
Hello, my name's Catherine Sturrock, and I bring to Hochanda my company Character Crafts. Character Crafts brings to you our laser cut designs. Each design is designed by myself. We cut them on the laser machines here in Doncaster and bring the products to you at home. Character Crafts is suitable for all ages and all abilities, so I hope that I can inspire you and help you along with your crafting. I like to show you how to use different paint techniques and different techniques to bring the characters alive, and use various mediums to decorate, and I also use air dry clay for decorating with the flowers. So make sure you look out for the Character Craft shows on Hochanda. I hope to see you soon.
Yes, indeed. Good early evening we're going to go for, and good early evening, pre-evening we're going to call it, and happy 27th birthday at Claritystamp is what we're talking about as well. And this is the final hour of the birthday celebrations is what we're looking at now. The final countdown is what we're looking at. It is birthday celebrations. They've been on all weekend, bless them, giving away loads of inspiration. And because this is the last hour as well, we've also got another gift with purchase that what you're going to get. So anything you buy during this hour, Barbara has been kind enough, the legend that is our Barbara, to go with the designer papers. So you are going to be getting the designer papers with anything you get as well as a little added extra just to say thank you. Thank you for being there and thank you for going with them for 27 years. 27 years of quality, 27 years of talent that you've got in there, 27 years of inspiration that you're looking at as well. We're talking 27 years of doing things the right way. 27 years, there will be another one. 27 years of getting it wrong, and we'll go with them, getting it wrong and going, well, actually, if we do it this way, it'll be easier for the customer. So they've made the mistakes for you over those 27 years. So now, when you go back to where we are now, I feel seasick. Where we are now, they've done all the hard work for you. So anything they bring us now is we're talking quality. We're talking collections that, once you've got them, will work with everything and they will grow with you. Whether you're just starting in the world of stamping and groovy, to whether you're an accomplished designer and you've done it a lot. This stamps work with everyone. Now we're looking at 3 Wednesday specials. The one we're looking at the moment is the flower collection. Nearly 70% of the stock has already gone with these. You're getting 6 stamps and you're also getting the smaller ones as well. So in theory you're getting 12 stamps is what you're getting. There's another collection. There's 2 other collections. We've got Christmas and we've also got there's so much more. You know what? Save me talking about it. Let me show you the 3 collections in 30 seconds. Yes, indeed, we are looking at collections after collections of beautiful collections at that. Right then. They're collections after collections after collections. There's 3 collections that you can get in this. You can tell I'm excited. It's birthday, and not only am I excited, the man that's been there from the start, I think. I've never actually asked the question. I think he's been there for well, let's go with the full 27 years. Well, no, he hasn't. He's shaking his head in my screen going, no, I haven't, Adam. I've not been there at all. You should have read the memo. But he's live via Skype at Crafting HQ. The man, the knowledge that knows more about groovy and clarity than anybody else, other than Barbara, obviously. We are talking the one and only Paul Church. Good afternoon, early evening, Mr. Paul. How are you?
Good afternoon, Adam. I'm very well, thank you very much. Considering the mammoth weekend we're just about to sort of bring a close down on. But yeah, thank you.
No, and it has been a cracking weekend. There has been so much talent and so much beauty you could use brought to our TV screens with what you've offered us over the birthday celebrations. The collection that we've got, the Pop-It collection, there's 3 different collections. Now, I love what you've done with these collections as well, because it'd be quite easy to bundle everything together and we talk 200, 150 quid, things like that. But you've broke them into little sections and give us amazing savings.
That's right. I mean, when we looked at the artwork from Marina Fedotova, we decided to go with 3 different collections that she'd put together. So we've got the whimsy, we've got the flower, and we've also got the Christmas. And when Hochanda was having their Christmas event, we launched the Christmas collection as a one-day special in a different configuration. And then obviously we knew our birthday was coming up, so we thought, right, well, we'll keep the flower and the whimsy collection for then. So on Friday at 10 o'clock, we launched the Weekend Wow, which was all 18 of these designs, 6, 12, 18 in parchment. And it proved really, really popular. And then so for the one-day special, we brought them as the 3 separate collections again, because as we said, some people would have already have purchased the Christmas collection, so therefore they're not going to benefit of those savings. And when we put a collection together, or a one-day special, we always try and think of how the customer will receive it, how they're going to sort of, oh, I've already got that, but I only want this one. So it's all about giving the customer choice.
It is. We're just looking at the colour image as well. And I said this to Barbara this morning when we did the 8 AM show. These are the sort of images, if you're brand new to the world of crafting, you can see the size difference that you get there. But they're so easy to colour in. You only need a little bit of colour for sort of the magic to happen with these that you've already got in there. So whether you are just starting off in your colouring journey, these are going to grow with you. So maybe you only do a little bit like Barbara showed us this morning. You just take out the colour of the hair. You're going to stamp them onto parchment and take out the colour of the hair of the parchments there. Or whether you just stamp them onto card in a journal and you just sit there and colour. They are beautiful, beautiful designs that work with everything in your collection. I said this morning these would be amazing on things like bird boxes and things like that, the characters that you've already got there. Beautiful on little drawstring fabric bags for maybe a PE kit now all children have gone back to school, or even your whimsical cards. This is the whimsical collection that we're currently looking at the moment. And I think with the designs that we've already got, with the stamps that we've and the quality that we've already got from the Clarity family that's already there, I think this one sums it all up. Of that design of how you're getting the little ones and the big ones all mixing and matching beautifully in the same collection. But on the same note, you can go from cute and cuddly. You can also now go to your mixed media if you wanted to go to mixed media as well. It's all been done for you. £49.99. 870614 is your item number, and this is your whimsy collection. Remember, you're getting the papers thrown in as well with this collection. Very busy across the board is what we are. We've also got flowers. Now, this next one, the flowers are stunning. Paul, this has been the most popular by far, the flowers. Why do you think the flowers is so popular?
Can I just sort of make it, you was talking about the papers, Adam, just to make it clear, just in case there's any confusion. The papers are a free gift with any purchase during the hour. It doesn't form part of the one-day special. Just in case people get confused and think they're going to get that paper. I just wanted to sort of just clarify that.
No. So that anything you buy throughout the show, so whether it's the stamps, whether it's a set of brushes, anything from Clarity during this hour that you buy off that website, whether it be a set of stamps that are on the show, the brushes that we've got, maybe it's the Pergamano tools that we've got on the show as well. It necessarily doesn't have to be your one-day special. You are going to get those papers as well. But they do go hand in hand with the stamps that you've already got here. So it is a little bonus if you are going for the stamps. But if you're not, do not worry. You can go for anything that we've got on the show, whether it's just the folders to hold your parchment in, you're still going to get those papers included with that gift. £25 across 2 flexible payments. This is your flower collection that we're looking at now with the little poppets. Now, once again, you are getting the beautiful packaging that we're getting here. Paul, while we've got you there as well, can you just tell us about the artist and how you came about to get Maria's designs?
Okay, so basically, as you can see, this is all packaged under the Pergamano brand. And back in the day, Pergamano, obviously, when you say Pergamano, you automatically think parchment craft. They licensed a series of artwork from Marina Fedotova, and it used to be printed on vellum. And the difference between vellum and parchment is that vellum is normally about 90 GSM and below, whereas parchment is sort of 120 and above. So what that meant was, back in the day, you would have the vellum, you'd get the beautiful translucency, and then be able to just use it as a topper on your beautiful parchment work. And it was a conversation that Barb had with Linda Williams, who's obviously worked with Pergamano for years and years, and she was talking about it. So Barbara did some investigating, and we tracked down Marina's agent, and we approached them, and then this is where the collection came from. So again, that's why we've branded it under the Pergamano, because people that are familiar with the net Pergamano will be familiar with the artwork as well.
It is stunning, stunning artwork. And before we get all into the nitty-gritty of demos, and save me chipping in, Barbara covered it amazingly this morning, but obviously we get new viewers every single hour. The angel policy on these is slightly different to the normal angel policy that we get with normal Claritystamps, isn't it?
That's right. I mean, as long as you're not mass producing and you're selling hundreds and hundreds a month, then it's fine to make and sell cards in small quantities. So if you're doing craft fairs, then that's sort of fine. But obviously, it's all about sort of just keeping it sort of small quantities, and then obviously, I mean, giving to friends and families isn't a problem at all. So.
And the card that we've got on screen at the moment shows you how well the large and the small images really do work together hand in hand. Remember, this is the flower collection that we're looking at the moment. Nearly 70% of the stock now has already gone. Not only do you get the whole sets of stamps from large to small, it works out with the price that you've got on the screen. You are getting 2 of these large stamps for absolutely nothing. Absolutely free. 2 of these are free, so really you're paying for everything else. That £25 costs 2 flexible payments. If your budget will stretch for it, go for quite a few of the bundles that we've got here, because I know you're absolutely going to adore these when you get them home. 870-614 is your item number. Last but no means least, you may have it before, you may have never seen it before. Whether you have or you haven't, you're still going to love it, and no doubt if you've got it at home, you're still using it every single Christmas. It is the Christmas collection that we're now looking at as well. The Christmas collection is one of those collections, once again, that when you look at it, you think cute, you think cuddly, but you can also turn them into beautiful nameplates that you've got on there as well. There is so many things you can do in your journals, in your memory books that you've got. Maybe this is going to be your Christmas memory book that you've already got. From there, what we've also got as well is the nice little coloured images. This is all the packaging that I'm showing you now. For the sheer fact it gives you inspiration, and it gives you think, well, actually, I could do that because it's only a bit of red and I've just got to colour the flower in. You can achieve all of this when you get it home, which I think is absolutely beautiful. Look at everything that you are getting here. All of these stamps, one by one, is what you're going to be receiving. And then you also get the little dinky ones as well, which work, once again, hand in hand. So maybe you're only doing a smaller bit of work. You can go from the large all the way down to the smalls if you wanted to use them as well. Also remember, bookmarks. How well do they work with the bookmark collection that you've got in here? Your smaller cards that we're seeing, your craft card that we've also got. There is so many elements. How cute is this? Look at that. You would never think that was Christmas, would you? Your greys and your dark greys, but it's there. You've got the image as well. It is a stunning collection. If you've never seen it before, start popping into your baskets. £25 across 2 flexible payments. 870-614 is your item number. We are busy across the board this afternoon. Something else that's been busy is our paper and card bundle that we've got on the show. Paul, do you mind telling me a bit more about the paper and card bundle that we've got here? Because they all work so well together, but we're getting different sizes as well, aren't we?
That's right. So this is the latest collection of the designer papers. We only launched this yesterday on the 2 till 4 show with Barbara. And we've gone warm and we've gone cold. So you've got the beautiful Antarctica, which has got green and sort of blues and silvers and teals and lilacs. And then you've got the really warm Amazonian collection. Now, what you're going to get here, not only have you got that fantastic £22 saving, but what you're getting is the 8x8 double-sided paper in the Antarctica and the Amazonia. Then you're also going to get the 5x7 petite toppers, which you're going through now. Again, 48 sheets of each of those. And then in addition to that, you're also going to get Barb's new favourites. You're going to get the Antarctica favourite collection and the Amazonian, and you're going to get 10 sheets of each of those, 2 different designs. So there's a lot there, because when Barb was making these collections, she thought, oh, I'm going to go to this one. So again, every paper series that Barb's come out with, there's always been some favourites. So the free gift with every purchase is from the Toscana collection. We've got the Indian Summer collection, and so on and so on, because she always, when she's putting them together, oh, I like this one more. I don't want to put it in the book because I know I'm going to use it again and again.
Which is what I love, and it's once again it's that 27 years of thinking, well, we won't put them in the book, because maybe 27 years ago you would have put them in the book and you use them and you think, oh, that's all my good paper gone now, and then you think, well, I'll use that one now, and then you get to love the next one, you think, well, I've used all them now, what do I do now? And that's how it works with this. Barbara's given you the staple to start with, so maybe this is the core that you start with at the top before you even start touching your books and your toppers that you've already got in there as well. £39.92 is what you're looking at. You're saving £22 across the board here, which is absolutely phenomenal. Once again, the papers that you're getting in there are absolutely beautiful, double-sided that you're getting there as well, which is once again, which is what I like, which gives you more scope that you can use them for. It also gives you a full guide on the back so you can work out which papers go well together. Absolutely love these collections. These are the brand new ones to the collection as well. 589644 is your item number, £39.92. You're saving £22 on this, but look at the price that we'll go back up to, £61.92. Why pay that when you can get it for £39.92? And if you're going for one of your one-day specials, pop it in a flexi basket. You might as well split the cost across the 2 flexible payments. Right then. Are we going to demo? Let's go to demo. That's enough from me yik-yakking. We'll go through more of this later. Let's go over to the man himself, the birthday celebration king, as it were. Paul, what do you want to show me for the final hour?
Well, Adam, I thought what we'll do, I'll just have a recap on what we did in the 12 o'clock show. So if people sort of missed out, they're out and about, if we just go through and I'll show you what we did, and then people can watch it on rewind via the Hochanda website.
Okay.
So what we did, we had a look at this card, and this was a card put together by, who was this? This was lovely Dee Paramore. And she's used one of the flower stamps, the images, the larger one, and she's used the beautiful Pico ovals. So my interpretation of it, now that we've got these brand new papers, what I did was I used the beautiful Antarctica petite toppers with the nested ovals, and then created a really nice sort of glittery background, and then put some sparkle on her as well. Okay, so that was the first one we did in the 12 o'clock show.
Like that.
Then the second card we did, I took my inspiration from the lovely Sarah. You think I should know this by now, wouldn't you? Who I took my inspiration from. And this is using the beautiful floral corner fresh cut dies, which we've also got on the show. On these, you're going to get 5 different floral corners and a storage folder, and it's got a £37 saving.
Gee whiz.
Okay, so that's where I took my inspiration from. And again, look, I use these beautiful, this is using the Amazonian collection. And I've just taken it and I just kept it very simple with 3 different colorways, and just brought out the colour of the background paper. But you can see how it sort of really frames the beautiful designs.
Okay, I love that.
Okay, so that was the second one. And then the third one, I took my inspiration from Dee again. And what Dee's done, she's used some of our stamp board we have on the show, and the beautiful flowers which you'll find on the website. And my interpretation of it, again, using the lovely designer papers, so again the Antarctica, and then I took some of the ink pads, brushed it in, and then used the water pens that come with the watercolour books to just move the colour around.
It is stunning.
Okay.
The details of your one-day specials are coming on the screen as well. As Paul is demoing, I'll give you the heads up now. As Paul goes through the demonstration and starts using products, save me, keep chipping in, we'll change the details on the screen for you. So all the details will be changing constantly, and that's what obviously goes to what Paul's using. Sorry, Paul, to chip in.
That's all right. So again, I've taken my inspiration from the lovely Sheila. And what Sheila's done, she's used one of the beautiful little mini poppets. This is from the flower collection. So again, the mini ones come as part of the one-day special, but you can also get the mini poppets separately. And what Sheila's done is she stamped onto a piece of backing paper and then used the same papers to create that beautiful sort of layered effect. So again, because we've got the brand new lovely papers, I thought I would do my interpretation of that. So I've taken some of the Antarctica and I've just cut it into 4x4 squares. And what that's going to do is give me my panels in the background. Now, as Barbara was showing earlier, and as we was looking at the samples, Adam, you can do as much or as little colouring as you want to. And that's one of the great things about this beautiful artwork, is that if you want to spend a couple of hours colouring in and sort of chilling out and really having a go, then that's great. But I find, for me personally, if you stamp on the designer papers or the card, the colour is already there and you just need to bring it out. Like Barbara was showing with the designer parchment this morning during the 8 o'clock show, you can bring it out and enhance it. But if I was just stamping on white cards, what I tend to do first is sort of, I stamp it out several times on copy paper, and then I have a look at my pencils and I sort of scribble them out to see which ones work together. So this is using the Pergoliner pencils, and this is from the Christmas Whimsies. And I just thought I'd just show you, this is my method on how I work out my colouring to see, because I'm not great at putting colours together. So for me, this is like my practice before I then go onto my actual stamped artwork. And it allows me to sort of just see, and then I can have a look at those colours and think, well, that one works, that one doesn't work. But with the designer papers, I find it's a lot easier because you just look at the tones on the design. So this is some of the Antarctica paper. And again, I've just cut it down to a little 3x3. And I'm going to use the little floral mini poppets. So I can see, do I want to put that there? See, that's one of the great things with the see-through stamps that Barbara invented 27 years ago. That I can decide and position exactly where I want it to go.
She must have been about 19 when she invented them then.
She was very young back then. So all I'm going to do now is I'm going to take my, I've got these on the text mounts, and I'm just going to ink up my stamp. I'm using a nice black archival, but you don't, I'm only using black because it stands out more for the camera. But you can do sort of like a really nice grey colour, and you'll get a softer line art. So if I now bring that up, you can see how crisp that image is. It hasn't lost any of that detail at all.
That's beautiful.
Okay. And then all I did was I just looked at the colours that are on the paper, and I'll take some of my Pergoliner pencils. So I've gone with the B pencils on this occasion. And the B pencils are a wax-based pencil. But because I don't want to spend too much time colouring in, because I want to do sort of quick and easy cards, so if I come over here, let me see, where am I going? Going there, no, there, backwards, left a bit, right a bit,
up a bit.
There we go. I'll get it right one of these days. That about right?
Up a bit, up a tad, up a smidge. There we go.
There.
Beautiful.
Okay. Right, so all I've done is I've just taken some colours that are going to work with the paper, and I'm not doing intense colouring as if I was stamping on white card. All I'm doing is doing like a scratchy colouring in. I'm not putting any pressure on the pencil at all. Because of the way in which these images have been illustrated, you've got that beautiful sort of sketchy line art. It really does sort of get away with being able to just do quick and easy cards. See, so you can just go in and just, all I'm doing is really just picking up a colour that's on the backing paper. So depending on which one you go with, you can sort of really sort of bring out the colour tones. So if I go, say, a darker blue now, I could put some colour just in those ribbon area. She's got a ribbon in her hair, and you don't, again, you don't have to colour all of it in. You can do what they call spot colouring. So if I just put a little bit more here, so I'm conscious of the time. So what I've done, if I hold this up now to the camera, you'll see, let me just bring that in up there. You'll see, all I've done is just, it's very scratchy, but from a distance it doesn't look it, but it doesn't need to be perfect. And as I think, Adam, that's where you said earlier about crossing over with the mixed media and the crispness, so you can decide exactly how you want to do it.
And that's the thing, and that's what you do so well at Clarity Towers. You've made it easy and accessible for everyone, which is what I like. So whether you're a brand new beginner to whether you've been doing it for years and you think you're an old hand, yeah, I can do this, that and the other, that's amazing if you can. But if you're just starting out, it's a big old scary world out there for the world of craft. It really is, because there's so many things out there, and obviously we want the best of everything. So we get the designs, we get the finished samples that we see on the TV. Because it's all right me showing you, but this is what we want to create when we get home. But you can do that with this design, and that's what Paul's just gone through there. Using the right tools for the job, so going for the Antarctic papers and the Amazonian papers, and just getting 2 of the colours. So if you're going for the blue papers, which are your Antarctic, you're talking your blues, you're talking your ice colours. That's all you really need. And then you are good to go to create quick and simple cards time and time again. Whether it's tags, whether it's toppers, stamp them onto brown paper and use it as wrapping paper, which would be absolutely beautiful. £49.99 is what you're looking at for the big collection, the collection of all the stamps that you're actually seeing here. This is the flower section that we're looking at, and you're also getting the little poppets that's in here as well. So it now includes sort of everything. Let me show you the little ones first that you're getting in here. Nearly 3/4 of the stock of the poppets now have already gone, the Pergamano poppets. They are beautiful. This is your flower collection because they've all got something to do with the flowers. These would look stunning, absolutely stunning, in so many different elements. Once again, if you're not a card maker, these would still look nice. Maybe in shrink plastic, if you wanted to be using them in shrink plastic as well, which would also look nice for you, because you're now creating your own embellishments that you've got there, which will enhance the cards even more. From flowers, though, is the same item number. We're now looking at the Whimsy collection that we've got here. It works in the same sort of way. You're getting your 6 larger images and then your 6 smaller images in there as well. Not only are you going to get those, you're also going to get those inspiration sheets that shows you all the colourways. So as Paul just said, once again, you don't need to go all out with these. The hard work has been done for you, so all you need to do is sit back and relax and just enjoy the process. Enjoy the process for everything that you're about to see, because you are in for a treat. Remember, you've got all these shows on Rewind as well. 2 flexible payments of £25 is what you're looking at on this. The same item number for your one-day special, 870614, is your item number for your Whimsy. We've looked at your flowers. The last but no means least, we've also got Christmas on the show as well. The amazing Christmas collection. Some of you may have seen this collection before. Some of you have already used this collection before. If you have, email me in studio@hochanda.com. Let me see what you've done. You may inspire someone today. Remember, once again, 2 of these stamps absolutely free is what you're getting. And not only are you getting that, you're also going to get any purchase on the show today, not just of your one-day special, of anything on the show. You're also going to get Barbara's papers as well. You're going to get more than 2. Obviously, I've just picked up 2 so I can show you the difference types that you're getting, but that's on anything that you pop in your basket from Clarity today. Clarity or Pergamano, you're going to get those beautiful papers. Right then, Paul, let's crack on with demo number 2. What would you like to show me this time?
We're going to finish off the first demo, and I was just going to show you how we just assembled it. So this is one that I've already coloured in, just so you can sort of see how quick and easy it was to do. And then all I'm going to do, just so that I could matte and layer it onto black card, but it's a little bit of a waste. So I'm just going to do Barb's old trick of sort of taking a permanent pen and just going around the outside just to make it stand out. Okay, and then all it is just a case of just assembling it all together. So if we have a look at this sample here, I'm going to follow the same process. So I've got a card blank, which we've got on the show, and I've already cut my squares up, and I'll just take a tape runner. And then, because this is double-sided, you have that option on how you want to lay it out. So I reckon we'll go a little bit light up in this corner here. So I'm going to pop that one in place first. Then I reckon we'll go with another light one down here. So again, we'll just put some tape on the back there. And I reckon we'll go just like that. So you're creating sort of an illusion and to make a bigger card, if you wanted to, from a smaller design. And then we're going to pop a panel just in the middle, like so. And now I can decide where I want, because I've taken my 8x8, I've cut it into 4, and I'm using 3 of them here. So we'll just pop that on there. Then we've got our lovely little topper that we've stamped out. And you can do this on any of the designer papers, any of the petite toppers, and it will work lovely with various different stamps as well. See, so we're going to pop that on there. But I think it needs a little bit of a sentiment. What do you think, Adam?
Yeah, no, I'm thinking that as well. It's a beautiful imagery and it draws your eyes to the centre. But these sentiments, I can't believe this is Barbara's own handwriting. It's absolutely stunning. It just needs something just to tie it all together, I'm feeling.
I think so. So I'm going to use, we've got the beautiful relations, and then you've got the months and numbers, and that's got a £5 saving on that collection because they're brand new. So I'm just going to take the word daughter, and I'm just going to pop that just down there, and it just brings it all together. There we go. So this is my interpretation of the card that the lovely Sheila did, using the same stamp but different colourways.
It is beautiful, isn't it? And then you could go to the next level of that and make like an easel card where that image then stands up and it's going to frame your work, so it's going to sit on your mantelpiece beautifully and you're going to get all that colour. So start looking at one item that Paul did there, looked at that beautiful card to start with, which was very on trend with the pinks and the blues that were there, very, very high end that you've got. From that, Paul made his own interpretation, and this is what you all do at home. And then from then again, I've then gone, well, why don't you make it into an easel card? Then you could stand your images up. You could do that as well. There is so much inspiration behind this set. Do you want more inspiration? Go on, as it's birthday, we've put together a montage. I know! Look at this. Are you like me and not got very nice handwriting? And you try and write every time it always looks a bit screwy. It looks like doctors writing, and I mean that in the nicest possible way, doctors. But if you want beautiful writing time after time, or you've got to do a lot of cards time after time, this is the collection for you. We are looking at clear stamps, but you've got things like they're to my, for our, special, and then you've got dear, mum, dad, son, daughter, mother, father, husband, brother, sister, grandfather, grandson, that's in there as well, wife, don't forget the wife, husband, brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles, nieces, nephews, great, so you could have great niece, great nephew, granddaughter, grandson, nan, granddad, grandma, and in-law, step, cousin and friend. A beautiful collection for cards time and time again. Then you've also got the numbers in there as well, happy birthday and the dates of the year. So if you're doing planners and things like that, you're getting all your numbers and you're getting your canvas hands, I think that's a holiday camp. You're also getting your canvas hands that's in there, so many things. You're getting that £5 saving, as our Paul said as well. Let me do the numbers. 225871 is your item number for that beautiful stamp collection. I would get it because you'll use it time and time again. And the best thing about it, it is actually handwriting. That is Barbara's handwriting that you're getting, which means it's not just printed off on an iPad or a tablet of other tablets are available. It's actually some there and hand drawn in so you can use it. Right then, I'm conscious of the time. We're 34 minutes in. Let's crack on with another demonstration, because you don't want to listen to me. People fast forward this bit. Let's watch Paul with another demonstration. Go on then, Paul, it's all yours.
Thanks, Adam. So for the next card, what I've done, I've taken my inspiration from the lovely Julie Dunn on our design team. And what she's done, she's used a beautiful little whimsy poppets. And she's used one of the background papers, and then she's used some stencils. But what I love is that she's used some of the stamp board as the focal point. So I thought what I do my interpretation of that again, just to show a different way of doing it. So we're going to pop this to one side. Now, to start off with, what I've done, I've taken a piece. This is beautiful from the Amazonia collection. And look at the colours on that. So again, it's double-sided, but it's just perfect for stamping on. So what I've done is I've just cut it down so it's slightly smaller. I mean, the saving on this is just, it's ridiculous, it really is. So that's going to be the basis of my card. And then what I've done, I've taken one of the stamp boards, okay, and I thought what we'll do, where Julie has used one of the little whimsy characters as the focal point, I thought I would use the dates and the numbers to be my focal point. So to do that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring in my sentiment stamps, and we're going to go with happy first. So what I'm going to do, I'm using the word chain mounts, and it's better to, I find, because what I'm going to do, I'm going to apply some colour, but I just find it's easier if I put my stamp in first. So there is the happy, and if you make a mistake, you can always turn it over, because obviously it's two sides. So, so don't worry about sort of messing it up or anything like that. Or you can always go over it with like an acrylic paint and sort of block it out. Then we're going to go with birthday.
You just answered Margaret's question, Paul. She just emailed in and goes, well, how about, because she watched previous shows, she says, if I've got these boards and if I mess up both sides, I can't use them anymore. Well, you just answered the question, just gesso over both sides and use them again.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, that's one of the, and it's really robust as well. And all I'm going to do now is put the two there. So, oops, see, look, I've messed up on that. So you know what? We're going to turn it over. I'm going to do just what Margaret asked about. So here we go. So ink it up properly. Oh, I don't know, Adam. It's been a very, very long weekend.
No, but it's a long weekend, but it's a good week. It's been a good weekend, though, Paul. Very busy for the Clarity world. We're loving all the new things that you've brought to us.
It has. It's been fantastic to have all the support all around, and all the. I mean, the orders have just been flying in. It's going to keep the team very busy here, getting all those orders out. So we really thank you and appreciate it. It really is. So I'm going to ink up the two now. So again, because you've got the numbers on here, you can do the personalisation. So I'm going to do 21st, because you've got the STs and you've got the second and then the thirds. I'm sure there's a name for those characters.
The ordinals.
Is it ordinals? That's it. And then where is the ST? There we go. And
I
then
call
we'll
them
just
Canvas
ink
Sands,
that
and
up.
that's a holiday camp in Devon.
And then we're just going to pop that in there. So we've now got happy 21st birthday. So again, I think these little stamp boards are great for sort of like creating like a focal point as well. So we'll just pop that to one side. Now, because I've gone for this beautiful Amazonian colour, when you pop it on there, it looks a little bit too white, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah.
So what I want to do is just tone it down a little bit. So I'm going to go with my artistry ink pad. So we've got the mini artistry ink pads on the show. This is the Lime Kiss collection, and you've got 12 different colourways in there. So I'm going to go with the Fancy Fuchsia, because I know this is going to work really nicely with that. So if I just bring in a scrap of paper and we'll just pop that on top, then all I'm going to do, I'm going to take one of my stencil brushes, I'm going to load up. Now I know for a fact, because this is my ink pad, I know that this is quite juicy. So if I was to go straight on there, it's going to be too intense. So what I'm going to do is take it off. Barbara always says, always test how much you've got on the brush on a scrap of paper, because you can always add it, but you can't take it away.
Very true. Would you say do it on a scrap bit of paper, Paul, or would you say do it on like a card blank and use it as a backing paper?
Well, Barb often uses the scraps of paper to do her backing, but yeah, you could do it on a piece of card, absolutely. But Barbara says she often does it on scraps of paper, and then it's more usable in relation to you could wrap it around canvas boards, whereas with card is card, if you know what I mean.
Very true, very true.
So all I'm going to do now, I'm just using the stencil brushes just to bring in that colour. Okay, and what it's done now, it's toned it down, so if I bring that beautiful paper back into play, and it's not as bright as what it was before.
No,
if I show you, for example, look, if there's a comparison between the two.
It's like a spotlight.
So it's just very, very soft and very subtle. And then I'm going to choose two of the little whimsy poppets. These are the mini ones. And I'm going to decide where I want to pop them, so to speak. So I'm going to pop my poppets around the circle. So we're going to ink that up. And I'm going to pop her. I don't know if you've noticed, Adam, but all of the poppets, all 18 of the different characters, all of their names begin with a P.
Yeah, no, I have seen that, and that was it. You that named them in the office, or did this how they arrived, or was it Marina that named them?
No, it was the team that we had. We spent an afternoon going through names, and does this character look like this, and does that name suit that one? It was great fun. It really was. So then I'm going to pop that one just down there. So you can see now how you can sort of start to build up your design quite easy. I mean, I could put another two of the poppets in the other corner, but I think that just sort of really sort of just brings the design together, which isn't much different to what Julie's done, just a different shape and a sort of a smaller card, really.
I like that.
And then as you saw in the previous demo, in relation to the colouring, I don't want to spend time on colouring. You can see here, I've just picked colours out of the backing. And again, I've done that sort of like sketchy colouring in because I think it works really, really well. And then if I take my centrepiece there, pop that onto a card. And there again, you've got another really, and for me, it's the backing papers that really sort of make these more magical and bring them to life.
There's something very storybook-esque about them, which I absolutely adore. This is very much my style of stamping. If I was to go and stamp, it'd be these sorts of stamps I would lean to, because you can create storybooks with them. You can create stories, and I'm always one for a story. I love a story because I think it's the famous saying, a picture can paint 1,000 words, as it were, and that's what it can do. You look at one individual stamp, for example, let's take the first one I've got. You look at an individual stamp like this. You've got that stamp there, all stamped out beautifully. Now, you look at that, and no doubt you've already come up with a story. Why is she sad? Is she sad, or is she happy? Is she looking at a reflection in the water? What is she seeing in the water? Is she talking to the fish, who's a magical fish? There is so many things that you can get from one stamp. Then, another story, for example, and this will work with all the collections. Is it her birthday? Has she just received that kitten, or is she putting boxes away of memories? She's putting all those memories of the Poppet garden. She's been popping around the Poppet garden, and there she is. She popped in, and then the little cat popped out. And what is she doing with that little cat box? Or you could go to a birthday. Is it a birthday collection? She's just received all these flowers from the garden that she's collected for Mum, Dad, Nan, Grandad. She's staying around Nanny's for the weekend. And the little puppet's been into the garden because they've been flower arranging. Those sorts of things you can do. The older sister wanted to get in on the act as well. You've got these things in there. They are so cute and adorable, and you can achieve so much. They so much telling stories. The flower option that we showed you, nearly 80% of the stock here now has already gone. We are very, very busy. We've got the Whimsy Christmas, and I love them all. I really, really do. It's hard to choose which collection to use. But under this VT, when we put the characters up, give them all a story, and if you can do that, this collection is for you because you are going to love it when you get them home. Are you ready? Are you sitting comfortably? Let's begin. There you go. The Whimsies and the Christmas are fairies. Your flowers, they don't have wings, but you could give them wings if you wanted to as well. Very busy across the board. Right, and we've got about 7 minutes left, and you don't want to hear me gassing. Let's go over to Paul for another demonstration. Right, and Paul, we've got 7 minutes. Work your magic, kind sir.
Okie dokie, thank you. I thought we'd have a look at the Christmas collection now. For those people that sort of missed out on it previously, I thought we'd get a bit of sparkly with some perga glitter. And we're going to use the stamp board again, just to show another way of using it. So what I've already done, I've taken one of the beautiful little Christmas characters and I've stamped it out onto one of the circular stamp boards. Now in the stamp board you're going to get circles, you're going to get squares, triangles and hearts. And you're going to get 3 different sizes of each of those. And I think you get 5 of each of the different sizes. So there's a lot of stamp board there for your money. So to start off with, I'm going to go with the artistry ink pads. So this time I'm going with the golden turmeric because it's got that beautiful blaze colour in there, which I think is great for obviously a Christmassy red. And then on my blending mat I've got just here, all I'm going to do is squidge out some colour, okay? Because these are a dye-based ink pad, but they're great also for sort of colouring in. So to do that, I'm going to use the water brushes that come with the water journal set. So you get 6 different pens in there. So I've already preloaded these with water. Catherine did ask me earlier if I had water in them. And I said, you've got to supply your own water. So all I'm going to do now is I'm just going to pick up some of that colour. Now I can see that this is really sort of, there's not much water on the brush. So all I'm going to do, I'm going to give the barrel a squeeze and just get some of that colour coming out, that water, and what it's going to do is create like a wash. Okay, now I know from experience that is going to be quite, so I'm just going to take a bit of kitchen towel and just pick up some of the more intense colour. So now I can go on here because this really does take the colour so well. Okay, and all I'm going to do, see, and this is another quick and easy way of colouring in the designs. Now if I think, oh, I've gone a bit too heavy with the colour, I can, while it's still wet, I can take my kitchen towel, press it and remove some of the colour. But I can always go back in and intensify that colour again. And for me personally, water brushes, I find I've got more control in relation to working with like ink pads or watercolour pencils, and it's easier for me to pick it up from a palette like this than it is to sort of go direct onto the surface and then spread the colour around. So you can see here how we start to sort of just build up, and we can let that dry and then we can just tap it off. So, and you can really get some depth of colour because there's so much fine detail with these brushes. Okay, so you can see you could just do spot colour. You don't have to colour the whole design in, and the ink that's on the mat, as long as you put it somewhere safe, that will stay wet and you can just reactivate it with your water. So for example, we take a look, we've got a lovely little robin down here, and it's amazing how you pick up different parts of the, sometimes you don't notice what's on the stamp until you sort of stamp him out. And then I can go in and just put a little bit of red just in those berries.
Remember, these water brushes are in the water brush collection. You get a load in there, you get paper in there, you get the pads in there as well, and you're also getting your water brushes as well. Check that out on the website. We've got about 4 minutes left, Paul, just so you know.
4 minutes, okie dokie. So what I'll do then, should we add some bling, Adam?
Oh, we love it. You've got to have a bit of bling on a birthday.
And at Christmas as well. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to bring in my Perga glitter, my sticky ink and my mapping pen.
Oh.
And the Perga glitter is ultra fine and translucent, and we had it made for us by Wow, who do a lot of really top quality. They're on the channel as well, with their embossing powders, and so it's ultra fine. And because when you're working with parchment, you don't want it too grainy, because it really can take away from the parchment. So, but just because it says Pergamano on it, just like the stamps, doesn't mean it's just for parchment. So all I'm doing is, because I've got this fine nib on this mapping pen, I can really go into areas where I want it to go. And it doesn't look as if anything's coming out, but I can see from where I am that the ink is flowing off of the nib. Okay, so we're just going to pick up a little bit more ink on here, and then we can do a little snow that's sort of coming down. And again, this is perfect for your parchment craft, but obviously also for your everyday crafting as well. So as a safety measure, I'm going to pop the lid on my sticky ink, because I've seen on Groovy Worldwide that people have actually picked up their sticky ink thinking it was glitter and thrown the sticky ink all over their work. So I think you'd only do that once, wouldn't you, Adam?
You would. You wouldn't do it. We wouldn't do it more than once.
So I'm going to go with a hint of pink, I think, on this one. So you've got 6 different hints of colours. You've got pink, green, blue, copper, silver and gold. And then I'm just going to sprinkle that over. We're going to tap off that excess. And then what I'll do, I'll bring this up to the camera.
Oh, look at that!
And then hopefully, look at that. So a tiny little bit of colour and a little bit of bling, and it just really does. And you can do this on your cards, but I think it works lovely on the stamp board.
Oh my word. This is one of them that you need. Now you've seen it in action, this is one of them you think, oh, actually, I could use that here and I could use it there. And it now takes your stamps to the next level. It really does. It takes them from one level, and now you've got that precision with that beautiful, super fine glitter in there as well. You now go from a nice card to a stunning card, to one of your top shelf cards where you're going to be paying, well, £4, £5, £5.50 for one of those sorts of cards that you think, we'll only buy them for a special person, and then you don't get them. But the collection itself, we haven't got that long left. We're looking at flower is what we're looking at, £49.99. Not only do you get the flowers as well, anything you buy during the hour, so even if you go for your glitters, you're still going to get the papers included as well, okay? So you're still going to get these beautiful papers included. Anything you buy from Clarity during the hour, up until the event finishes. To be fair, up until 6 o'clock when our new one-day specials finish, you are going to be getting a stunning paper range from Barbara as well. £49.99, 870-614 is your item number. Paul, we've got a few minutes left, and I mean a few minutes. We've got a minute left. Take 30 seconds for me, just to sum up the event, if you will, and why you think it's been so busy with Clarity Stamps.
I think the reason it's been so popular is the names in the sort of name of the company. Claritystamp, Barbara Gray. If she hadn't have had that idea and inspiration 27 years ago, there wouldn't be thousands and thousands of happy crafters out there.
It would. And I know what he was going to say. There wouldn't be so many happy crafters because she's got it down to a T. She knows what she's doing every single time, and when they bring new products to us, we absolutely adore them. We've only got 15 seconds left. Thank you, Paul. It's been an absolute pleasure to work with you for the last hour. Don't you go anywhere. Yes, he's up next. Yes, we've still got him here for one more hour. Oh, I'm talking about our Scott, of course. Yes, indeed. It's like the comeback that we always wanted. Scott's next, Crafty UK quilting templates. And then she's in the building, everyone. Our Ali is here. Woohoo!
Hi, I'm Nikki Hassan. I've been working with Heartfelt Creations for about 9 years now. Heartfelt Creations as a company launched the company back in 1994. They have been in the industry for a very, very long time. They are crafters, so they know what you crafters want, and they listen to us crafters too. Their products range from stamps that coordinate with dies that then coordinate with a paper pad. But then we also have storage folders, we have decorative dies, we have colouring daubers, we have Insta albums. One of the products that really make Heartfelt unique are their flower shaping moulds, where you can make easy, quick, three-dimensional flowers, which are absolutely stunning. So I hope you can join Heartfelt Creations here on Hochanda.
"27 years ago, whilst enjoying a day out in Santa Barbara, California with my brother and the kids, we came across a shop called Stamper Barbara. Santa Barbara, Stamper Barbara, we had to go in. And when we ventured inside, we were met with walls of wood-mounted rubber stamps. Well, that's when I had my moment of clarity. Wouldn't it make more sense, I said to my brother, if you could see through the rubber stamps? And that's where Claritystamp was born. Since then, Clarity has grown into the worldwide success it is today, bringing you the very best in stamping, parchment craft, and more recently, die cutting. To celebrate our 27th birthday, we have joined with Hochanda to bring you a long weekend of your favourite Clarity products with your favourite Clarity demonstrators. So, put the kettle on, put your feet up and join us for our 27th birthday celebrations on Friday the 4th of September from 10 a.m. to Monday the 7th of September at 5 p.m. We'll see you there.
Hi, we're the team from Daisy Bee Stamps. My name's Nina, this is Josie, and this is my dad Roy. And we design and manufacture our very own polymer stamps.
So 3 years ago, we decided to embark on turning our own designs into polymer stamps. We're really excited about where this is going to take us in the future and how we can evolve those designs and keep bringing you something that's just so different. So we wanted to add an extra element to our stamp collection, and this was down to Josie using her iPad and hand drawing the amazing sentiments that we now have in our collection. All our designs complement each other so that you can use them again and again to create something new. So make sure you don't miss the Daisy Bee shows on Hochanda.
Hello, I'm Sue Trangmar and I started Daisy Chain Designs 20 years ago. Back in the day there were very few quilt patterns in the marketplace, and so I started to bring patterns into the UK from America and Australia, and along the way I've been lucky enough to work with some fantastic British designers, and that is what really the essence of Daisy Chain Designs are. At Daisy Chain Designs, we're passionate about sewing and quilting. We design projects that hopefully will inspire you to pick up your needle and thread and have a go. We have great fun in designing things from the very start, and then the end product is always very exciting when you actually see it made. So don't miss the Daisy Chain Design shows on Hochanda.
Hello everybody, how are you doing? Is everybody well? Having a good day? Out of 10, how's the day been? All right so far? 8s, 9s, 5s? Well, I'll tell you what, let's see if we can get to 10 out of 10. And if you are loving your fabric work and your quilting, for example, then you will love this hour. And he's been a very busy man recently, and he's back with us again today, which is brilliant. So I always love it when Andy's in the studio, and he's here right now. It's Andy. How are you, Andy? Are you good?
Great to be here again, yes.
It's nothing. Well, you've been very, very busy.
In 5 weeks, I think I've been here 3 times. That's how it goes. I'm looking to have my name on a car parking space now.
Oh dear. Well, listen, I think they've got some problems with your microphone. They're going to just try and get that sorted, because I know we want to hear from lots from you as well. So I think they're going to try and sort out a microphone from Andy as well. Maybe he's got the same batches when he was in a few times ago as well. Who knows? But anyway, we have Andy with you, and we're never. In fact, we'll ask Andy about this in a second when it's all sorted. But it's 4 years basically of Crafty UK being with us here on Hochanda. So you may recognise, even though we have got some new items for you, we've got some absolute classics and some of the pieces, some old favourites that have been brought back specially since the very first show 4 years ago with us on Hochanda. You can check us out, of course, if you want to shop ahead online, you can do, and you'll notice on there some brilliant 5-star reviews, and everything that Andy always brings to the show is always amazing and just really makes things so easy when it comes to working with all of your crafty work that you're going to do. Also, as well as shopping ahead there with some of the beautiful, fantastic pieces that help you just make brilliant projects come to life. We've also got the 7-day savers there, of course, there that are really always about value for money, with some amazing reductions in price. Whether you're going to go for the Silly Twister, the super chunky knitting yarn bundle, you can have different colour options on there. We've got burgundy, we've got red that's on there as well. Check those out. We've got the thread also, if that's useful for you as well. You've got 1,000 metre each on 10 spools of that. That's got a tenner off as well for you if you want to go for those. And we've also got the Mill Shop online if you would like to go for the fabric bundle there. Then also includes the cotton and denim fabric. It's all there, just $13.98. So loads and loads of reasons to shop ahead on the web with us. I think with batteries are changed now, not just in Andy, in the microphone pack. I think that's where we are. It's all good. Are we good?
Apparently so. So whatever I said before, don't
worry about it.
Don't worry about it, because you couldn't hear it anyway.
But it is, I was just saying, though, where you were having the mics sorted, that's 4 years.
4 years, we couldn't believe that. And I still have to reiterate what I said 4 years ago.
Go on.
That this is a face for radio and not TV. Well, I still don't know what I'm doing here.
Well, no, listen, whenever you're on the show, Andy, because for those that, if you have missed Andy the last 4 years, I don't know how that's possible, but you design, you manufacture, you do the whole process.
We do the whole lot. We are a cottage industry. You know, we set up to actually design the things, manufacture them, pack them, and Hochanda even makes us ship them out.
Well, that's good, and it keeps you busy, because I know there's a lot of always a lot
busy.
of orders.
We are getting, seem to be busier and busier in spite of lockdown, because people know where we are and know where to find us, and keep coming. And it's because they do that gives us, new ideas that you know, like, oh, I want one of these, and oh yeah, I can turn that into a production template, and then they see it on Hochanda.
Well, that's brilliant. Well, that's fantastic. And one thing, if you are looking for the right tools for the right job, then you always manage to bring these along. So let's start with what we've got new for you on the show. We'll talk about now, because it's always about measurements. And I think there are different brains for different people. You have a brain. I don't have one. But for those of you that are doing any of your work with these will make sense to you. Talk us about this, because this is the it's a half-inch square.
6.5-inch square. Now, you see, I've worked for 30 odd years with mathematical things, so it's nothing. It's all make sense to me.
To you, yeah.
So to square something up, you need the centre of a ruler. So if you've got a 6.5-inch ruler, it wouldn't necessarily have a line down the middle because they would be on every inch.
Yes.
And it would be hard to find the middle. So this is, if you pick this ruler up, if you bought this and you picked it up and just think it's a 6.5-inch square, it will cut 6.5 inches. When you try and cut a 5-inch square with it, it won't come out how you expect because it's not designed to do that. It's designed to square things up. So it's a 6-inch square with a 1/4-inch seam all the way round it. So that's how the ruler is,
right.
Which is exactly what your fabric will be. So you've got to look at it as it's a piece of fabric and not a ruler. You cut this out. When you sew it to something, it will get a 1/4 inch smaller in all directions.
Got you.
That's exactly what the ruler is designed to do. And then rather than just leave it at that, this has got 2 slits down it, which is for 3.5. So therefore you can fussy cut a 3.5-inch square.
Yeah.
Which, now this is where the math gets really weird, because 2 3.5-inch squares line up next to this 6.5, and someone's out there's going, 3.5 plus 3.5 is 7. How does 7 line up with a 6.5?
Yeah.
But when you sew your 2 3.5-inch squares together, you'll lose a 1/4 inch on each seam, which is a 1/2 inch, which is where the 7 comes down to 6.5.
Got you. Got you.
Don't ask me to repeat that, because it'll be different the second time around. So it's something very odd, but it's something we've been asked for in the past. And there'll be people out there that go, God, I've been after one of them for years.
That
and
will
other
make
people
sense,
be
won't
going,
it?
I'm buying that. I don't understand that at all.
No, well, if you have found that situation though where you are working it, think of this working on the material that you're talking about. You've got that 1/4 inch allowance, and again on either side, or all the way around this as a border. So you take the mathematics into account, that, and because you've got that central area where you can take your measurement from, like you say, not like a regular ruler, for
it's
example,
not like
that you see in the lines and that.
It's different, you know, and it will be, someone will confuse it, but you know, it does exactly what it says.
You will
find it squares up, you know, and people might, in a month's time or something, they might be doing something and think, oh, I could do with one of them. I know where to get one from now.
Yeah, well,
I didn't know they even existed.
But they do now, and it's brand new on the show. So go for it now. 334-520. It's only $13.99. It's one of those, again, that once you've got the right tool, you start working with it, it is going to make life so much easier when you start working again with this one. 334-520, $13.99. Now, if I'd show you this and bring you this, we're going to give you a chance now to be able to create the snail trail that you'll get from this. And it's a brilliant pattern, this.
So there is a snail trail, but it's not normally made of half square triangles, and it's a square. So this is a hexagon snail trail, as in it all spirals in and out. So that, that's how people will have heard of a snail trail before, and they'll be looking at it thinking, well, that's nothing like the one I've seen, because it's normally made of different size half square triangles.
I see.
And this is made of half hexagons and triangles, making a total hexagon in the end, sort of. But it's a nice simple rule. It's designed to work with a strip roll, or or a jelly roll if you're. It's a certain brand make, but so it's 2.5 inches wide, so it fits exactly on your jelly roll or strip roll that you can undo, and then it's just very simple to slice the bits off and work it all out. And it was designed to make life easy, give you something else. There's a lot of people have strip rolls, and they often don't know what to do with them. Now, we did a kit ages ago with lots of things that you could cut up from them. But, I mean, a lot of time people go, oh, well, I'll do the strip roll race where you sew them all together and go round in a square or long on a quilt. But this is something different.
A nice different design.
And they fit, the pieces you have to cut come out of a strip.
Are you going to demonstrate with
I will cut. So each piece, you need to cut 4 half hexagons and a dime and a triangle, and you can cut them out of one strip.
Oh, right, okay. Well, we'll have a look at this. We're going to see the demo in a second as well. But again, just so you know, again, what you're going to be able to create with it. But they are fantastic. I love this as well, by the way, that you bought.
So that's it done as a table runner. So we've just added a piece in the middle, so the spiral effect carries on and goes through. The cream goes all the way through.
Yes.
And the other one, so you can make it. I mean, it turns into a hexagon, so you could make them and then sew the larger hexagons
all together
and make a bedspread,
Yes.
full-size quilt, whatever you want. But it's a case of, it makes a lovely, placemat, centerpiece, and of course you don't need to put all the bits round each side. You could turn up with just a small one.
Yeah,
You
right.
don't
Yeah,
have to
okay.
you don't have to put every
The
layer
whole lot
around the
together.
outside.
Well, we're going to see it in action in a second. Grab this one now into your basket. 999012. 999012. And it's just £12.99. Again, these are your brand news. And we've also got a lot more. We've got the draw of circles for you back in stock. Last time it was on, it sold out and we couldn't bring it back on extended. So it is back in now if you want to go for that one as well. If you want to go for the UFO finishing kit, that is also now back in stock. It's all there on the web. If you've missed out on previous shows, this is your chance now to grab them while there is stock available. Last time, really, really busy for them. They did sell out for both those and the circles, and we couldn't bring the circles back on extended. It is back in stock today, though, so pop that in your basket while we have it for you. Loads more in there as well. Pop them in your basket. But if you're interested to see now how the snail trail will come together, we're now going to have a wonderful demonstration. And I love your demonstrations, Andy, because they are nice and clear. It does come together. You make sense of these for me, which is great.
Well, hopefully, since I design them.
Well, exactly. You're the man.
So, the strip rolls that we undid all only had 5 different colours in. They're bound in a nice bundle. I meant to bring one in, but I didn't. Everyone will know what a jelly roll, what a strip roll is. The ones we had only had 5. Now this needs 6 colours, so we got another bit from another strip roll to do it, because you want 6 different colours to make it work. So this is a strip that comes out of the strip roll. So basically, it's cut 2.5 inches from the fabric. So it's it's the length of this is whatever the fabric would have been wide, and that's how it's trimmed off. So this is a whole one. So I'm going to. Well, you've got the waist on the end there, the selvage. So I'm lining up my ruler on it, and then I'm going to use that and I'm going to trim that off. So the first thing is on the end. We're going to trim them bits off. Now that corner piece that we've trimmed off there, that's really important, because when you sew it, that will help you position it. So my first one I'm going to cut the largest one first, because it's always better to, I think it's always better to cut, if you're going to make that the one that's got held up first. So I'm going to line that up on the end there, and I'm just going to cut the entire one. So I have to stand up for that. And again, trim the bit off. So there is the first one. Now again, we trim off the end every time we do it. We need to trim this little corner off.
That's one of those things that, if you're not careful, you're going to forget, isn't it? That's the important one to remember.
You can always go back and do it. It's just a case of I try to remember to do it as I'm going. So I've trimmed that corner off. So last time I used the entire ruler. Now I'm going to use the first solid line in, and I'm going to place that on the end of the fabric there like that. And again, I'm going to cut that bit off. So there is the second one. And again, back, and we'll just trim that end off. Now you'll find sometimes your fabric is up and sometimes it's down. The ruler is it's got non-slip pieces on the back, so you can't turn your ruler over.
Oh yes, it has.
So you're going to turn your fabric over, because the ruler's got to stay the way around. So first one we cut all of it. Second one we cut that line. So third one we're moving down to this line. Now they are marked on the thing as in half hexagon 1, 2, and 3, and things like that. So right, so we stand up. So we cut.
You see, just seeing this now makes total sense. Just seeing it already.
There is my next piece, and again we're going to trim that corner off, and we'll turn it round again, and again so we've done 1, 2, 3. So we're now coming down to this last one, which this ruler is the defective one. Have I got another one here?
I've got one. I've got 2 over here.
Yeah. Let's see. That was a prototype one where there's a line missing on it. I don't know. I thought that had gone in the bin. You won't get getting one of them in the show.
I tell you what now, though. No, you won't be. Now already demonstrated and seeing this how it worked, by the way, almost a quarter of the stock now has already gone now, pretty much. Just now understanding and seeing it, because if maybe if you're at home and you're watching and you're a bit like me, when I look at something, I think not quite sure how that comes together. But now demonstrating, it really is simple, isn't it, to actually take some of those jelly rolls and to create.
That is the fourth
incredible patterns with it.
Fourth one of them, and now once again we trim the corner off, and now this time we're cutting the diamond out. Sorry, the triangle out. So the last one, it will actually cut a diamond, so you can actually use a diamond in the middle, but the middle of that one is done with 6 triangles in the middle. So those are the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces that you need, and you will cut that in all of the 6 colours. So you'll take your 6 strips and do that. So there is left from the jelly roll. So that comes perfectly out of it, and there's not quite enough there to do the binding in the edge. So then you would sew that. You would cut all of them. You would sew your triangles together, and then you'll sew your first one on round the outside, your second one, and carry on round until you have got them all, and that will give you your spiral effect that's there.
That's fantastic. So if you've got your the jelly rolls, for example, as well, and if you can sort of get an understanding and see the whole of the pattern that follows around that sort of spiral kind of style. But it's great, and again, so it really is that simple of following the guides on there.
And providing you cut these corners off when you lay this into position, because this is cut off at the 1/4 inch seam. They will line up with the piece below.
Can you just lay it out on the so we can see it on
because
the
I've only got
overhead as well?
I've only got the one, you see. So when you if you were sewing that onto, let's turn that round. If you're sewing that onto there, then that corner lines up, because that's so you know you've got it in position. Where if you hadn't cut that corner off, if I get if I try to line that up, there's
the overlap.
That goes that much further over.
Yeah.
And then when you sew it, when you turn it up, the 2 bits would be staggered.
Got you.
It's very difficult to see it's in the same colour, isn't it? Get me a different colour, be green. But yeah, so if you line, where's the bit without it on? So when you line that up on the top, the other end, you line that up. When they fold over, they just wouldn't line. They don't line up.
No, I see. Yes.
So that's why it's important to cut that little corner off. To help them line up. So I'd say once you've cut all your pieces, cut them all out to start with. Your 4 different sizes of them, and if they say it's got the option on the ruler, you can actually cut a diamond, which then 3 diamonds go into the middle to make the hexagon.
Yes. Yeah.
And that's and then we were going to do one, but we just ran out of time this week, because you can't then, if you've got a diamond, you've only got 3 colours in the middle to spiral out from. Either you can do 2 rows of the same colour, or we were going to do 1 colour and then like a red and a lighter red underneath it or something that. So we were going to do that, but when we've done it, which should be next week sometime, it will get posted on our Facebook page.
So we'll get a chance to see it.
So you'll get a chance to see it as another idea.
Lovely. Well, I think it's a great idea, because like you say, lots of people, maybe already one of those people as well at home that have already got your jelly rolls, and you're looking for inspiration of other patterns that you can do with it as well. And it's as simple as following that and going down it in order and doing that with all of your 6 pieces of your material, of course, place them all together. And just remember, sometimes we say it's not good to cut corners when making your project. In this case, it is. Make sure you do it. And it's only £12.99, and you're loving it. Now, already half the stock now allocated, because it really is. We were talking about this before, and you said, I think it's one of those tools tools that people, when they see it working...
What am I going to do tonight if you have already bought half the stock now?
I know, more shows later on. But do get this into your basket because, again, if you've bought from Crafty UK in the past, you'll understand that all the tools they give you are so lovely and simple in that respect, but they do allow you to get fantastic results with all of your work. It is an emergency. You do this quick because, like I say, half the stock already gone from that demonstration. 999012, just £12.99. See what I did there?
It's an emergency to get it. I think
It is an emergency.
Darling?
Grab it now. £12.99 only, but really fantastic project. Have a lot of fun with that. And again, you'll see some more up on social media again from Andy next week when he's had chance, bless him, to actually get that put together for you. Let me just bring your attention again. We've got the Draw a Circle ruler that works here. Now, this was on, was it the last time or the time before that?
No, this was the last when we were on. It was a fill-in show. It wasn't our elected slot. Someone had dropped out, so this was a circle ruler. I mean, must be three years old, I think, when originally doing it. And it had a few problems, and we've sort of like slowly ironed them out and done this, and it was almost sort of like ready. So it was like, well, we could take it on this show, but we've only got enough time because it was something new. We'd only got enough time to make so many, and we were going on holiday.
Okay.
We had 3 days to pack, and then we were going away. We didn't leave the country. We just we visited a wildlife park.
Oh, so you're allowed to have some time
over near Worcester.
So what is it that what people, because it sold out last time, a third of the stock has already gone this time round. What is it again that's
so it enables you to draw a circle, so then you can quilt on it. So the snail ruler that you held, the snail quilt that you held up, that has been quilted with it. So both of them have. You can probably see the single one is probably better to see on the back.
Yeah, let me show this one.
Because it was quilted in a blue. So will that show up? The camera perhaps, whether the camera zooms in on it, you might be able to see it. There, so you can see that was a circle. So once again, it's something that's, everyone, I can draw around a dinner plate, I can draw around a cup, but these are exactly, an inch apart. So it allows, you to do an accurate curve in a circle, and, and here we've just done a single, circle, but on the other one I've done them and then I've started to overlap them in the corners.
I see. So again, for large projects like this.
But it is just drawing, and then you're just following the line. I usually put a walking foot on the machine to steady it, to allow it to go through, because that is that's a steadier way, because it's not free motion quilting. You're just following the line, and people get worried about following the line, but the line is drawn in a fabric pen which will wash off or iron off.
Yeah.
So if you stray from the line, don't frantically jerk back onto the line. Just gradually come back in, because that line, and you're looking at it, think, oh, that's dreadful. I wasn't on the line anywhere near, but the lines will disappear.
Right.
So therefore, they will only leave your sewing line, and your sewing line will look perfect.
Right.
Them circles may wobble a little bit somewhere in there, but you don't see it anymore because the guideline has been taken away.
And the circles, again, from all this was created from the same tool?
That was all created with the circle tool.
There we go. Give you another idea, again, how we might want to use this to create and to work with this. And nice and simple instructions again on working with this one too.
I mean, there's just pictures. I haven't even included any instructions because
it's that easy.
Because there is pictures on there. It just, it clips together. It doesn't stay clipped together. You need to put a little bit of tape on it to hold it, and you use it almost like a compass.
Oh, okay. Okay. So all clips in there with we'll come to this and we'll show this a bit later on for you. But it says £17.99. Again, a third of the stock already allocated for this one. 002237. Get it while it's in stock. If you wanted it and missed out on it last time and it wasn't back on extended, now's your time to do it while it is back in stock. For now, at least. Right, so that is for your Draw a Circle. Now we've got also for you the UFO finishing kit. Now again, this is going to allow us to do lots of wonderful sort of creations working with this. And it sold out again last time you had it.
Yeah. I mean, we did when this was on first time. I did have a piece of paper estimating what the contents of the bits in it as if you bought them separately.
Right.
And I think we were somewhere nearish £42 or something, and where it itself is only £20, but because all the pieces have been put together and not, you know, you haven't. They've all. If you went and tried to source them separately, so what you're holding up there, these are the that's backwards. You're showing all my
so
bad
I've got the other
stitching
side,
there.
your handiwork on the back there.
Yeah, that's much better.
There we go. Just
Well,
blame me. Just say it was me. That one. Yeah.
So this is the it's as a ruler we've called Quick Quilt 1, and these are some of the things that can be done with it. It's got a curved edge and it's got a straight edge, so it's designed to quilt small blocks on your quilt as you know as in sections, rather than quilt a pattern all the way through.
Yeah.
You work on a small section, do that, and then move on to the next one. And there will be more of these rulers in the Quick Quilt range. It's got, once again, it's made of 4mm acrylic, so it won't slip underneath your foot. You need a quilting ruler foot to go with it.
Okay.
Which we have them. You had people on last week, maybe even been at the weekend, selling them as well.
Right.
There's lots of people out there, and more and more people have these feet now.
Yeah.
But they say for the few people out there that haven't, they are available. You've got 2 or 3 different brands on your own website,
on the website
that you can
yes.
choose from.
There's no
Mine's
excuses.
obviously the cheapest.
I'm holding up these parts here again. I know this is where we're looking at the measurements, so this is getting us a perfect sort of spacing.
So the one in your left hand, right hand, the houses one.
Yeah.
That's the spacing gauge.
Yep.
To allow you to step the ruler more accurately. So there's 2 little, we call them a house because we thought they looked like a house.
They do actually, yeah, with little chimneys on the top.
With 2 chimneys. So there's 6 different measurements there. There's sort of like 1 inch, 1/4, 3/8, 1/2, different ways of stepping it. So we call it a house, but it's commonly known, I think, as a stepping gauge.
Stepping gauge. Okay.
And then the other things are to help you make your binding without burning your fingers. So they'll just allow you to fold, and there's a 2.5 inch and a 2 inch one, because binding, most people tend to do binding at 2.5 inches, but I've now stopped, and I now do it at 2, because I find, because we don't put thick wadding in. If I was making a bedspread, I'd put a good thick high quality wadding in,
yeah,
because that's obviously all part of the warmth for the quilt. But if I'm only making, you know, a table runner, the table doesn't need to be kept warm.
Okay.
So why put thick wadding in? I only put a thin piece in just so you can allow it to quilt. So that's why we do it the 2 inch one in there, because I find it at 2 inches.
But you are going to get, again, your pattern to work is regarding all your instructions and making how this all comes together in your sense, and you'll understand again for those ones. But brilliant, it went out last time. It's going again now. $19.99 for the UFO finishing kit. 971133 is your item code that you're looking at for all of that as a kit, which is absolutely brilliant. Now we've also got the quilting marker that is here for you. I think I've seen this before with you, and it was very popular before, I believe.
I think there's other ones on the market, and we keep being asked to do one.
Yeah.
And so I don't ever like to copy anyone's, make it exactly the same. So we looked at something we could do differently in it. So you've got your basic square, you've got your 45, your vertical and your horizontal lines to mark, so you can use these quilting things that step round.
Yeah.
And then I thought, well, I've got all that wasted space, so I could put a spiral in there, because a lot of people, I do a spiral quilting ruler, but it's very difficult to hold and guide round, because you really need a third hand. And I've yet to meet one with someone with one. So this is you draw it on, and then once again, then you just sew on the line.
There we are.
And again, the line disappears. So you know, it doesn't matter if you've left the line a little bit. So we've done this one on the black and just that, so you can see it. But it works nicely, you know, in a quilt as part and parcel of it, spiralling out in these sections. And of course, you come out as far as you want. You don't have to use the full extent of the
No.
thing. You
So
can
do a smaller version.
do a smaller whatever
Smaller
you want.
version. I like it down here. I feel like I'm sort of DJing with the decks. Right, 27.99 022 005, which is fantastic. Now, we've also got some other items. Again, 4 years that Craft UK have been with us here at Hochanda, and we've actually got some of the items from the very first show also. Now then, the twisted pinwheel set. Now, again, we've got some examples you might see around the set. It's proving very popular again. It's there. It's always a classic. $13.99, $592, $159. Always been very, very, very popular indeed. So if you missed out in the past, do grab this one and get this one to your basket. Now, this is fantastic. If you like doing your paper piece, and you'll love this one. This is your 16 piece now we're looking at here for your set one. This is $21.99, $527,653. All those elements are there for you, which is absolutely brilliant. We've also got the set of the hearts that are there available for you. Now, this is great because this is going to give you the different sets. So 15 hearts, you've got the 3 different styles. You've also got the 2 heart button and bag, and you're going to get the 30 of the heart buttons. All of that included there for that one for just £21.99. 894-263. And our old classic, it wouldn't be the same if Andy was in the studio without him, of course, which it is Mac the Westie template. This is brilliant, this, and every time that Mac is on the show, honestly, it's just, it walks itself. $11.99 only, 043 083. I do love this, and again, it wouldn't be the same without a little Mac the Westie as well. So again, if you're looking for a project, even if you're a dog owner, even if you don't have a Westie as a dog, you've got to love this one though, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant little doggy there. 043 083, just $11.99. Very content there. Look how very happy he is. Right, there we go. It's like an old friend having Mac back as well. It is.
But he's a real dog. It's where some of our templates of elephants and caricatures of them, but Mac is a real Westie. I've met him, and he was actually on holiday with us in Cornwall earlier this year.
Signing autographs. Yes, there he was, doing everything. Lovely. Well, choose your favourites and get those into your basket, everybody. What can you demonstrate and work with us now?
So I'm just going to quickly do the circle ruler for anyone that hasn't seen.
Yes, please.
So, I'm only using one section here. It will draw a circle up to 57 inches diameter, and I haven't got that much space. And I think if you were going to use it for that much, you would need to. You would need help because it's very difficult to hold the pin. So the pin needs to go in. I think I bought my other board today, so it doesn't go in quite as well there. But it is as simple as, and we did it on white with a chalk last time, and that didn't show up on the telly at all. I thought white would show lovely, white chalk on a black background, but that just didn't show. No one could see at all what I was doing.
A lesson learned there.
So I bought a white material and I bought a red pen this time. So you're putting that in there and you're just drawing your arcs like that, and you put them in the holes, and then you're just stepping them along, and then.
You see, all those tools we were taught through in I bet you loved maths for things like this, didn't you? Love a protractor. Do you love a protractor?
Yeah.
I thought you'd like a protractor. But see, this is much more fun than the tools that we were given to work with in my pencil case at the beginning of a term, which I'd lost by the second day of it.
And it's as simple as that. Whether they're that perhaps if I hold that up, you might be able to see that.
No, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, it's very bright, isn't it?
That's fine. There we go.
You're just going in, so you can now see the lines. So you've got all the lines there. So you would now just quilt on them lines, and then as soon as we put the iron on, they would all disappear, and we'd just have our quilting line left. So it's simple as that. To do this is a quarter circle. You could do a half circle. Whatever you want.
And what did you say we could go up to as maximum? What's
the actual total distance? It will make a 57-inch diameter circle. So if you had a large quilt, you could lay it out on the floor. You could mark that. It would be tricky to feed underneath the things. But people do quilt full-size quilts on their machines. So yes, you can mark it and do that. So it is as simple as that. So.
Oh, I love that. That's fantastic.
So that's that. So then something from the UFO kit while we're here. So these are the things that people they see and they don't necessarily understand what to do. So I'm just taking them off the chain. They come on a chain because we like to chain things up because otherwise they run away. So you would fold this over. I need my iron. You would fold this over and start this off. You know, it's gone a bit cool while it's been sitting down there.
Oh.
And now you would go along here, and there's always a chance here of burning your fingers and steadying it along. So we've just started it off, and now this works if I thread it through the right way. So we thread it through. And I do need possibly to stand up for this, but that doesn't matter because you're only looking at my hands. And now we just push this along, and then we just move this along.
That's
more.
brilliant.
And this just keeps it guiding it on, keeps it through, because you would have, this was a piece of binding for your edge of your quilt, you'd have somewhere you'd have a join at 45 degrees. That will still slide through this piece of buckle easily. It just keeps your fingers out of the way of the hot bit of the iron. The acrylic, if you leave it next to the iron, it will melt because it's not heat proof, but you're only just touching it every now and again and moving it along, so it's going to be all right. And then the last little bit. So then that's all done and off, and as simple as that. So there you have your piece that's done, and I haven't got it, my fingers haven't got in the way, and it's done it really accurately for. I haven't had to keep folding it over and and being careful with it. And that's what it is. It's a very simple tool, but it's just something that I think everybody ought to have, which is why we've created this kit, as a UFO, because it's an unfinished object.
Yeah.
And all the pieces in it are to finish this quilt, because generally people they've sewn all the pieces of fabric together. And now it's the finishing it off, the quilting it, the putting the binding on round the edge and sewing it all on. So we've put all the things in the box that you need.
No, that's it's brilliant as well. And again, it's those tools that just help you get the job done the best you can with speed and efficiency as well, safely as well. So we're not having our fingers too near the edge of the iron, for example. And again, you're getting the perfect finish with those. Again, so really fantastic. If you do want to go for the UFO finishing kit, it's only £19.99 you're looking at. 971133 is your item code there. There's everything that you looked in there as well, and some lovely projects that you'll be able to do with that again. With all that, which is absolutely fantastic. So if you've ever sort of looked at some of your projects when you're doing them and just thought, do you know what, if only there was something that could help me do that and get a nice seam down it without me having to get my fingers to it, well, Andy has sorted it for you. It's all there for you. 971133. You can see why it went last time as well. So absolutely brilliant. Are we going to go back to... We're going to do a quick recap for everybody. Quick recap if you are just tuning in with us as we go through. Now, of course, starting off with, we're going to go with a 6.5 inch on the ruler, £13.99. It's brand new on the show for you today. Perfect chance for you just to measure right from the centre of this one that we're looking at. But again, there have been people that are going, I wish I could have this problem I had in the past. If only there could have been. Andy sorted it again.
I mean, it's something I wasn't aware that was needed. It was someone asked me for it, and to start with, I didn't understand why, or even why they couldn't use a normal ruler. And yes, you can use a normal ruler, but this makes it easier.
A lot easier.
It just takes the mistakes out of it, because it helps you line it up.
Because we've got that quarter inch all the way around.
It's the quarter inch all the way around, and the bit in the centre, the point. But it gives you a finished 6 inch square. It's because people fussy cut a lot more things. You get them. If you've got a small print fabric, then you're not going to need this to cut it. But if you've got a motif that you want to cut out of something,
of course,
to go in the middle of something, this enables you to accurately cut round that.
Exactly where you want
to put that piece in. And
yes.
Some of the prints you get have big sections in them, and you want to cut out that animal. If you're making a child's quilt or something, you might want to cut out that animal.
Yeah.
There might be animals all over it, and you can cut them all out and then intermingle them in with all other fabric in between them, and you've got them each one in the centre. That's where it's aimed at. So.
Nice and simple. So again, just that visual that you can work with, efficiency as well. 334 520 is your item code there. It's only £13.99, and it's brand new on the show. So do grab that one again while you're there and looking at that. Honestly, he's a genius. He's a genius what he creates. We've also got for you the hexagon snail ruler here with pattern that you're going to be getting for all of this one. Now, almost, it's brand new on the show today, and nearly 2/3 of the stock has already gone. Now, if you've already missed the demonstration that Annie did earlier on, it is very, very simple. And if you're working with your jelly rolls, for example, you'll need 6 of your strips for your projects to be working on to do the actual snail trail and all coming together. If I just show that might give a little idea again on how we're setting them all out and how you can create the look by you one at a time. You've cut all your 6 different strips, and it was as simple as doing your first cut using the whole of the length, and then as you'll notice actually on the ruler itself, it then gives you the markings that you next do your next cut, and then your 3rd cut, and your 4th cut, your 5th, and then your 6th cut on it. And every time, don't forget to take out those little corners that you'll see. Now, once you've actually laid them all out and you set them all in place, it's just the then case of bringing them all together, and you can create then fantastic projects. In fact, if I show you starting with, again, the main one, gives you a little idea how this will all come together. And if you have had your jelly rolls, etc. in the past, you've been looking at them and thinking, what else could I do with this? It literally is laying them out, unrolling those fabric lengths, laying them all out, and then starting to work. And you could also create this. We've got the lovely table runner design as well that's been put together here for you to have a look.
The table runner is just one half hexagon round the outside smaller.
Oh,
so
right.
So that's the first one you had was the full size one. That is one less, and then you could go, if you had that as your table centre, you could go just
smaller for the place.
The smaller ones for the placemats.
Yeah,
so they would match, but they would be a smaller size. Because I always like, when you can make something in different sizes, so you can have the larger one in the middle and the smaller, and then you could have just the small one for your wine glass.
Oh,
to stand on.
It sounds perfect. Well, it's gone 5 o'clock. We can mention that. It is only $12.99. It is really simple. And if you did miss the demonstration, then you can always catch that back on rewind. Again, if you want to watch this show back later on towards the beginning, and you'll find that Andy done that demo for you. 999012 is your item code to look at there. Really, really simple, fantastic. Now, also, again, stock on this has been proving really, really popular. Now we've seen the demonstration. We can run your circle here to draw your circle. We set up to 57.
57 is the maximum, and that's diameter, not radius. So that's...
But again, you can put this together and sort of create that longer extension that you'll be working with. Or once that's in place, just literally follow it, because you have got all the holes at those different points all the way through, where you just put your pen, you work with the invisible pen, and then place that on, and literally it's on and it moves around. It gives you the perfect sizing and spacing to create those wonderful circles that you can see. In fact, there was one on the back again here that shows you how this one was done again with the stitch work. Again, perfect intervals that creates that lovely ever-decreasing circle from the centre. Or you could go crazy and create something very different again, working with it and bringing it all together and really have a lot of fun with that. $17.99, 002237. It's sold out on the show last time straight away. It couldn't come back and extended. It is back on the show right now, though. So do try and grab that whilst you can, while it's in stock. The UFO kit, we've already seen some elements of this, again, all coming together, but you get loads of little gadgets in here, loads of their perfect ways. We've just seen how we can actually bring in the buckle, of course, how that was working to get those wonderful seams, again, without any of the material sort of not overlapping properly, keeping your fingers away from the heat of the iron as you're doing it. But really fantastic kit here for loads of reasons. Only $19.99 for all of those. 971133. Lots and lots of projects, I'm sure, that can get finished off with perfect tools for the job. 971-133, 1999. We've also then got just a couple more as well. The spinning wheel, I think. Is it the... yeah, the twisted pinwheel. Now, it was on before, and again, one of the classics actually getting it from Craft the UK. If you haven't got this yet, now's your time to it. You can make some wonderful, wonderful projects, actually, with this. I was going to show a couple of examples. I'll show some at the end when we can bring you back. But 592159, only $13.99. Which is a brilliant, brilliant price. Lovely for that, some of your projects as well. Also got the quilting marker square for you here, $27.99. 022 This is 022 005. Again, really, really, really worth its weight in gold on that for your markings. Everything's perfect for that spiral in the centre for you as well. Really lovely that. £27.99. And last but not least, we have a brilliant 7-day saver, which I think is really worth pointing you in the direction of during this show as well. It's got a £10 saving right now, so it's just £11.99, and that's 10 spools, they're black and white. You get 1,000 metres on each of those, and that's got a brilliant saving there, so it's down to just £11.99. Perfect for your spirals of circles and all your quilting. You're working on 184102. Right then, I think that's everyone up to date. Andy, what are we looking at next?
Right, so there's a binding tool. Oh, it's here. I was going to say it's disappeared on the mat. That comes in the UFO kit. So a lot of the time you'll put your binding on, you'll cut it in a long strip. So I'll keep it still. I'm just moving it around. I'll move the other hand. You'll cut it in a long strip, and then you'd put it all the way around the outside. Well, not every time do you want the binding to be all the same colour. I mean, the snail trail quilt over there that we've got, each edge is actually different because that carries on of the binding.
I see.
So the colour, so that's all part and parcel of the spiralling out. So you couldn't cut this and join it as in one piece because it just never fit exactly on. So they have been done in separate strips. But then you need to join this in the corner. Well, the 45-degree, the 91, which is going to be joined at 45 degrees, is not hard to work out.
Right.
But it's still awkward. So this tool does it. But this tool has a 90-degree, 120-degree, 135-degree, a 45-degree, and 60-degree. All different corners that you can use to join it. So this is, how it works. So here we've got a hexagon. So you're thinking a hexagon, a lot of people would say, oh, it's got 60-degree sides. Well, it hasn't, because the angles of the thing is actually 260 degrees, so it's 120 degrees. So these are the piece of binding that I'm going to put on. So I'm going to put them on in separate pieces. Now, you would overhang them, perhaps not quite as much as this, but I would line that up. I'm going to have to put a clip on it. I tend to use clips most of the time because they don't have sharp edges like pins do. So you need to know where to start to sew, because if you over sew, it will. It doesn't work because you can't fold it back. So
right.
I'm placing the tool. I'm lining it up with that edge, and I'm lining it up with that edge. It's got a hole in there. I put my pen in, and I get a dot, and that's where I'm going to start to sew. So I will then put my needle down, which I can't see because they've made me turn off all my lights. So there's no glare. So hopefully I'm in the right place.
I know, I have to powder for the same reason.
And that is sewing, and that's making a horrible noise, but it shouldn't be. Oop. But it has sewed, so I'll just. Normally you'd be able to get to both edges, but because this is so small, so then I'm going to use the same tool at the same end, and I'm going to mark where I stopped sewing. Now, you'd have been able to mark both of them points at the same time, and I'm coming back to the table. And you sew, and you stop on that point.
That point.
And then do a back stitch to do it off. So that's that one in position. Now I would sew the next one on the other side, on the next bit round. So you're doing exactly the same. If I put that on there, it will probably hold in place enough to, because it's quite small, it's not going to go anywhere. So this just gives you your start point, exactly as I did before. I'll pick it up
because of the
carefully.
outline on the actual marker there, you know exactly where you're going.
So that's given that exactly that. I mean, it's only marking 1/4 of an inch in.
Yeah.
But you can line it up, and that helps you. That just helps you do it. So I'm doing it on a 60-degree one because that will help you. It just shows you what you can use it on different ones. So back to I can never find the 120 degrees.
So we've got 135, 120. We've got 90, 60, and 45 degrees on there.
So there again, I'm marking where I'm going to stop to. Now, you notice the other one is underneath, but that will fold out of the way. And if I sew to that point, it won't catch that one underneath. So there is instructions for this, obviously, but and I've done my best to mark them for people. But if you don't understand, I think eventually we will get round to doing a little YouTube tutorial for this and putting it on somewhere. But there is some because this is our own version of it, but there is other ones out there on the market, different styles,
right,
and they all work the same way. So we've sewn these two in place. Now we've got to join these two, which is where the tool really comes into its own. So you fold your fabric over and pressure crease it. So I'm folding it over onto the sewing line, which is very difficult to see. But so it didn't go right back over. It's gone down. So I've now that the top of that is now on that sewing line. I've pressure creased it. So then I can use the ruler, and I draw in that crease there. Just draw a line. Now this is being done with the fabric pen that will iron off, but it wouldn't matter if I was using a biro because this is going to be on the inside anyway. So now I take my tool. So I want the 120-degree one, and I'm going to line up. The 120 has got two little points on it and a dotted line, which is going through the middle of the angle. So I'm lining that up, the two holes onto the red line, and then at the point where that angle comes down, so I really should have bought a blue one, I think. It's easy for me to see. It's just the camera is reflection. So that's gone to that point. So I'm going to draw that point, that arc there. So I've drawn that bit on. So now I'm going to line my two bits up. I'm going to fold my hexagon over. So that and that are in line, and I've got my two pieces sticking out. And if that's all folded over, they should be in line with each other. Which I'm pretty certain they will be. Actually, you can line them up quite well. So that line is now what I'm going to sew on. So I'll take that to here. Now that red line that I drew, I'm going to sew down to the point, and then I'm going to turn it, and then I'm going to sew along to the other bit. And you have to stop once again where it met that line, and I'll put back stitch in there, and then I don't appear to have a pair of scissors, so I'll use a rotary cutter. Whoops. Didn't see that.
No, nothing happening here, nothing to see here.
Then I can trim that off, the waist off, they're sewn together. So now there would be my corner, they would go out. So you would do that on each edge, and now you've got that now you've got that angle that goes through the middle, and you would then, that's folding over, tip my fingers out, hands out of the way. That's folding over and down, and you then sew that on the back. So you've now got a piece of binding that goes round. Got you. But it's going round a corner, but it's made of two pieces of fabric, which is what the important thing is. I mean, you've got a square on there. If you did a square quilt, some of the fabric is directional. Right. So you've got a pattern in it that's, so when you go along the top, it all lines up nicely. When you go down the side, everything is turned on the side. Well, you might want it to carry on down the side. Right. The same if you've got arrows or something. So you could do the pieces on all four edges in separate pieces. So therefore your directional fabric will now look very different on it. But you need a tool like this to be able to do your corners. And they're saying that it does 90-degree corners. It will do the hexagons 120. You've got a 60-degree corner for different triangles, bits in. Yeah. So you've got all your standard measurements. Some I think people may never use. It depends how adventurous they are, because I mean most people make quilts that are square and rectangles. Right. I don't. I hate that. I like to be different. So that's where that tool. That's what that tool is for.
But great, like you say, to be able to get that nice finish, to be able to get those directional things, those fabrics, and to really play into their strengths. Join it in, because you wouldn't be able to work out where to sew that line. Yeah. But it's very simple to use,
and you will find it confusing to start with. But once you've made one, I've found it. I mean, I designed it, and I, knew how it worked, and still I had to keep doing it. But now I've
well,
made...
that's the same with anything, isn't it? Really.
Now I've done it several times. I understand, and I didn't even need to get the instructions out to look at it to do it today.
and for that, we're relieved. That's absolutely. So if you would like to go for the UFO kit, so in 1999, loads of tools to really make those projects easier to finish off. 971 133 for that, and again, keep your eyes peeled. There may be some more instructions coming up there as well. Draw a circle. Well, it's gone limited, everybody. $17.99. It's sold out last time on the show. We couldn't bring it back. It is now limited. Now 002237 is your item code there as well. Now, we've also got for the hexagon snail ruler with the pattern that you saw that. Really easy to work with your jelly roll. Just $12.99. 70% of the stock now already allocated. 999012 is your item code that you'll require for that at that price. Brilliant. Grab it whilst it is there. We've got about 30 seconds. Annie, what time are you back on?
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock?
Technically, it's past my bedtime, but I will manage to
Will you stay up especially?
I'll stay up. I may nod a bit during the show, but as long as Catherine keeps throwing something at me to keep me awake, we'll be all right.
We'll keep you ticking over. He may with his PJs and his little woolly hat, but definitely be here at 9 o'clock to come back and join Andy. Also, by the way, a little Westie dog. There's a picture on our Facebook visitor post area there. If you want to see the real Westie, then Mac is there for you to say hello to as well on our Facebook page. Looking forward to seeing some comments on there as well. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Andy, as well, and we'll see you just on the other side of this. Now get ready, everybody. Then it's the Stumps Away one-day special. Then we got That's Crafty. Looking forward to that with Joe. And then we got again back to our one-day special.
If you love cake and you love to bake, we've got something you're going to enjoy. Here at Hochanda's Crafty Kitchen, we'll be introducing you to brand new guest demonstrators from the world of baking and cake decorating, who will be on hand to inspire you with sugar flour making techniques, food flavouring ideas, baking kits in a bottle, and as well as showcasing some very fashionable kitchen aprons. Watch out for brand new products, some very bespoke to the baking world, but others you can utilise within the world of craft, which will allow you more flexibility between the different mediums. Intrigued? Well, set your temperatures, set your timers, and tune in every fortnight to see what's in the oven on the Crafty Kitchen.
Flexi order has arrived at Hochanda. What is Flexi order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments, so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping baskets, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you the extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with Hochanda easier.
Did you know you can continue watching Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for free, using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet. either through a wireless connection, if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If you're not already connected, use your remote control and select network settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember to have your router's password to hand, whether you're using a wired or wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type hochanda.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcast and access to previous shows. So now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV, whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, my name is Maggie and I'm from Impressions Crafts. I've been running my business now for 15 years. It's a small family-run business in the south of Cheshire. We have a large craft shop. We sell all sorts of beading and jewellery supplies. I have a passion for making jewellery. I love working with the Lucite style flower beads, and we make thousands and thousands of angels and have been doing so for the last few years. We've been bringing to Hochanda lots of lovely beading kits, jewellery for necklaces and bracelets and earrings, and we also bring a wide range of angels and accessories, beading accessories like bookmarks, and we also have our range of laser cut sun catchers and mobiles, all the lovely crafty beads. Hope you can tune into my shows and looking forward to seeing you on Hochanda.
Hello, a very good evening to you all. Yes, it's 6 o'clock. That just means, doesn't it, it's the start of another brand new one-day special. We've got Ali here with us. It's Stamps Away. You are looking at some beautiful creations. And I've got to tell you as well, when it comes to the one-day special, wow, this is value for money. 4 individual projects are involved here. And if you break down the price, do you know what? We'll go through all the details. But $9.99 per project. It's a crazy price. A very good evening to you. Let's just go straight to Ali and say a very good evening.
Good
Hello
evening.
there.
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Exciting.
Yes, we've had shows recently together.
I know,
it's
it's been
nice
a
to
bit-
see you again
yeah.
so soon.
I know, it's only been a week.
Oh.
A lot can happen in a week, though.
Oh, Ali, I'll tell you what. Everybody's been admiring the set. I've got to say, the value, once again, in the one-day special is just incredible. Do you want to tell us a little bit about it?
So basically what we've got is we've got 4 MDF projects, and they're all slightly different, but they've got that alterability. That's what I wanted. I wanted things that you could really get your teeth stuck into, whether it's the actual kit itself, like the entomologist box, or whether it's something like the shelf where you can sit and spend ages making little things to put on it, because that's where I can get lost for hours making things. So, you know, we've got the shelf there, and there's the canvases, there's the candles, whatever you want to put on it. The shelf just displays them, because I think we tend to put our crafting away a little bit. So this gives you the option to make it on display. And the box there with the drawers, each of those drawers can come out and you can swap what one's on display, and then they close up, and it's based on the museum display cases.
So clever. They're absolutely amazing. They really are. Do you know, whether you want to go down the grungy route, whether you want to keep little bottles in there, whether you want to go all pretty, you can do all those different things. Look at the price of this. The one-day special, saving £19. It really is value for money. 2 payments of £19.98 as well. Item number there for you, 456493. Let's have a look at each of the projects individually. So we'll start with the entomologist case. Oh, I'm so pleased I managed to say that. I can't get my words out today again. This is just such a clever idea. Now, Ali, there are 3 drawers in there, and you've displayed one of them on the top there, but of course you can change the items inside the drawers. You can change it however you wish.
The idea being, because if you go to a museum, they'll have trays and trays of the butterflies, moths and things like that for identification, and you take one out and you look at it, and that's where the idea came from. It's
goes back to my childhood of a particular museum, and I used to get really excited to go to the gallery, and that's what I wanted. So the idea being that they're in the trays, and then you pull one out and then you can put it on display. So this means you can mix things up, so you can change which one you have out on display. You can have a drawer for each family member, so you can have photographs in there, you can have memories. The trays can be, they're about an inch deep, so you've got depth for having dimension in there, but you've got the little doors that close over. You get the plastic in there as well, so that you can do the faux glass effect on there.
I'm going to pull a drawer out of another sample a little bit.
So this is done properly, like a proper entomologist box. This has all got butterflies, obviously not real ones, they're the ephemeral ones. So it slides out.
This is absolutely amazing. Look at
and then
this.
They open up, so it's a double door, so you get that sensation of opening up.
And of course, these aren't real butterflies. We'll see more of these a little bit later on as well. Such a lovely idea, such a way to keep your keepsakes, or perhaps if you're taking the children to the beach or the woods or the forest and you're collecting your bits and pieces, it's a great way to display them. You know, I'm not going to try and do that backwards. I'll wait until we can put that back safely. Now, I can tell you we are already really, really busy. 20% of the one-day special has already gone. I'm just thinking as well, Ali, just to come back to this particular item, if I just remove that top tray, or is it stuck down?
No, you just pull it straight up.
Oh, yes,
the
of
handle
course,
that you pull it out with becomes the slot to put it into the top.
Ah, how clever. So it's not going to just topple over.
No.
But if you wanted to go for more than one, you could stack these on top of each other.
You could, and then just use the top one to display. You always have to make sure the top drawer space is empty, because in order to support even the heaviest of trays, we've had to make the handle that sticks through deeper.
Yeah.
So you always make sure that the gap is at the top.
Do you know, it is such a clever idea. We are very, very busy. Individually, you can see the details at the bottom of the screen because the value is in the one-day special. So we've done the trays there. Let's have a look at our next project. So this is your altered art house. And again, Alice, so many ways you can decorate this, or any theme would work, wouldn't it?
Exactly. This is what I wanted, because I've even done a Christmas version of the entomologist box. I wanted something that can be whatever you want it to be, so it can be your personality, and that's where MDF comes into its own, because you can use paint on it, you can use your papers, whatever catches your imagination. But I love making little things, I like gathering stuff, so this one is just got a mixture of bits of wood that I found when on a walk that caught my eye. I've made some little books. I could spend hours just doing that. I can be totally lost in my own little world, making things to go into little boxes like that. And because it's a house, you've got that idea of rooms, so you've got that sort of family feel. And then we had it so there's a little sign to hang on the front. You know, it's just fun.
It really is, and it's something that you're going to continue creating, isn't it? You'll build the house up, you'll decorate it, you can always change the decor, but it is about putting all those different things in there. Let's have a look at the magic shelf. I absolutely adore this. What a great way to display your items. Now this is just a fabulous idea. All these old bottles on here. Oh, now then, if you missed that on the ephemera next week, do stay with us as well. If you have got that, then you might want some more, because, oh, amazing stuff here. Ali, this is lovely. I think, do you know, whichever room it's in the house, this is going to work.
It does, and the first time I built it, it made me think of a 1960s sitcom in the background.
Oh,
you know,
I
it needed
know
to
what
be
you
in oranges and browns because it's got that retro feel to it as well.
Yeah.
But as soon as I did it in a walnut stain, it's old world. You could see that in an antique shop, and that's again what's so great with MDF. It can be whatever you want it to be. And again, if that's Christmas, you could I've wrapped ivy around this one, but there's no reason why you couldn't wrap lights around it and have all your little snow globes and the trinkets that you accumulate that have sentimental value, or photos or anything. But it's just got that clever idea, so you've got different size compartments and it's all balanced.
Love it.
The first time you put a cup of tea on it, you do go, who's it actually going to... But we tested it with cups of tea to make sure it was balanced.
You could wall mount that, I suppose, as well, if you really wanted to.
As long as you've got the correct fixings.
Yeah.
But yeah, easily.
Perfect.
It's really fun.
That is item number 3 as part of the one-day special, and the 4th project is our wonderful grandfather clock. I love this. Now again, we can see some of that ephemera on there, can't we? But many ways again, Ali, to decorate up here. I mean, any theme goes once again.
It is, and what's nice with this is we've actually done this particular grandfather clock in 3 different sizes, and I happen to know somebody's shared one on Facebook already of the middle size one, and this is the teeny tiny one. But one of the samples, I actually left the front doors off it, and have made it into a little shelf unit.
Oh,
So
I
again,
think I found
capturing my love of making things small. So you know, you've got that option. This isn't a working clock because it's small, but if you had an old pocket watch or something like that, you could, the workings of that would fit it. But you've actually got stickers, so you can put the hands wherever you want them to be.
I love that. Perhaps if you're making for a gift, it could be the time somebody got married or the time a child was born.
I thought for birth of a child would be lovely, because then you could put little, you know, the little keepsakes, the wristband from the hospital and things in the cupboard, because the cupboard does have opening doors. Possibly not on the two where I may have overdone it with the ephemera. Because I got a little carried away. But yeah,
but they do look amazing and very, very useful items. Let's just go through those details one more time. So remember, you're getting all 4 of those kits in the one-day special. If you break that down, it works out at just £9.99 per project. And we're giving you that flexi-buy option as well. 2 payments of £19.98. Doesn't get much better, does it? 456493 is the item number. But we do have more for you, because when it comes to decorating, whether it's the things that you're putting inside these projects, whether you want to work with other things as well, lots of different mediums, great mediums from Stamps Away. And I can tell you, the first one we're going to talk about is this one. This is our rusty stuff, our rusting kit. Now, you've got the inspirational book and the mediums there, as we can see. Ali, tell us about this. This is a really lovely little kit.
Right, so what you've got is you've got a book which covers everything in terms of using the rusting powder. We're using it with fabric, so even if you're fabric crafter, it's perfect. It's all the different things. It's fabulous photographs. It's not a massive amount of words in there, which I like. There's lots of impact, and it's really interesting read, and all the different effects about stamping with the rusting powder, all sorts of different things. And then we've put in some mediums. Obviously the rusting powder, which is the very important thing. Gilding flakes, because rusting gilding flakes is the most delicious thing. Not actually tasty, but looks really good. We've put a very important ingredient in. You've only got a small bottle of it because it is readily available. We've put in the vinegar. The vinegar is the activator. You can do it with water, but it's so slow, it's painful. Whereas vinegar is so quick. Yeah. It still takes time because it's a natural process. You're actually oxidizing. It's great. It's science as well. So if you're doing it with youngsters watching, it's fascinating. But so you get some vinegar, which obviously you can restock yourself at any point. But we've put some in so you can get going straight away. We've put these amazing copper curls in, because copper doesn't actually rust. But when you start using the rusting powder and the copper curls and the vinegar, you just get the most amazing effects. Wow. You don't have a massive element of control because it's sort of natural, which is fabulous. So that's using the rusting powder, the gilding flake, the curls, the black gesso. I've put black gesso in as well because it's a real great way to make the rust pop out.
Oh, I love that.
He's amazing, isn't he?
There.
So you've got the rust and the micas that are coming up in a minute.
That is beautiful.
But he's developed over the day. He's actually still going a little bit. He does still smell of the vinegar, so he's still actually...
He does actually.
Yeah, he's still going a little bit. He's not fully dried. This lantern has got... So I took a rusty lantern, I unrusted it, painted it, and then rusted it again.
Is this the one that you shared on my page?
Yes.
Look at this.
It's been sitting, but I wanted the rust in specific places, and that's what this is all about. So I've actually got rust going on shells. Wow. Things that shouldn't rust, you can rust with this.
Amazing.
You get glue as well in there, so that you've got everything you can. All you need is a surface to rust.
Love it. Oh, we're spoilt for choice, aren't we? $19.99 if you want to go for the rusting kit. Don't forget, you do get the book. I didn't show you every page of that book, by the way. I didn't want to spoil it for when you get that home. 448324 is the item number. Oh, wait until you see these. Now, these are something special. And I know there's been questions about mica today as well, and Ella's been answering some as well, so I think we'll learn a lot more about mica during this particular one-day special. Now, we've got a whole collection here. You've got 9 mica collections here, sorry, 9 individual colours here in this collection. These colours are absolutely beautiful, but these are a little bit different to your normal micas. Are these your micas and more?
The 6 are micas and more, and then you've got 3 traditional beautiful micas. So the copper, gold and silver at the top are the traditional micas, which are beautiful and lovely, and you can do all sorts of amazing things. But then when we wanted to have more colour to them, we thought, right, let's step it up a little bit. So these are the Micas and More. They are incredibly vibrant colours, but they have the most intense sparkle to them. But the sparkle isn't just in the pink, it's not a pink sparkle. You've got a purple in there. The purple has a navy blue sparkle to it, as well as the actual sparkle. The green has a gold in it. The yellow has a red. They're just amazing. And when you start using them in different ways, because they're a powder that you can dust on, you can mix it with water and paint it. There's just so many things you can do with them, and the colours are just fantastic. So depending how they catch the light as to which colour you will see, whether it's on a light surface or a dark surface. We're going to use them onto black gesso, and the colours that come through are just phenomenal. Again, so that's using it. So that's combining, so you can see that gold sparkle coming through from the emerald.
That's beautiful.
And then you've got the rust in there as well. And I put a bit of the peacock on, because the peacock, although it looks blue in the jar, has got a beautiful green mica to it. So when you get the two mixing together, it's fabulous.
Doesn't it work so well with that rust effect as well? Oh, these are gorgeous. £29.97 if you want to go for the full collection. Now, you can go for the top shelf if you want. If you want to go for the gold, the silver and the bronze together, we can give you the details for those as well. £11.99 for those. Item number 055574. Now, the other colours, if you're not going for the full collection, you can get on a pick and mix. So it's any three. I think you're going to find it hard to choose, actually. Any three for £11.99. But you know what? Oh, if you can afford that whole collection, you're going to have a lot of fun with those. Great. Now, I've got to ask Ali, because the show earlier on about with Zuri, somebody asked a question about micas. Could you put those in moulds as well? Will
yes,
they work?
You can. What you'll find with the top layer, the beautiful micas, work absolutely perfectly. The others, because they have a dye in them as well, as the resin hits them, the colour will explode a little. It's a bit of an exaggeration, but it'll burst, it'll come to life, so you'll get that colour coming through. So really nice as well if you swirl through, because you'll get more intense colours as there's more crystals of the dye. So yeah, really experiment and play with that. But yeah, dusting inside is lovely as well.
Oh, we are going to learn much more about those as we go along. Now, we've got one more item to tell you about. We've got some stencils for you here as well. Now, these are lovely. You've got your 6x6 stencils, or masks, depending on how you want to look at these. I think we've got a bit of both going on here, actually. Now, these are great, Ali, as well. You've got a really nice mix of different designs here.
I was wanting something that would complement the one day special in terms of, you know, creating nice backgrounds, but also some that were a bit of fun, because when you're dealing with mica powders and things like that, you want lots of contrast, and so the alphabets are really nice because it's a whole design. You can really make that pop out. The circles, the circles going into the middle, who doesn't love that? And it works really nicely because these fit inside the trays of the entomologist tray. So they're the perfect size, so there's a lot of fun, so you can draw the eye in. They're just, again, emboss them through your machine, ink through them, and then when you've inked through them, dust your micas on, all sorts of different things.
Perfect. Well, if you want to go for those, look at the price on these as well. £4 saving, just £9.96. You're getting all four of those. 690743. Remember, if you're going for the one day special, you've opened up a flexi basket as well, so anything you pop in there, you can split the cost as well. Now, I did mention the ephemera earlier on. We've got that available again for you. This is a pick and mix of any three. If you did miss the shows last week with Ali, please do have a look at those, or make sure you tune in for the one day special shows. I'm sure Ali's going to be using these throughout the hours. These are absolutely amazing. You've seen lots of samples around the studio where these have been used as well. All sorts of different designs. So it's a pick and mix of any three, and you get 3 sheets in each pack. So essentially you've got 9 sheets in total. Well worth every penny of those. Can't wait to see more demonstrations using those. Hopefully during this hour as well. Will we use any?
I'm sure they'll sneak in occasionally. But I'm going to start with, I'm actually going to build one of the trays of the entomologist box, because I do think sometimes people go, oh, that looks really complicated. So I wanted to show you that it's not. And actually, we've done a couple of things that mean that you can sort of cheat a little bit in terms of, so that the doors aren't going to be in the way when you're working and things, because you want to build and then decorate, because you've got hinges and things like that. So we've done it in such a way that you don't have to put the doors on straight away and things like that. Okay. So you have the tray, and it has the little slide out bit, and that when you're working, if you're decorating, have that towards you, because if you're going to stick that into the top of the box, that's going to be the bottom.
Right,
so
I
have that
see.
towards you. And then you've got some bits that have the holes, that acts as the hinge.
Yeah.
You've got two other sides. You've got a very important nameplate. And then these two bits are the actual hinges that the doors fix to. So, get some glue. I've just opened this one up, so...
Now, we do have the glue available as well. Highly recommended. Now, you get 3 bottles of this, 50 millilitres in each. Really good buy. Great for your MDF and all sorts of crafting purposes, actually. 092-278 is the item number, just $11.99.
We may be mixing some mica with it later.
Oh!
Because you
Will
can
we see that explosion of colour with the glue?
You get it a little bit, but because the glue's white, it's not as... It's more fun when you do it with water, because then obviously it's clear.
Yeah.
When you're dealing with something that's white that dries clear, basically anything that dries clear, just squeeze that too hard. I hadn't checked my lid was screwed on. Anything that you do that's, I'm going to do this with a paintbrush because I'm going to make a mess otherwise.
I didn't think you ever made a mess, Ally.
Me, never, never, never. Yes, anything that dries clear, your mica will mix in nicely. Okay, so just make sure that you're putting glue everywhere where MDF touches MDF. I'm going to get a different glue out later because this one's just going to annoy me. This is what happens when you put yourself a new one in the bag about 6 months ago and forget it's in there, and it's been in and out of the car in the heat of summer. It may have got a little bit cooked. I do that a lot. I had a candle in, one of these LED candles. Forget they're real wax.
Yeah.
It was, a bit of a melted mess. So the basic box comes together and then the hinge goes in. So you just pull it apart very slightly. I let the glue hold it a little bit, and that's your hinge.
Oh, so that's very easy to do.
It is. And then that goes on the top and glues in place. But while I'm decorating inside here, I'm not going to glue that on. It's going to get in the way. So I can glue that on in a bit. So
I see what you mean now. Yes, this is... I totally understand that, because it would, wouldn't it, if they were there? You'd be
so they
sort
can
of
just
leaning your hand on them.
They can just flop away out of the way, and so those bits are there for later. So
perfect.
What we're
Do you
going
know, just very briefly, Ali, just to give a bit of an update, because we are very, very busy. Almost a quarter of the stock of the one-day special is gone. Remember, you are getting 4 individual projects broken down. They work out at just £9.99 each. Details, if you keep an eye on the screen, we'll flash up lots of different details, including the individuals as well. So if you want to double up on something, you can, but the value really is in the one-day special. Sorry, Ali.
Okay, so I was just going to say the trays are just about the working area, about 6 by 6, because one of our stencils and masks drops in the bottom rather beautifully. It's almost like we planned it that way.
Isn't it?
So I'm just going through with my good old trusty filler.
Your finger that you're using there. You see, you never get messy, Ali, do you?
No, never get messy at all. Can't believe I changed my top. I thought, oh no, I'll show willing. I'll change my top and put a smart pale pink on, because that's a practical colour for me. Don't want to waste any. Get it off my finger. Okay, so I'm just going to lift this off, and I've just remembered to turn. This is the only trouble when you don't have nails. There we go. I've remembered to turn this round so that it's facing the front of me, because I'm going to start building a little scene in there. So you can see that's given a really nice detail in the back there. Oh, actually now my glue is going to be handy, because I can just be... So I'm going to take one of my plaster casts, which are on the...
Now we've got those available as well, haven't we? Now there's different options actually on the plaster cast, so you can have a look at them all. Oh, a lot of glue going on there. Can't wait. Is that where the mica's going by any chance?
Oh, no. Well, mica's going everywhere. Mica is going everywhere. No, what I'm doing is I'm going to just create very quickly. Now, really, this is a project that you would do this bit the night before and let it all dry overnight.
Okay.
But because I'm not the most patient crafter in the world, we're not going to let that happen. So I've just thrown loads of glue on, because I want to throw in some little beads and things. What I'm trying to create is as much texture as I can, because mica is a sediment. It doesn't actually dissolve into water. It doesn't dissolve into paint. It floats around in it. So anywhere that you can create little gullies for it to gather, you're going to intensify the sparkle.
Of course. And of course the colour, that the explosion of colour that you were talking about is coming from the dye, from the pigments in there.
Yes. But what's quite fun with this one is we're actually going to work with black. So you wouldn't think that you would still get that fabulous effect because you're working on black.
Oh, I'm excited to see
Okay,
this.
so I'm going to give this a quick blast just so that I can do a little bit of gesso on it.
Okay.
Obviously, you would spend a little bit more time doing this. The entomologist case that's in between Catherine and I, the black one, has this effect on the top of it at the moment.
We'll see if we can find that for you, because the effect is amazing. We're just having a look at that for you now. There you can see on the screen, look at the mica. You can see every little indentation in that skull there as well. Isn't that effective? I see what you mean about the texture, Ali.
Yeah, so you want places that it's going to catch. Right, I'm going to cheat a little bit. Now, obviously, if you were doing this at home, you will be painting all of this lovingly with black gesso. You would be painting your tray. Before you paint the outside of the tray, make sure you attach your doors so that you're not going to fill up your slots and tabs too much. Okay, I'm having to dab because obviously the filler's not dry and I don't want to disturb it too much.
No.
I'm just being a bit sort of rough with it because I've got a cheat. If you take your black gesso and mix it in a spray bottle with some water, you can make a spray gesso which gets into all the little gaps that
I remember seeing you do that before, and it works so well, doesn't it?
It does. It just saves you a lot of time, because time is not something, as you and I know, we have an excess of. And if you want to get things, so that's probably enough. I'm going to cheat now.
Okay.
So always shake it and always mix with warm water.
So what sort of ratio have you put in there, gesso as water? Would you give a
I
suggestion?
would go at least half and half. It depends what spray bottle you're going into, because some of them have a thicker nozzle so that you can take it slightly thicker. But the only thing you'll find, if you go too watery, you might have to do a second coat.
Okay.
And you can just build it up. So you could go really quite watery. Doesn't matter.
So if it was quite watery, then you could go with a nice even layer of spray and then let it dry and then spritz over the top and build that.
Yeah, and do it like that, and then you'll get the intense. Just go until it's as dark as you want it. But sometimes it's quite nice to not have it completely dark.
Yeah.
So experiment, because sometimes you might want, particularly if you've put bright flowers, you might want a bit of colour coming through. But because I'm going to go over with the micas in a minute, I want it. Now I'm going to try and get this as dry as I can, because gesso has like a plastery feel to it, and if it mixes with micas too much, it will actually coat the mica within the powder and dull it.
Yeah.
So if you find that your micas aren't sparkling, make sure that your gesso layer is fully dry.
Oh, that's a good tip, actually. I never thought of it like that.
Now, normally I would say with micas, right, okay, now we can mix them into water and put them into a spritz bottle and spritz them. You can't with the micas and more. You can with the beautiful micas, but you can't with the micas and more, unless you've got a really thick spray bottle, a wide spray bottle, because the chunks of mica in them are quite sizable. Not sizable in terms of you could feel it, but it will clog up your spray bottle. If that happens, if you decide to give it a go to see if it will work with your spray bottle, by all means do that. If you do find that it clogs up your spray bottle, take your spray to pieces, put it in a jam jar, half fill it with warm water, put the lid on, shake it, and that will dislodge any bits that have clogged it up. So I had to come up with a technique to make it still work. So, sorry, this is taking a little while to dry, but I can tell you all about mica in the meantime.
So you're the person to talk to about mica, I know that.
I've always loved it, and I'm so excited to have something new with mica, if you know what I mean, because I've tried all sorts. I've mixed mica with all sorts. You know, I love it to bits. I can rotate my tray round now because now my skull's in place. I know which way up it goes and I don't have to worry. So you can see it's going matte. I'm going to break the golden rule in a minute because, as I say, I'm such a patient crafter. Why is Jo Channon laughing?
I'm laughing at Jo Channon across the way there. She's
having a
finding
little
that very
snigger at me
amusing.
being patient.
I think we're all the same, aren't we?
I know. And this is, I mean, they quite often say, well, how many projects do you have on at the go at the same time? If I've got something that needs to dry, I have to be doing something else. Otherwise, I'll be going, is it dry yet? Is it dry yet? And just disturbing it.
Do you need a little bit of time? Are you okay? Will it work? Will it work as
were you going to have a little flick
well,
through?
I was just thinking we could show the ephemera or just remind people about things. So let's just, we'll start with the one-day special because, of course, Ali's using that in this demonstration. So let's just go through the projects again. You're getting all 4 in the one-day special. So there you can see the entomologist case. I can't say it now, you see. The altered art house, and you've got the magic shelf, and of course you've got that wonderful, what's the name of the other one? It's not on there, is it? That's the altered house. Of course, the grandfather clock, that's the other one. And we've got FlexiBuy option for you as well. Let's have a look at these because now you can see here as well in the front, this is how everything comes. So everything's pre-cut for you. All the different slots are there, the notches and everything, they're all there. We're just having a look now at how everything builds up. How beautiful do these look, even in their raw state. So I'm sure you can conjure up with your imagination how you could decorate these. But I think I'm with Ali on this one. It's about what you put inside them as well. That's where the fun really happens. But, you know, any season, any reason you want to use these, any sort of decor, whatever's your thing, it's going to work. Now, with the case, just a reminder there, you've got the 3 trays. The top one, I think this is so clever. I'm just going to lift that up again. You can see that handle that Ali was talking about. Make sure that's facing you when you decorate, so you know that's going to be at the bottom. Because when you stand these into the slot, which holds it so securely to display, then of course everything's going to be the right way up. Such a clever idea. And then of course we have got the altered house for you as well, which again, do you know, any theme, any season, use your paints, use your mediums, use your micas of course. You can store all your little keepsakes in there, again your photographs, it's entirely up to you. Then I think, do you know, I really love the floating shelf. I think this is so clever. If you wanted to wall mount it, you could do. It does look as though it would topple, but it really doesn't. You can see there's quite a lot of weight on there. There's glass on there, there's pottery on there, there's all sorts of bottles on there. What a great way to display. Do you know, if you are creating something yourself and you've got that in your craft room, whether it's on a desk or on the wall or anywhere else in the house, is a really good way to display your items, isn't it? And then, of course, finally, we do have the grandfather clock with those working doors as well. So if you wanted to take those off, you could do. If you want to just leave them open and then store things inside or display things again on little shelves, you can do that as well. That's the one-day special for you. As I say, all breaks down to just £9.99 per project, and already a quarter of the stock has gone. This is, of course, the launch show, and we're only halfway through as well. 456493 is the item number. And anything else you're adding into your basket, if you're going for the one-day special, remember you can split the cost as well. Now, we are going to get back to Ali in a second, but I did really want to show you these because the ephemera, if you missed out on these before, these are just amazing. Now, it's a pick and mix. It's choosing any 3. Now, you get 3 sheets per pack. Sometimes you'll find that some sheets are the same. Sometimes you might find they're all different. It depends on the style. I do remember from last week, there's a handmade by me label in there, which is great because you've got all sheets the same. So if you want to apply those to all your projects, you can. I love the ticker. Wonderful. Do you know, there's all sorts in here. There's photographs, there's your labels, there's colour, there's black and white. You've got the butterflies coming up as well. These are amazing. Look at those butterflies. They're perfect to go with a one-day special, aren't they? They really are.
Part of where the idea came from.
Is it?
Yeah. I mean, I've wanted a case like this for a long time, I say, just because it invokes so many memories of going to the natural history museums and things like that. But then when we did the butterflies and I started laying them out just on book pages into frames, it's like, oh, you've got to do it. And he's done exactly what I wanted in my head, because obviously I didn't make it easy for him. It's like, I wanted to do this, this and this, and
Do you know, and they're so nice as well, because if you did miss those shows last week, just to explain as well, you can see colour through. They are transparent in the background. Even if there's colour there, you will pick up the colour that's underneath.
So if you're putting it over book pages, you'll be able to see the book page through, so you're adding that interest. It's all about creating layers.
Yeah, perfect. There you can see some of the ephemera used on the grandfather clock there. So you've got quite a lot of colour in that one, but you can see the colour coming through from underneath. If you wanted to block it out, Ali, I remember you saying about gesso underneath as well. If you want the colours to pop, white gesso.
We've also got on the show as well, we've got a mixed media substrate pack. It's very different to the one we had on Monday, because this one is more papers and things like that. And we've got one of the papers where there's tissue in there, and there's also newspaper print paper, and they look fabulous on that because it's not perfectly white, so you get that lovely off-white coming through, so again adds that vintage effect.
Do you know what? We've got everything for you on the website as well. I just want to show you actually this one. I haven't gone through them all, but this one was particularly busy last week, so if you missed out, back in stock for the one-day special. Please don't miss out on the crackle if you haven't seen it, and also the insects were so busy last week. In fact, they all were, but particularly they stood out.
I mean, again, the dragonfly right in the middle of a tray, that's all you need to do. Right, so while you were having a lovely look, I've got this pretty dry now. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to wet a brush. Now, it's not going to be overly wet, and I'm going to dip into a mica. And I'm just sort of going to dab on. Okay, don't worry. But can you see, you're seeing blue and green. Okay.
Oh, that water's going to be so useful afterwards.
Oh, it will be, don't worry, we'll dip things in. Now, can you see that gold coming through?
Yes.
Okay, but I'm leaving bits of powder here as well, because I want this to be really watery and flowy.
I love that green.
I haven't put a massive amount of water in here because, right, so here we're coming in with, look how that colour changes.
You might have to tilt that towards the camera a little bit as well, Ali, just so you can see there. Look at that.
Okay, and I'm not putting too much on the actual skull. So I've got patches where the powder is still powdery.
Yeah.
So we're going to come in with the flame red, and again this has got a gold to it. So the only reason I've used a damp brush is to actually pick the powder up.
Oh, I can see it fizzing, Ali.
Okay, just so that we've got. Right, so, looks fabulous. I'm going to put the lids on because I'm going to spritz with water now.
Oh, so I've got the full collection. I think you need to go for it. Those colours.
They mix together so beautifully. So I'm not putting those lids on brilliantly, I'll just put them to one side. So now I've just got a spritz bottle with just water in.
Okay.
So where you've got bits of powder, you can already see the colours changing, but I'm just going to spritz. Look at it, it looks like it's dancing. I'm hoping
you can see it very clearly. Wow.
Watch here, look at it, isn't it amazing? You can see that. And then the wetter you get it, the more it will flow about and find all those little crevices that we created with that texture. Wow. So, if you are a patient crafter, you would of course let this dry naturally, because the more it dries naturally, the more the mica will flow about and catch little things. But also, the more it dries, the sparklier, that's not even a word, I do apologise, it will become. But look how the colours blend. But also, when you use your heat gun, you can direct things around. But this is why it's important to make sure that gesso's dry, because this is where it will start to... But do you see what I was saying about the fact that the colours, even on black...
It really works so well.
And then you can always go in and add more colour where you want, but doesn't that look...
Now it's really picking up the texture from the stencil as well in the background. Look at that.
So I can tip it up now. It's dry enough for me to...
Oh, look at the blue in the eye socket there.
Yeah, so you've got... I mean, I used it's a stencil brush. You know, I've gone on... But you could go in with a real delicate brush and be quite... But I love the fact that where it starts to blend together. But look how this red... You get that beautiful, almost... just patina look of it, and the sparkle from the green with that gold coming through, but you've still got the green there as well. You've not obliterated it, and that's over black.
Oh, that purple as well. Now that really is showing well.
But you see the purple, as you tilt it, you get that lovely navy blue. So it's very much petrol on water. So you can see why I called the blue peacock, because when you look at it in the pot, it's like, that's blue. But it's not. Look at that. You've got that green tone coming through now, and you can see.
And to think that with the rusting kit as well, you could use that alongside
Yeah,
this.
we're going
Just
to
opens
set
up
a
more
green man
opportunities.
off at about 10:02. We'll set a
Are
green
we?
man off. What's the time now?
Oh, you've got a bit of time yet. We'll
yeah,
give you,
because
we'll
we'll
give you a
set
bit
him
of
off
a,
so we can look at him
bit of a
again
heads up
at
on
8
that.
o'clock. 8 o'clock, not 9 o'clock.
Oh, yes, 8 o'clock. Ali's back, of course, for the second show. Now, we have had an email in, actually, Ali. A question. Someone's asking, how heavy are the plaster casts? Now, obviously, plaster can be quite weighty and it's solid.
They're heavier than air dry clay, obviously, but they're not.
Now, I don't know if we've got a name of the person that's emailed in. It's Jude, actually. And hey, Jude. Lovely to hear from you.
They're sturdy, but they're not overly heavy. It's,
well, I know what Jude wants to do with it. This is intriguing me,
well,
actually.
then, if you know what Jude wants to do with it, I just happen to have a box of them under here.
Well, Jude wants to decorate a lampshade.
Try, that's a fossil one. See what you think.
Oh, you have to put
Put
it there, Ali.
there,
You
yeah.
have to try and... I've got some scales somewhere, but
They
can't
will
get
all
them now.
vary very slightly as well because they're hand
Look at
poured.
these.
So you might find
not really ever so
it's
weighty,
not.
is it?
They're not heavy, but they're more sturdy than air dry.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. There
and
is
also-
weight. You can
there is
feel
yeah,
the
you know
solid.
that it's on there. But on the same note, I stick it on things and they don't fall off either. You know, it's not
Yeah.
so heavy that it tips itself over.
I suppose it depends how big this lampshade is and what it's
Yeah, and I
covered
mean,
with,
if it's a lampshade on a lamp with a decent base, rather than a lampshade hanging on the...
Yes. Oh, I wouldn't. I'm so intrigued now, Jude. Please let us know. Perhaps you can send a picture of the lampshade before you've decorated it and after. It's a difficult one to answer because we don't know what the lampshade's like, but a very interesting question, actually.
It is, and I would, if you were going to go something like that, I would make it as just one, so that you know, because say that they do have a little bit of weight about them.
Yeah.
But I can't remember what the ratio is. But the other thing I say is because they're all hand poured, you do get some slightly thicker than others. And in the box of 10, you could sort of select the slightly thinner one would be obviously slightly lighter. But I think it would work. I now need to go and buy a lampshade
Especially
and
if it's a
try it.
lampshade with a metal sort of structure to it.
Yeah,
as well.
which most of them have.
Yeah.
And as long as it's, as we always say, always on the outside, so it's behind the flame retardant. I mean, I know it's a plaster, but depending what you're putting on top
Yeah.
of it, because they're absorbent.
It might
which
be
is,
just for show as well. It might just be
Yeah.
for decor purposes.
because as I say, that's why the mica works so beautifully on them, because they're absorbent. The colour soaks in, and the mica sits on the surface.
I really hope Jude does this now and sends us pictures.
Jude, no pressure.
Yeah, exactly. That is looking amazing. Have you got another demonstration to get straight on with?
I can
Lovely.
possibly make a little house.
Oh, perfect.
Okay, so I'm just going to
Of course, another project from the One Day Special. Available individually, but the value, as I say, is in the One Day Special. Working out at just £9.99 per project. Lots of bits and pieces in there as well. I'm sure everybody's got lots of ideas how they'd use theirs as well, whether it's for photographs, whether it's keepsakes, whether it's little mementos, whether you just want to showcase your favourite crafty items, perhaps. Oh, I heard that nice, satisfying click there.
Yes, and it was the MDF and not my joint. Because sometimes I put, was that my finger? Right, again, I'm going to do a little bit of a, I'll show you a little cheat with this as well. So when we were designing this, he's been overly generous with the slots on the side, because sometimes people find when you're lining up multiple layers like that, if your dexterity is not quite as good, you might find that actually getting that to line up perfectly a bit awkward. So by having a little bit of a wiggle room on it, it just makes it a little bit easier.
Oh, lovely.
Okay, and then you have the main one that comes through the middle. Okay, and that has the bit on the front that goes through to create the hook to hang your sign on.
Oh.
But I don't know if you also noticed, there are no tabs on here.
They're right, aren't they?
So that can sit on straight after before you put your roof on. So if you were doing, say for example you wanted to line this with paper, you could do your paper and everything at this stage before you put that on, again giving you manoeuvrability.
Perfect.
Bottom goes on, top goes on.
Do you know, that is so well thought out as well, Ali, because sometimes we can't avoid seeing little tabs and things because it's the makeup of the project, but you've got a really lovely flat surface there, so if you did just want to go with paint as well, you're not going to see those little notches.
Exactly, exactly. But what I am going to do is, just for ease for me, I'm going to work on just the front flat. So I'm just going to see, what have I got in my magic bag? All sorts. Okay, we've got... Now, this is where I'm going to be a little bit naughty. I've got walnut ink crystals.
You love these, don't you?
I do. But also, I'm not going to wash my brush. So any of that mica that was floating around is going to mix in here as well. So it's going to have a little bit of a sparkle.
Oh, and that was just a little bit more water you put in the
Yes, so I'm not using my extremely sparkly, but I've just... Can you see that? Look at that little bit of sparkle. So it's just going to add.
Oh yes, you can see it.
And this is a lovely thing. Don't always rush. So it won't be really intense because it was only the bit that was left on my brush. But look at that sparkle. It just adds that little bit of interest. Okay, so I'm just staining this up.
Oh,
but I say this would actually be on your house, but I'm just doing this. Also gives me some more bits to demonstrate with later.
Okay. Watching the sparkles just fizz and dance, it's just, to me, I love it as much as watching embossing powder.
Yes, but talking of embossing powder, we might have a little bit of fun in a minute with some bits. So because what I said earlier, when we have our little meeting and we talk about what we're going to do, I'm actually going to do this house over the whole one-day special, and we're going to do little things to go in each cubby hole on it throughout each show. So I'm
looking forward to the rest of the
between the shows, I will actually build this up properly. But I just wanted to show you how.
We have got about 10 minutes left, Ali. If you needed that reminder.
Okie dokie. I just want to show you how the sparkle will just carry through. Okay.
It's really picking it up. We can see it on the screen.
I know. I love
easily.
watching it as well. So you're going to let that dry naturally. And then we're going to start making things. One of the things should we put a green man to rust in?
Oh, yes, please.
Right, so we'll come back to that. Sorry, I know I'm jumping about all over the place, but I know it's like, oh, I've got 5 shows, I've got so much to show. But yeah, there is so much to show. So where's my little green man? Not that one.
Now,
Here
the
he
green
is.
man is, we've got the different options for the plaster cast, haven't we? And the green man is one of them?
Yes.
Perfect.
Right, so and he is going to fit in one of, because we could do seasons, couldn't we?
Oh, that would be a good idea.
Yeah. So this is a seasonal house. So we're going to do autumn, spring, summer. So he's going to go in that one because we're going to go some really nice autumnal colours. So first of all, we need to get him mica'd up. So we'll use a bit of walnut ink there as well. Okay.
Oh.
Now you can see why I chose autumn.
Oh, already, Ali, that looks amazing.
Okay, but I am going to have to...
That walnut works so well.
Yeah, but if you haven't got walnut and you want to use the flame, mix up a good strong black coffee. It works really well on the plaster.
Oh, this is why I love you, Ali. You're always full of so many good hints and tips.
But now, because I want to use the rust on here as well, and that's not going to give us a massive... I know. And it's not going to give us a massive contrast. I'm going to bring in the green mica as well. See, these are massive pots. So this should give us a nice bit of contrast.
Oh, that green.
There we go. So that's going to...
You can see the gold coming through.
Okay, so we've got lots of sparkle going on with him.
Wow.
Okay. I'm just going to give... Oh, no, I'm not going to give him a dry. So, in your rusting kit, your rusting powder is in a little bag, and you've got a little pot to put it in, because we used to do it in a screw top lid, and the powder used to get into the screw, and it would grate as it...
Oh.
And, yeah. Used to set my teeth off, so I'm like, no, I know we can't post it in those, it has to go in a bag in the pot, but trust me, you will appreciate the fact that it doesn't grate as you unscrew the top, you just pop the top. So tip it out when you get it. Now, where's my little pot of vinegar? I had it 30 seconds ago. Right, so we've got to have a good memory here. So, let me tip this up so you can see. At the moment, my rusting powder is like a yucky grey colour.
Yeah, it's
you
very
see that?
grey, isn't it?
It is. Okay. So, if I just left it like that, the moisture from behind would start the process, but it's not that quick.
Yeah.
So vinegar is much quicker. Now I found doing it on plaster, the vinegar soaks into the plaster quite quickly. So what you need to do is kind of feed the rust every 10-15 minutes with another little spritz.
I see.
Now, when you first do rusting, so you'll spritz it, which obviously activates the mica as well, so everything starts mixing together, which is fabulous.
Look at you dancing again.
So, initially you'll go, I fancy chips, because the vinegar smell. But can I just say, as the vinegar hits the rusting powder and the chemical process starts, you get the smell of rotten eggs.
Oh no!
So once you get that whiff, it's not overly strong, but you do notice it. So once you notice that, it means it's starting to work. But the wanting chips does kind of disappear at that point. So you just let that. So you'll see it starts. On paper, you don't have to keep feeding it, but I found on the plaster, I just every sort of 10-15 minutes, I came and I just give it another little spritz like that.
Okay.
And that will just keep the rust feeding and starting that, because it's actually the reaction of the acid from the vinegar with the rusting powder that starts the oxidisation.
So we will see more of this at 8 o'clock.
Yes, and also it's going to be interesting. We'll compare it with the one I've done on the blue and the green, because obviously we've got a lot of gold colours here. So it'll be interesting to see what colours of rust comes through, because depending what surface it's on as to what colours come through. So it's going to be, it's already, believe it or not, starting to change. I actually took photos earlier of the before and after on the other one, because you can't see it at first. You go, that's not happening. So what I do, the first couple of times you do it, have your rusting powder nearby, because when you put it next to it, you'll realise that it is changing colour.
We have managed just to get a grab of that picture as well, just to see that there, so we can compare.
Yes, so I'll keep between now and the 8 o'clock show, I'll give it a couple more spritz, but I can already smell that it's working. You've got the obviously the vinegar, because it's vinegar, but you just get those undertones of the other of the.
How interesting!
It's proper science, but absolutely amazing. And again, because you've got ridges, you get the rust will grow within the ridges, so you get the discolorations coming through, and it's just. But yeah, he's looking. So we'll leave him to one side.
I can't wait for 8 o'clock. Can't wait to see that. Oh, thank you, Ali. Oh, well, let's give you a reminder, of course, of the one-day special, because this is where you're going to keep all those keepsakes, and maybe the Green Man as well. Maybe you're going to make a seasonal house. Well, it's much more than that. 4 projects in the one-day special. We're looking at them all again now. How will you decorate yours? Will you go down the grungy route? Will you go very pretty? Will you make it seasonal? Will it be for your own keepsakes or your crafty items? You've got all those choices. These are just fantastic, aren't they? Every room in the house will really appreciate, I think, something. One of these projects here, I can think bathroom, the craft room, the lounge, the dining room, the conservatory. Oh, it just goes on. £39.96 is the price for the whole bundle. You're getting all for, as I say, 2 payments of £19.98 if you want to take, of course, that flexi-buy option. That means anything else you're popping into your basket and split the cost as well. 456493 is the item number. Do you know, I can't wait to see the rest of the shows, actually. I'm lucky enough to have another show with Ali today. I'll be in the studio tomorrow as well, so I'm going to be watching this rusting kit with interest as well. But everything on the show works so beautifully together. Of course, when it comes to the one-day special, think about the ephemera, think about the rusting kit, think about those micas as well. All those plastic casts, everything works so wonderfully together. Oh, we really are spoilt for choice, aren't we? Do you know, Ali, other than the Green Man, what we'll be doing at 8 o'clock?
Well, I think we'll do a little bit of ephemera onto... Should we do a grandfather clock? Should we do a Crackwood grandfather clock?
Oh, that would be good. That sounds very,
And then we'll make
good.
some little books and some little bottles with some of the ephemera to go into our house, finish the Green Man, and maybe set off some gilding with rust
Oh, lot
We
to
can
fit
fit all
in.
that in, can't we?
We have got a lot to fit in. Well, should certainly try. We've only got 3 minutes left of this hour, of course, so let's just, once again, make sure you check those baskets out. We've had a very busy hour as well. Let's have a look at each item individually for you. We've got lots of samples around the studio as well. They're just amazing. Do you know, I don't know, I think I would want to put my keepsakes in something that's got memories.
Well,
something
funnily
specific.
enough, one of the entomologist cases is actually going to change through the shows because it's got
Ooh.
3 completely different drawers in it, and one of the drawers is full of what I call found objects. Now, they could be, as you say, bits that you pick up off the beach, or, you know,
yeah.
we did it last week with the ephemera. You know, a broken cup. It's too nice to throw away. It might be the cup that your grandmother used or something.
Yes.
Keep things like that. So the trays are deep enough that you can fit things in. You know, if you've got, you know, a dog, have their first collar or their tag and things like that. Paw prints, you could do plaster casts of babies' hands, and there's, you know, it's all about keeping it. And I say, because you've got the different shelves, you know, you can swap it round so that you can have different things out on display. Because I do think we do a lot of things like this and then we put them away. And the whole point of this is to display. But yeah, memories, I mean, just the whole box invokes memories for me anyway. Yeah. And then the fun of putting things in is just amazing.
I really hope you make those little books at 8 o'clock, because they're the thing that really appeal to me. I love those. I want to see how you do those. Well, it has been a busy hour. Don't forget to check those baskets out, of course. As I say, there's lots more on the show that we haven't even shown you properly anyway. We've seen the plaster casts as well, we've seen the skulls, we've seen the green man, we had the fossil there as well. There's more to see on the website there. But one day special, let us know what you would put in your boxes. Let us know how you would use your projects as well. Of course, if you are purchasing, it's not going to be long before you're going to be making yours and putting those memories in there. Maybe you've got an idea of something that we haven't mentioned as well. That would be interesting, wouldn't it?
It was. I mean, I put a few sneak peeks up online, and there was a few suggestions. I think there's a lot. There's a sort of, you know, between pretty and then the dark grungy side. And did you see the Christmas one at the back?
I didn't. Oh, can we get that? It's right by my... I'm not going to move, because if I move... Which way? Right, I'm going to go this way. There we are.
Because, again, you could swap it round so you could have different, you know, bits of... Depends what mood, what colour scheme you're going for. But, yes, it doesn't have to be for bugs and things. It's just anything that you want to display.
So once the doors are in place then, Ali, you could take those out, could you? So if you wanted to change it with the seasons, you could do that as well if you don't stick solidly whatever's inside. Oh, I like that idea.
Yeah, so you can, I mean, it's all about choices and changeability.
Yeah.
But on the top, you can have the doors shut or open, depending. I like to have them open because it just
love it.
Frames
Absolutely love it. Well, don't miss, of course, the one day special at 8 o'clock. Of course, we've got more to come in between as well. We'll be giving you the menu. Ali, thank you so, so much. Looking forward to 8 o'clock already. See you soon. Oh, she's in the building. Joe's here with Scott. That's Crafty coming up next. And then, of course, Ali and myself are back with the one day special. And then at 9 o'clock, we've got Crafty UK with Andy.
Did you know you can continue watching Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for free, using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection, if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If you're not already connected, use your remote control and select network settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember to have your router's password to hand, whether you're using a wired or wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type hochanda.com into the search bar. And this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcast and access to previous shows. So now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV, whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Ali from Ali Stitch Your Fingers. I've been sewing most of my life. I absolutely love sewing. I've been with the Hochanda now from the very beginning, really. That's when I started to go there. The Hochanda family are lovely people to work with. and I'm really enjoying my time with them. Designing is a big part of the journey for me as well. I love going out and finding the fabrics to use in the projects and bringing them to you. I love the designing process from start to finish, and then the finished project is just the icing on the cake. So make sure you don't miss out. Come and sew with me on Hochanda.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and we've been established for 7 years, and together with my husband Alfie we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, lushes and stencils. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Leslie from Chocolate Baroque, and we design and manufacture our own rubber stamps right here in the northeast of England. We have a wonderful in-house designer called Sue, who hand draws all the images which we then transfer into rubber stamps. We have very, very elaborate designs. We have everything from steampunk right through to beautiful florals, and then we have scenic and we have words. Our stamps are beautifully elaborate, very, very detailed, exquisitely etched, and the quality is next to none. So good that if you look after your stamps, we guarantee them for a lifetime. Whether it's stamping, mixed media or art journaling, join us at Hochanda for our journey into everything creative and messy, and see what you can create with our stamps.
Hi, I'm Pete from Artisan Design. We're a family-run company from the Midlands, and we have been going for around about a year now. We design handcrafted stamps, stencils and designer papers. Personally, I love crafts, and I've loved crafts from childhood, right from when I first won an art competition when I was 5 years old. Tune into Hochanda, be part of the artisan design world, and come and join me on this creative path.
Evening all, evening. How are we doing? Lovely to have your company. You're watching The Right Show, the one show, the lovely show with Joe. How's that for an intro? Is that all right?
That was brilliant.
Is that
yes.
quick?
Yeah. Hello, everybody.
Hello, lovely Joe.
Hello, my darling. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. And
Good.
it is lovely, Joe, because we haven't had a show together. We've been in the studio separate times or different shows, but
That's
cross.
right.
But
And
to
we've
be
just
with you,
sort of like,
we've waved
yeah,
from a distance,
yeah,
socially distanced wave,
yeah.
and now I'm behind the desk with you.
I know. And do you know what?
Go on.
It's a very interesting point. I have never ever worked in this set before.
Haven't you?
No.
Oh, do you like what I've done with the place?
I know, it's gorgeous. It's lovely.
I put some this up and
it's
things.
beautiful.
Yeah.
I'm very impressed with what you've
Glad
done.
you like it. Glad you like it. I've got some plans. I want to do a few
quite like
things with it.
this.
Knock through, but we'll get there. But it's lovely to be with you.
And with
now,
you.
We have 1 hour, one
Yes.
hour only.
1 hour only.
To let people see what's... now, Melina is our designer for what we've got on the stamps, isn't
Yes,
it, for this
so,
evening?
yes.
Talk to me and anyone that's watching right now with us that isn't au fait with Melina's work. What can we
Yes, of course.
expect? What sort of style are we looking at?
Right, so anybody that follows That's Crafty and actually has purchased That's Crafty stamps in the past, Melina is one of Laura and Graham who own That's Crafty's top designer, basically.
Right.
She does an awful lot of work for them, and it's just exceptional. She has very much a style of her own. It's all hand-drawn, absolutely, and she's just incredible. She also has a Facebook page, she does YouTube tutorials, so honestly, she is well worth having a little look at.
Have a little look.
She's such a lovely, lovely lady as well.
it strikes me that there's a quirkiness to
There
these
is.
and a lovely style that you can get lost in. If you were putting these together, I imagine the elements look great on their own if you were working with these, but
Yes.
when you start to collaborate all the different stamps together and when you create in the sort of scenarios and build them, you must be able to make some real magic with these stamps.
You absolutely can. So for this hour, I'm actually doing a whole project, so we're going to be using all sorts of different you know, sort of the mediums and the stamps, mixing and matching the stamps as well, because this is what I love about these. Now, if you just chose one set, you could do a phenomenal amount of projects with it.
Yeah.
But for the 3 that you've got there, oh wow, you can just do so much. And if you are into your whimsical, sort of magical type of crafting, then these are just perfect. And of course, anything that you make, you can sell.
Oh, great. Okay,
Yes.
so the entry policy on that.
Yes,
That's lovely.
absolutely.
I know we've got them all with the colour there as well. I was going to turn
Yes,
them...
which is lovely as well, because you can get a bit of an idea of how to, the shading and everything.
Yes.
So the other thing about the stamps is, of course, that they're polymer stamps. So, of course, you can build them into a scene and you can see where you're going.
Right, yeah, of
and,
course.
You know, that's always an advantage.
They are absolutely fabulous. Now, £14.99 each that you're looking at. You've got the scribbled shrooms that we're looking at the moment. That's the first one you see there. The one in the centre is your Shroom Sweet Shroom. I do love this.
It's great, isn't
It's
it?
absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
I love those, the quirkiness of those, all different, all unique as well. At the moment, that is proving to be the most popular. At the moment,
it?
things can change. A quarter of the stock here already now allocated. And then we've got the final one, as you can see there, which is the Shroom Town that we see there. And again, you're looking at sort of a larger stamps on those ones, aren't we? And,
Yes.
with them all together. And the collective, you've got the sort of the little townscape. I
That's
love that.
right. But of course, look at them as an individual as well, because especially the one at the bottom, which is the largest stamp,
Yeah.
that's very, very easy to actually cut out individual houses on that one, and also to decoupage up. They're amazing to decoupage up. I could have gone on and on and on and on with the sample, honestly. In fact, Mark did say to me, he said, "What are you actually doing?" He said, "Building a city." I went, "I could be."
You could.
A shroom city.
Oh, yes.
Couldn't you live in that?
But the lovely thing about that is if you were, let's say, working to create little elements for people's bedroom, for children's bedrooms,
Yes.
or collage and bring all those up as well.
Yeah.
All the elements have that whole tied-in link
Of
that you could
course,
really go to
yes,
town, couldn't
yeah.
you, as well?
The other thing is also, I know we're looking at this a paper crafting view, but these would make terrific stamps onto fabric as well. If you're obviously you need to use a fabric stamp.
Yeah, yeah.
But sewing these and stitching them would just be divine.
Oh,
wouldn't
yes.
they?
Yeah, they really
You know,
would.
so, but this is great, isn't
I love
it?
that.
It's really cool. Love the black background as well.
That looks-
And love the quirky nature, and obviously the piece of wood at the top that's hanging. It really is lovely.
But they lend themselves to some really lovely
they
colours
do.
as well, don't they, for
Yes,
colouring
they
in
do.
as well,
So
which is gorgeous. I love them.
all your different mediums, of course, whatever you're happy to do,
Yeah.
that's what you need to do.
Perfect. Choose whichever one you want to go for, those ones as well. $14.99, 610-424. We've also got one other set as well. It's not here with us in the studio, but we can show you a picture of as well. It's on the website for yourself. Again, $14.99 to go for this one. These are your doodled shrooms. Of course they are. The doodled shrooms. I do love these. But the other thing about these ones as well, which is probably a little bit more than what you're seeing on the ones we've just been looking at, is that more, you know, that sort of Zen-like sort of adult
Yes.
colouring in book that you could work
Yes.
on as well. There's a
Yeah.
lot of detail in these at the top of these, isn't it? It's
Tremendous detail, and I will show you that when I actually stamp and emboss them, because I do think they'll lend themselves to be embossed with a clear embossing powder to make them sort of slightly pop
Right.
as well. So.
I love that. And look at that, and sort of the magical feel about the words. If you're putting those together, you could get lost a little. I'm thinking sort of an Alice in Wonderland kind of
definitely.
background that you could create.
Very magical.
Really different. Really different.
yeah.
That one's on the web there for you as well. $14.99, which is absolutely brilliant. They're
I've got,
lovely. Good
somewhere.
size as well. They're stunning.
I've got a sample somewhere of that one. It's just in black and white. Oh, it's actually next to the masks. I'm sorry to... Yeah, it's next to the masks. I put it there because it wasn't on the counter, but I've done that in just black and white.
Ah, there we are.
And I did think, oh, I'm gonna do this in just black and white just to see what it looked like, and I really liked it.
That's brilliant.
So
That
I've just
is lovely.
decoupaged it up a little bit, and I do think it looks pretty cool in black and white.
That is lovely. But the whole different styles of the textures going,
yeah,
almost like
you can
a palm
see
tree kind of feel here, and then working their way through.
Yeah,
but
it's very cleverly done, isn't it?
really, really, really lovely. You're going to love working with them. You really are. Do take advantage of those ones. Right, I'll just put that one. That's great. That as well. There. Right, now we've also got some more for you here for this set. Now these are your Shroom Christmas that you can see. So we've got a little festive feel with them again, which is really nice on these one that you're looking at. Again, $14.99. Which ones you want to go for? These, but all beautiful, different reactions, which are stunning. Oh, I love them. Look at them.
You got Mr. and Mrs. Noom.
They are brilliant. They are. I love these. Again, all done. This one is Christmas time. It's all available on the website for yourself to look through and to grab. But again, singular, individually,
absolutely,
collectively, working with them all as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially that the third one. This one. This one is one of my favourite Christmas stamps from Melina, I have to say, because it's so fine in the detail when you stamp it out. And it looks beautiful. And I actually did a whole set of Christmas cards last year by just using the holly and then the berries.
Oh, right.
And, you know, I've got to say, they looked quite classy. It actually looked like I knew what I was doing.
I love it.
I was quite impressed with myself.
You shouldn't be. You're always amazing stuff that you do as well. All your options there to go through your Shroom Christmas. The details are on the one that you saw, the details there, the one on your far left that you're looking through as well for the Shroom Christmas. I think we're down here, aren't we? Yeah, we go. That's your Shroom Christmas, 154668. All the other three, they're all there for you on the website to have a little look. All the W's.hochanda.com for yourself. Now then, we've also got the pick and mix for you to choose from here then. So these are fabulous that come through. You can choose any two of these ones. These are 6-inch for the mast to have a look at. $9.99. Again, the style that we've got here, the work with the quirkiness and the angles, and look at this.
These are Melina's as well.
Yep.
So you can see that obviously she does an awful lot of design, and they're just fantastic designs. And you can see how these will fit so well into the stamps, into scenes and just backgrounds. And I'll be using different ones to show you.
Lovely.
Yeah.
943303, $9.99 only, and again you're going to get two for that price. Choose any two you want. You pick and mix. All the details are on the website. We can give you all the namings that you're looking at as well, and in fact you'll see this here. We've got mix up, lots of circles. We've got the mandalas in there, different versions of as well. So everything that you want, really loads in there for you to have a little look through. The hardest thing here about this is working which two you want to go for, or just do a couple of pick and mixes, you know, try and get 4, try and put them all together. But I know that you will use them once you've got them home as well. They are fantastic, and we're going to see how some of these are being used, of course, with Joe also. Really lovely. There's loads more, of course, with a shop ahead on the website for yourself there. Have a little look through. Pop them all into your basket. We've got all those, by the way. They've got the grey board for you. That's on the show. We've got the gritty bits as well. All the sprays, all the beautiful colours of the paints as well. If you want your texture paste, it's all there for you on hochanda.com. Put them in your basket, like I say. We expect to be a busy show to take advantage of that whilst we have stock for you that we can satisfy you with. Right.
Okay.
So always lovely moments, love these moments. Lots of bright colour, I imagine, is going to be here.
Absolutely. So I've been playing with this, and I was like, I think I regressed into childhood here, because I was sort of stamping and just colouring tons and tons. And I've got so many that I think I'll be, you know, making projects for ages.
That's good.
So basically, what I want to do, because we only have the hour, and so that's really important. So I'm not here, you know, sort of again this evening. So I thought what we could do is basically just throw everything that's on the show at it. So I did.
Good.
So I'm using the circles, as you can see, and there's different techniques on each circle. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how to do those first. I'm going to show you how to do those, but first of all, I'm just going to show you how well the stamps stamp.
Right.
Now, I have obviously stamped everything. I've cut everything out because, we don't have time to be doing that on the show. So, but I do like to show you always how well the stamps actually work, even though we're not using this particular one. And anybody that's observant will notice I've treated myself to some new magnets.
Oh, stop
I know,
you. Stop.
I know.
Honestly, she's a maverick, everybody. She's a maverick. Oh.
It was just too much. I just couldn't cope.
It's the little things, though, Joe. It's the little things like that.
Honestly, I was managing on 3 halves.
Oh.
I know.
How can a woman deal with that?
I couldn't. I had to just give in. Give in.
I've never heard about 3 halves before.
3 halves of magnets. That's what I was using. So I thought, do you know what? I'm going to treat myself to some new ones.
Did you put it in your Christmas wish list?
Well, actually, it was on my birthday list.
Oh, have I missed your birthday? When was your birthday?
Oh, well, don't worry about that. It was last couple of weeks, 3 weeks ago.
Oh, happy birthday for
Oh, well,
that.
thank you very much.
Did you enjoy your first legal pint?
No, but I've nearly got my bus pass. Right, so okay, so you can see there. That's you know, anybody that's ever purchased stamps from That's Crafty can see that the detail is exceptional. They have so many positive, exceptional reviews. The quality of their stamps. They're all made in the UK as well, which is always nice, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is.
Yep. So, and of course, Laura and Graham, who own That's Crafty, they are a husband and wife team, and they work exceptionally well.
Yeah.
They do. Oh, there we go. I forgot. There we go. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to heat this up just to show you the clarity. There we go. Of the stamp and how lovely. Now, obviously, it's entirely up to you if you emboss it or not. The reason why I tend to emboss, and I have said this numerous times, but I will say it again because I think it's a good tip. I tend to stamp and emboss new stamps or different stamps that I get. And if you emboss them, it means that basically you can use any medium on there now that you want.
Right.
It doesn't matter about the type of ink that you've actually stamped them with. So, for instance, I've used VersaFine on here, which is it's a pigment ink. So I wouldn't be able to use my alcohol markers with this because it would all blend in together. But now I can either watercolour on here or use alcohol markers, whichever.
Oh, right.
So that it takes away a little bit of the thinking process. So that's how beautiful the stamps are.
They look lovely.
They
and
are
again,
fabulous.
even in, like, say, black and white, they look great.
They are really cool in black and white. Although, obviously, you think straight away about colour, don't you? Right, so what we're going to do now is we're going to bring in the circles, and we're going to do various things on these. I do want to just explain. So you get the circles, and of course you get the different sizes. I've left the, they are grey boards, so they're going to take a lot of stuff.
Right.
But also, I've left the holes in the top one, of course, because it's going to hang. And then I have actually covered the next two, purely because I didn't want the holes showing. And that's the only reason.
Okay.
This surface here, the white part of the surface, is absolutely fantastic. And you don't have to gesso it if it's with it being white as well, which is handy.
Yeah, job saved,
yeah,
isn't it?
It's good. Yeah, it's a job done, isn't it?
Just let people know these are available. They're on the details of these are on the screen. It works out just 80 pence each. You're going to get 5 of each size. So you get 5 by 8, 5 by 6, and 5 by 4. So you're getting 15 in total. Just 80 pence each. It works out for £11.99. 211 148 if you'd like to go for the grey board, the rounds. But lovely, ideal for projects like these.
They are fantastic for projects, and you will have seen when we've been looking at all the different projects on the counter that they have been used an awful lot. Of course, you don't have to use them all together like I have done, but they, they are a really a cool surface to use. So these are an excellent size as well.
They
if you want that little
reminds me of
bit
medallions
more.
I was wearing back in 1978. That was a disco, I tell you.
Disco's here and disco's there.
Disco, oh, I see. Yeah, see what she did there.
You can tell I've eaten, can't you?
Yeah, you know the
eaten
slice.
food.
I know, yeah. Jo was telling you about the nice pizza that she had as well. Never heard this, babe. It was something fruity.
Something, yeah, it was
fruity.
special fruity.
Special fruity. Yeah. Now you know you've had a Monday evening when you get something fruity going.
Oh, honestly. Yeah, we was a little bit naughty last night. We had pizza for tea, which is actually not like us, but oh my lord.
Listen, you don't have to confess here.
It was so good.
You're all right, you're okay. Just let people know the phone lines are very... I think everyone's ordering pizza with us now. The phone lines are very busy. Thank you. We'll be with you as quickly as we possibly can, obviously, but if you want to avoid the queues, the best place, of course, is the website, hochanda.com, if you've got access to that to pop them into your basket. But if you are unable to get onto the website, it's all by the phone, then please, please, please be hold on there. We'll be with you as quickly as we possibly can. Oh, I love it. I do love a thick crust.
Oh, don't. I'm really full and don't.
I'm like a Labrador. I could just keep on eating.
So what we're going to do with the first layer is I'm going to do some crackle. So you can see here we've got lots of lovely crackle going on. I'm also going to do some stenciling as well, but that's going to come after when I've done the crackle. So this is the That's Crafty crackle glaze. Now, you get, so many different crackles, obviously, so many different choices. But this one, I have to say, I think is one of the easiest two-stage, sort of two-step crackle that I've ever used.
Right, lovely.
It just works, and I like when something does exactly what it says on the tin.
Yeah,
basically. And also, you can decide how much you want, how little that you want, and really go from there. The thicker that you put the actual glaze on, the bigger the cracks will be. So I actually don't want huge cracks on this project because it's just nice and delicate. I think it's one of those sort of projects. Now you can see I actually
So you've applied that. You've just done that in does that have to be put in one motion when you sort of the same way with this?
I'm a bit funny with my crackle. I like it to go in one direction. Now I could have gone here, there, whatever, with a brush or a palette knife, whichever you choose to do. I sometimes do brush, sometimes palette knife. But the thing is, if you do it here, there and everywhere, that's exactly how the crackles will come out. But I actually...
Do you like yours all organised?
I just like them in one direction, either going down or going across. But that's just me.
I didn't realise it had that effect, though, actually. I didn't know whether that would actually change the difference that you would get on the result at the end.
It does. It does. So, but it's fantastic. It's just amazing. You know, if you do it haphazardly, you get this amazing sort of like mosaic type of idea. So it is quite lovely to do.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to put this to one side for a minute. So I don't know whether I just need to just point out I did paint the layer with I've got an ivory. It's one of the multi-surface paints. We do have all the paints on the show, so have a little look on a pick and mix for those if you are interested. I know lots and lots of people have them. We bring them often, and but it's nice to have different colours, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
So what I'm going to do, I'm going to pop that to one side so that dries to a point where it's just tacking. Okay, but I will show you that shortly, and then we'll put another colour onto that. While that's drying, I'm going to go on to my second layer. And my second layer is going to be with one of the mandalas.
Oh, right, here we go.
So so this is one of the mandalas, but of course you can use any of those that we actually have. But Melina does this so well. Yeah, she really does. It's very impressive how she actually gets everything to correlate together. When she's doing a collection, it's just beautiful. It really is. So I'm just going to pop that so that the circle on this particular one is pretty much where I want it to be. And I'm using, as we all know, one of my favourite products. It's the holographic fine texture paste. Now this one particularly goes well obviously with the Christmas stamp.
Of course, absolutely.
But I use it all year round, and so do the design team as well.
It's magic in a jar, this.
It's just beautiful, and it's very, very popular with all of That's Crafty followers. It's been a tremendous addition to the mediums.
It's a really good price. It's only $9.99 as well. That's for 250 mils, so you get a huge amount in there.
You do.
As well, which is lovely. 794730 at $9.99 only. Like I say, but the effects that it has,
it's terrific.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Now this one actually obviously dries. It's got a texture. You could hear the texture.
You can hear the crunch almost like that.
You can, and it really is quite lovely. But the one thing it works exceptionally well with, and one of the reasons why I've used it on this particular product. Now I'm just going to take this off and show you how lovely that is. It really is. I'll just jiggle it around a minute.
Is that the middle-sized disc that you're working with there?
It is the middle. Yeah, it is.
But that's a perfect size for that, isn't it, to go with?
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
But also, if you use the small size, if I just take that back, and then you just popped that into the middle, look how beautiful.
Right, yes.
I know it's all white that you're seeing, so it's not that easy.
But we can see
it
the
really,
image over the top.
I know, it's just lovely, isn't it? So that one is, so I'm going to now... And what I want to do is, and this is why I use this, because I really do like to spray onto this now. So you'll still get the holographic feel to it. Okay, you won't lose that, and I can promise you won't. It's on there, I can show you, but you'll see it shortly. So there we go. So I'm using this is saffron. Now this is one of the matte sprays. I normally get absolutely covered. I'm terrible, I really am. I'm using a tiny bit of the tomato, and if you've got a little bit on the nozzle still and just tap it out, you get these little bubbles, which is quite cute. Right, so that's really lovely, isn't it?
That's
now,
gorgeous,
when that's dry, you'll still.
Cocktail.
I know, gosh, pizza and cocktail.
Oh yeah, that's the class. That is.
That's classy.
Yes,
isn't
I'm
it?
up for that.
Oh.
In a pint pot. With a straw. Oh yes. That's how you should have your tequila sunrise. Everybody.
Do you know, I was when
Stick with me, Joe.
When we were younger, when you used to go to the pop and crisp discos when you were younger, before you was really allowed to sort of drink.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
And everybody used to say, oh, if you drink with a straw, you'll get drunk. You think, really? How does that work? But anyway, so there you are.
I think it's more to do with the quantity.
I think it is, and actually having alcohol in the drink in the first place. Right, so that's our second layer. All right, so I'm just going to put that to one side just for a minute. So that's our first and second. It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is lovely.
That alone, I think, with some of those beautiful shrooms, I think that would just be super. And hanging in a window.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And if you did both sides, wait for one side and then do the other side, and you could have it, and it would, because you've got that holographic in the paste as well, it would be beautiful in the sunshine.
Really lovely.
Yeah, apparently we're going to have some tomorrow.
Are we?
Yes, we are. According to the weatherman.
That's all right.
Yeah.
I'll get out and do me guttering tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh, are you?
I am now. Well, it's not being used to collect rain.
I hope Fiona's not listening.
Fiona's going to be here tomorrow. So
oh, is she?
That's why I'm doing the guttering, I gotcha. I'm nicking the ladder.
Right, so the last layer, and you can see, I'll just bring this one in just to show you, is going to be this one.
Oh,
and what I wanted was the idea that obviously the houses and the shrooms and everything are sitting on this piece here, and you've got the lovely blue sky.
Lovely.
In my world, that's how I'd like it to be.
Yes.
So what I'm doing is I'm just taking some of
What's that you're using there?
This colour is the multi-surface paint's in the light blue.
Oh, okay.
Now you will notice the difference in the sizes of pots. This is not the size you're getting. This is the size that you are getting. This one was, we had this on a one-day special a little while ago, some little pots to in a set.
Oh, I see,
And,
but we're going to get the larger pots.
Yes,
in fact,
absolutely.
Yes, you're going to get the 60ml, and there's 3 on this one that you can go for, the pick and mix. All the colours are there for you on the website for you, but there's loads to choose from. And all those. What is it about the actual surface paints then as well? What sort of effects are we going to be able to create with these?
So basically, multi-surface paints, they go on everything. Everything I have tried to actually paint, including glass, it's never been a problem.
As well.
Yeah, absolutely. They are an acrylic paint, so of course it's all water-based. So of course you can wash your brushes and all the different tools that you're using. And the reviews, you only have to look on the website, the reviews are phenomenal, and the colours are so precise as well.
Okay.
So if you're going for your deeper colours, like for instance this lime, you know, it just keeps that fantastic vividness, and the amount that you're getting as well, you know, it's actually
well, you're getting 3 pots.
It's a tremendous buy, and you will see me using the sprays and the paints on. Because as you know, I'm a freelance demonstrator, so I work for other people as well. That's when people want me, when I behave. I use these actually as my go-to paints and sprays.
Okay.
So it's not just because.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You do, right?
And everybody knows that as well. So. That's an advertisement in itself that you want to actually use them in all your projects.
Yeah.
Fantastic on MDF as well. Really, there's many projects I've done and I've not had to gesso. Depends obviously on the surface that you're putting it on.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
So you can see what I did there. I just got my palette knife and I literally just scraped it around a bit, but it gives that really nice texture and also that sort of like cloudy sort of a, you know, cloud.
Yeah,
appearance.
Marbly,
a little bit marbly, that's nice.
What our producer said as well.
I like that one.
Yeah, marbly.
Yes, thank you, Lottie. There we go. So giving that little bit of a dry. Okay.
See, now when I said that, I can see that I've got, you know, there's something I need to eat, because now I'm thinking marble cake. You had marble cake before?
Marble cake.
I've had that for years.
I used to make that when the children were young.
When you back in?
Yeah. Wow. Well, we'll have to coincide and have a little look at that. Definitely marble cake. Right, so I'm bringing in the biggest circle, and this is the one that we did the crackle on. It does need a tiny bit more time, so I'm going to just waft it.
Ooh.
And when I mean waft it, I'm just... I'm flapping this around a bit, rather than centering it on a particular piece.
Honestly, I've seen people say they're going to waft in the studio, but there's no one wafted finer than what I'm witnessing right now, everybody.
I might actually get an award for the best wafter.
What a Monday night we're having.
I know. It's just too much, isn't it?
Stop me. This is without straws and drinks.
Oh, absolutely.
Marble cake.
Right, so what we're going to do now, we're going to use the teal, one of my favourite colours, I must admit. Teal. Yeah, it's one of my favourites in the multi-surface paints, I have to say. And so what we want is, we want to have a colour, obviously, that's stronger to pop. But of course you can do it the other way round if you want to. The other thing is, if you wanted to use the actual crackle glaze as your base layer, you don't necessarily have to have a colour underneath. Okay, so if you wanted just to put the crackle glaze straight onto the grey board, you could do. But I wanted to put that paint so that it gave me that colour coming through. Now, the way that you put your crackle glaze is the way that you then put your paint. All right. If you
now, if I went the opposite direction,
well, it would be absolutely fine. It would just look a bit mosaicy rather than
happy with
crackled.
That.
I personally wouldn't. No.
But you don't like a crazy paving, do you?
I'm not really sort of fussy about things, but that's just one thing that I am actually quite fussy about, the way that my crackle goes.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing this. Oh, that's looking already good before the crackles even come
It's
along.
cool, isn't it? Yeah. So I'm not being too fussy in the middle because, of course, I am going to be covering that up. So I'm not going to worry too much about that.
It does have that kind of, what you were saying, it's like, almost like a weathered wood kind of
It is
effect
lovely,
on that. You know, that sort of white that you get down by the beaches, etc., when you sort of
Yes.
see those huts and all that. It's that kind of style, isn't it?
That's why I went to the beach for my birthday.
Did you?
We went to Gibraltar Point, which is just up the road, well, 20 minutes up the road from us, and it's basically a beach that is just completely massive, goes on for miles, but yet nobody ever seems to be on it.
Oh,
it's lovely. It's a nature reserve.
Oh, I wonder what you're going to say then.
No.
No wonder there's nobody on it, not in this weather. Is it a bit windy? Is that what you did on your birthday, is it, Joe? There you go. If you want a birthday surprise, go down and see Joe down on the beach where it's a nature reserve.
And we could have cocktails and pizza with a straw. With marble cake.
Oh, I tell you what, I'm there for your 21st.
Oh, my 21st.
Yeah.
Oh. Now then, look at this crackle.
See, here we go.
This is a crackle you really, really, really don't have to make any effort to achieve. And this is what I love. You don't have to do a lot of thinking. You don't have to really do a lot of, well, you don't have to do any prep at all, really. As long as you follow the instructions, it's terrific. It really is. This is why it proves so very, very popular. It really does.
Do you know what? I see what you mean about the one line, the one direction look in this now.
I know. I'm just a bit...
No,
we could have gone
I
this
agree
way,
with
you know? But I'm just a bit fussy about which way I like the crackles to go.
But that, more than anything, has really increased that look of that kind of wood feel, that sort of beach, that, isn't it? Within that sort of line, the grain of it almost.
Yeah. So I want to just make sure that this is relatively dry because we want to go on and do some stenciling. But I might have to just leave that just for a few minutes while I just take that. I think that's still a little bit tacky, it is. So I'll just put that there. I better not dirty this area because this looks ever so clean, this area, doesn't it? I'm quite nervous about, I can see Kirsty looking at me as if to say, don't spray on that area.
Don't spray on my desk.
Right, so what I've got is, this is, hopefully this is dry. Not quite. I'll have to just give this a quick... do you want a quick minute to recap, or would you like to...
I'll treat myself.
Would you?
That's all right.
If you want to, you can watch me
We'll
if you
do
want.
that. No, it's fine. Where you can get your marble cake from, everybody. Don't forget, we're going to come back to that just while that's being dried off there by Joe. But I hope that you've already been looking to sort of see what this quirky kind of world that you're going to be able to create with these stamps. They really are absolutely beautiful for these. They are your clear stamps as well, so if you are wanting to position everything where it's exactly right, overlap, work with it, build up those pictures that you can create with these, they are perfect for it. Now you can choose from the three you got. If you can, I'd go for the whole lot if you can possibly do so, because honestly, the work in between them will be absolutely fantastic. And even the larger stamps that you've got here as well, you know, you can do some of the sort of cutting out of that and create separate areas from that. Great for decoupage as well, and that's a lot of these that you're seeing. They are beautiful. The item number is 610424. Now, whichever set you go for, they're £14.99 only. But they are fantastic that you're going to work with, and perfect for colour. I tell you what, if I just printed these onto pages, put them together, my little girl would love to colour these in, I can tell you, because you can create your own fantasy world with whatever colours you want to go with. And if you do love your colouring, then these are absolutely beautiful. Melina's done such a lovely job and such great imagination to create these. All the little details that you can find, they are absolutely stunning. 610424, choose any one of those you'd like to go for, but I know you're going to really like those. We've also got one other that's not here on the bench for us, but we have got the details to show you online for yourself. Again, really another fantastic set, as you'll agree. But these are great doodled shrooms. I love all the phrases. Doodled shrooms. And again, the sort of imagine what is going on in her mind to create these, because they are absolutely fantastic. And don't forget, you then, it's your imagination and your colouring and what you create, how these go together. 947 333 if you'd like to go for that. Again, just £14.99. If you're looking for a festive feel, then you'll really enjoy this one. These are Shroom Christmas. I love these. I'm loving the stars effect as well, and the snowflake effect that you've got there on the top of the stamp. And the two little characters there, I mean, you could put those in all sorts of lovely scenarios, couldn't you? But again, the crooked chimney that you can see, I mean, that tree draped in snow, absolutely beautiful. If you'd like to go for your Shroom Christmas, it's 154,668. Again, only £14.99 only. But really, really popular, these, of course. Now, also, to match with these and to work with them, the stencils are also very, very popular as well. These are lovely. Now, you can go pick and mix on these ones. These are 6x6, and there's all sorts. We've got the mandalas that you've just seen Joe working with as well. They work perfectly as well with the grey boards discs of 15 of those that's available. But they're really lovely. I love that one, the spider's web. Isn't that great? If you start thinking of Halloween, any project you're working on, there may be something there that might tempt you. But absolutely beautiful. Choose any one of those, of course, on your pick and mix for two and pop those into your basket. Oh, the grey board rounds, by the way, they are there. 15 of those. You're going to be getting 3 different sizes, 5 of each, just for £11.99. You're getting 5x8, you're getting the 6-inch, and you're getting the 4-inch. 211 148, and you get 5 of each of those different sizes. Right, Joe, how are we doing? Are we all ready to go?
We are sorted, yes. So I've just popped the middle circle just to the side for a minute because I want to show you is I'm doing a little bit of stenciling on the side. Now I'm using just a distressing for this. This is one of the another one of the stencils. So do have a little look. Obviously, sorry, masks on the actual pick and mix because I just think they're gorgeous, and the amount of detail that's in just one is quite incredible, really.
Yeah.
So I'm just looking at this one alone. You've got this fantastic flower. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4. You know, they really are quite lovely. So what I've done is I've just popped a little bit that side, a little bit this side, and let me just make sure I get my holes at the top there, and then I'm just going to put a tiny bit just going off the actual circle here. So I've still got that lovely blue, I've still got that really lovely crackle coming through, but I've now got just another layer.
That is really lovely, that, Jo.
So it's quite nice because I've also used purples and different things within my stamping. So now what we need to do is to just put some bits together. So I've got all my stamped images. I've got far too many than what we need. I could make a whole, like I said, I could make a whole city. But I thought it was quite nice just to have a little bit of a choice. So what we need to do is we need to build our layers up, and if you have a little look at this, what I've done is, if I just hold it there, you can see I've built that up quite a lot.
Okay.
Now obviously it's entirely your choice as to how you want to build it up. You know, you can use your foam pads or you could use a silicone glue or whatever. It's entirely up to you.
But you do get some depth in that, haven't you?
You do get some depth, and I just thought, you know, it would be really nice to, you know, do that. So then you've got the differences between the circles as well, which is quite smart. So what we're going to do, just take that and just put 2 pieces.
Oh, that looks
on
satisfying.
The back there. It's very satisfying.
Yeah.
Now make sure that you've got the holes at the top. And then I'm going to pop that just there because you'll see I've also got at the bottom here some gritty bits which I will put on in a second.
Yeah, we've got them.
Yeah, the gritty bits. That is a tremendous price. It's fantastic.
Yes, we have got them here, Miss Young. Just grab them now as well and see them. But these are brilliant. Now, I've not seen these before.
No.
On the show.
We had them. Oh my goodness, quite a while ago, and we have them on occasions, bringing them back on because they are such a good little product, and you're getting 2 of those. And you know, all the time I've used them, I've not actually. Well, that's mine. That's the first one that I've actually used.
Okay. Oh right.
And
okay.
I've still got a good one, even nearly 2 inches in the bottom.
It's quite weighty, aren't they? There's
There's
a lot in there.
Yeah, there are. So I shall show you what I've done with mine in a second because it's
maracas
It's
as
quite,
well.
in fact, while we're talking about it, let me show you now.
While you're finding that, then just let people know,
Yep.
$9.99 if you like to go for that. You're getting 2 of those, 350ml in each one of those, just $9.99. 107464 is your item code to look at for those as well. And I take it they're good for taking pretty much all sorts of different mediums.
Yeah, absolutely. So what I've done with this one, I just grab an old yoghurt pot. To be honest, it's not really much use afterwards, so don't use anything out the kitchen or anything like that, because it can be, it's obviously a little bit sticky and what have you.
Yeah.
So I put some. I use my. You can either use some gel medium or a little bit of your multi-purpose glue. Don't put too much of this in, because obviously this is really, really good quality glue. But also you can just add a little tiny bit of water just to mix it around a little bit. But any gel medium and that sort of thing is ideal. And then if you want to colour them up, a couple of different ways. You can either put them on straight on in the colour as they are, the natural colour, and then paint them. Or if you want to do, because you just want to be messy.
This looks fun.
This is the fun. Oh, absolutely. You can then just add your paints, and of course I'm using the lime, which is and I think goes really, really well with the the colours that we're doing. And of course it's grassy as well, isn't it? So, and then just give them a mix round. You can do that in your pot, or you can just, I've got a bit of acetate on here that you can do.
I tell you, it looks like a really healthy couscous, that, doesn't it?
It does actually, doesn't it?
Put that in a salad. There's food theme tonight, isn't there?
It's all food related tonight. So I'm just going to put a tiny bit of glue just around in the areas that I want to put it, just to doubly make sure that it's going to be adhering. Obviously this takes a little bit of time to stick. Just a few hours, that's all. It just needs for the actual either the gel medium that you use or the glue or whatever. You just
one
use
of those to leave it dry
cheaper-
naturally, I take it.
Yeah, you can sort of encourage it a little bit, but yeah, we're just going to leave it as it is, and it will. So what will happen is we're still going to place everything on top of it, but it'll just dry naturally underneath anyway, because of course the glue's actually in the gritty bits. I've only put this glue on just so that it doesn't sort of fly all over the circle, sort of thing, if you know what I mean.
I got you.
The other thing is as well, Scott, I forgot to mention, I'm actually going to give this one away. So that's where all the viewers tune out, because why would I want that?
I think, honestly, I think...
No, don't worry. Don't worry, you don't have to make any comment at all. So if you just drop me just say hello on the That's Crafty Creatives page, and just say, oh, I would like that, or just say hello and say, well, I'm really not bothered about it, but it was very nice watching.
Right.
Then, but That's Crafty Creatives is actually the page that's it's full, absolutely full of inspiration from That's Crafty itself. And what we do is we do lives on there to show you the samples that are coming up on different shows.
Yeah.
There's always a competition, and this month they've just released this month's competition.
Right.
And the prizes are fantastic.
Oh, brilliant.
It's it's a lovely little page, a lovely group
But
as well.
if people are looking for ideas, inspiration, and also I suppose the community that's on there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you buy a product and you get it home, because it's very easy to do, isn't it? You see it on TV and you see perhaps myself demonstrating it, and then you get it home after maybe a few days and you think, actually, I can't quite remember what I should have done with that. It's fantastic because you can just go onto there, ask the questions, and we get back to you.
That's
and
lovely.
we do. It's
great.
Absolutely. So now what I'm doing is I'm just placing my I'm building my town basically. So I'm using the glue gel because it's easier for me, it's quicker. Now don't be frightened of actually putting some in front of one another, because of course what you're doing is you're actually building up nice layers and things. I'm going to put some stars in the background as well.
Oh, this is looking great.
There we go. So this is where it all starts coming together. Now of course you could be sat on an evening doing all your colouring. And I've used the sprays, by the way, to actually colour, because they work so well as a watercolour as well. So basically you can either, of course, take the lid off and then dip your paintbrush in. I don't do that after I had a little incident with one. So I tend to spray a bit on a piece of tile or acetate and then work.
That sounded like a sort of a police report. That was a little incident that you
There
had.
was a little incident and it made a lot of mess, I can tell you. It's amazing how far half of one of those sprays goes. Oh, yes.
Right.
Oh, I can tell you now, it wasn't a pretty sight. Yeah.
See, that's really building up. That's brilliant.
Yeah.
That.
So basically, all I'm doing is I'm going across as well, but also a little tip here. If you don't have to do this, but what you can do is you can actually cut the ones that are going to tuck into. There we go. How much more have I got of this one?
So you could do this. These weren't done with alcohol markers, then, were they?
No, these were done with the sprays.
With the sprays.
I'm actually. I'll be honest with you, I'm not really a big fan of alcohol markers because I'm actually not very good with them.
At least you're honest.
That's the only reason I'm not a big fan. No, they are amazing, and there's some incredibly talented people out there. That doesn't seem to want to come out at all. Out in the craft community that do the most amazing things with them, but I'm not one of them. I'm definitely a watercolour person. I am, yes. Yeah, I like my watercolouring and I like using the sprays, but they're so vivid, the sprays, that you can actually get tremendous colours out of them.
Yeah, that's looking lovely.
So it's coming on, isn't it?
Like you say, you're building up a whole world here, which is lovely.
It's a world we would love to live in, and it's germ-free. We can go in the shops.
Colourful world.
We can go in the shops without a mask on in this place.
See?
Now then, so what I've got now, I've got these fantastic trees. I love these trees.
Yeah.
I think they're really super shaped. They've got lots of detail on. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pop them at the back there. Now, obviously, you can't. Well, you can because you've just seen me doing it, obviously. But you don't know that tree actually finishes there. It just looks a lot taller, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So you can get lots of depth and. Now then, what's the word?
Perspective.
Perspective. That's it. Thank you.
There we go. Of it, but Lottie said it.
Thank you, Lottie. So
I read my mind.
It's can you see how I actually got to the point of building all that up? It's such a pleasure to do. It really is. There we go. So
you
just
could
pop
go
in
on,
that
couldn't
one.
you?
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's so many things, and of course you put as many stars as you want, little stars as you want. It's up to you. If you just wanted a few bits and pieces, and that'd be fine. This would make a fantastic present for a new home.
It's just the colour and which looks so amazing.
I know, it just makes you happy, doesn't it?
It does.
It's just one of those really happy.
Could live on that street.
But I could definitely live here. There we go. And just popping that one at the top there like that.
But you think also with those discs that we got there, so you get 15 in the set. You could mount this up, so that could be 3 separate projects on there.
Oh,
easily,
definitely could. Yeah, I'm just being extravagant.
The scale of it is lovely.
Yeah, I'm just being extravagant and showing you what you can do. But of course, you really don't need to go to this extent with the 3 if you don't want to do. But I think they are actually very affordable to be able to do it. So now, on the stamp sets, and I do believe it is, now then, Shroom Town, which I have to say...
The most popular at the moment, actually.
I'm not at all surprised, because what we've got here, I'll just bring it into shot, actually. What we've got are these smaller shrooms here, and we've also got this really lovely leaf little area there. So what you can do, you can actually, if you wanted to, you can actually keep stamping that and continuing it on.
Yeah.
And then you could do a whole border if you wanted to, which is quite sweet. So, you know, that's because they are obviously clear stamps, it does enable you to do that.
Yeah.
So, of course, what you can then do is you can just add another piece, perhaps there. And, oh, I haven't actually got that one coloured. Oh, that one snuck out, didn't it?
I think, do you know what? You're inspiring me now for a village scene from a pantomime in 2021.
Do you know, it could, yeah.
Yeah,
What
wouldn't that
could
be
we
a great
call
little
the
village scene?
pantomime? What could we call it? Yeah.
Once Upon a Shroom.
Once Upon a Shroom. Yeah. Yeah.
With all those houses, though, there won't be much room left for the cast, will there, really? That would be a bit tight.
Right, so I think, is that one coloured or not? No, I've seemed to have got 2 grasses that aren't coloured, but not to worry, because I don't really need them. But you can see how, you know, it's possible to actually continue that on. I'll just put one more just behind that house, because it gives it a little bit more depth in the background as well. I'm going to leave it at that because I think that's enough.
That's brilliant, though.
I don't want to over-egg the shroom town, do we? So, but you can see that it's so very, very easy. And then if you move it around, obviously you can see the crackle, you can see all the mandalas, and the different things going on. And then all I did was just to finish it off. I'll just bring this one in just to show you. I've just got some wire. You could obviously use ribbons or string or whatever. I've just put a few bits of bead on there just because I thought it looked nice. And then
they do come already pre-drilled, don't they? The actual discs, they come.
Oh yes, they do. Oh yeah, absolutely. The only reason I wanted to cover them up on these because I could have actually just put the stars on top. It wouldn't have mattered. But also I've used the acrylic wax and then just gone over some, not all of them, but just some of the. You can see there.
Yeah,
that's actually available on the website under That's Crafty brand. I'm bringing it back on Thursday actually. If you are looking for it. So, but yeah, it just gives that little bit of an edge.
That's lovely.
And also when the actual gritty bits are dry, what I did was I just very, very, very lightly just dry brushed them, just to give them. I'll just show you, just to give them a little bit of another texture there, so you can see. So it wasn't quite as green as what it looks there. So, but I think perhaps with. Yeah, I think I've got.
Really?
Is that all right?
I think it's fantastic. And don't forget that if you want to get in touch through the
That's Crafty Creatives Facebook page, just ask to join, and it's absolutely such a friendly, lovely, lovely group. Popper, I would like to receive that, and I will personally send it to you.
Right. See, that's a gift as well, definitely from Jo, or directly as well. So you can speak with Jo and try and get hold of that that piece on that particular site. So that's your best way to get hold of that, of course. But I think that's very kind of Jo to do that, and someone's going to love that. It's going to really brighten up any room that goes in or that's given to, which is lovely, which is fantastic. Just to give you the details again of the shroom stamps, of course. Set whichever one you want to go for, of course. You've got scribbled shrooms, sweet shroom, and we've got the, Shroom Town, isn't it, that you can see there. Well, Shroom Town that's here, proven to be the most popular, but it's some really lovely stamps on all of them. But again, really fantastic. $14.99, whichever one of those sets you're going to go for. They're all under the same item code, 610424. Just choose which one of those you want to go for from the website, of course. You may want to go for all three. I would advise it if you could, because you're really going to have a lot more fun with lots more stamps at your disposal to work with, of course. 610424. We've also... is there anything else I need to... Oh, yes. Have a quick look at what's also been created using these, mixing and matching and putting them all together. But there's a real vibrancy about these. You can't help but smile when you look at these with the colours that they are and just the sort of style that you're going to get in this quirky, wonderful world that you can have so much fun to sort of create, which is absolutely lovely and inspirational again. And this is something, like I say, my little girl would love to work on this as well. It just sets the imagination off, doesn't it, with everything? It's
yeah. They would make terrific storybooks as well.
Yeah.
Say if you wanted, say if you had a niece, nephew, or somebody of that age, and enjoys colouring. It would be lovely to make a little book up and stamp them in and let them colour them.
Let them play with
super.
It. They are fantastic. Jo, thank you so much indeed.
It's my pleasure.
When are you back in?
Thursday. One day special, and I have to say, Scott, I think personally it's one of the best that Laura and Graham have ever done.
Oh,
from
really?
That's Crafty. Yes.
think I'm in on Thursday.
Can you tell I'm excited?
I can. I'm hoping I'm with you.
I'm hoping you are. It's fabulous.
I'm looking forward to that. Well, you've heard it here first, okay? Make sure you don't miss out on that one on Thursday. Jo will be here for that. Jo, it's been an absolute pleasure to be with you again.
And with you.
Inspiration
Thank you.
again, which is lovely. So
Thank
you very much for all your effort to come through, of course. Don't forget, please make sure you visit the website for everything you want to find out. That's all there for all your crafty needs that you're going to find. You can search by brand as well and pop those into your basket. Listen, thank you so much indeed for your company this evening from Jo and myself. Have a cracking rest of your Monday night, and we'll see you very soon. Okay, get ready, everybody. Catherine's over there. She's caffeined up. She's ready. She's got 2 hours with you, starting with the one-day special Stamps Away. Then we've got Crafty UK quilting templates. Oh, it's all to come.
Hi, I'm Katrina from Rowan Dean. We're a small family business that design embroidery kits. Embroidery has always been my passion, and I'd love to show you how to do some of the stitches and some of the kits. We're based in Derbyshire, and I'm really inspired by the landscape and flora of Derbyshire, and I think other people will be too. Our kits are really easy, and I hope they inspire you to have a go at stitching. Since we've been on Hochanda, we've had a great time. Everybody's been really friendly and really good. We've met loads of people all around the country who watch Hochanda and find it really inspiring. Don't forget to join me on my own Dean shows on Hochanda.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dyes in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. So on our Hochanda shows we aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration. Be sure to join us for our Sentimentally Yours shows on Hochanda.
Hello, I'm Hayley, and you might have seen me presenting here at Hochanda. Well, I've always been an avid crafter behind the scenes and have been given the opportunity to share some of my favourite products with you in a monthly show called Handmade by Hayley. So I hope you'll join me, let me inspire you, and maybe you will discover a new craft in the process.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. Oakwood Archer is a family-run business and my son and my daughter work very hard with me to bring the best craft items to you in the UK. We specialise in high-quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Working with Hochanda is fantastic for us. It gives us the opportunity to bring all of these brands and all of these products from all over the world direct to you, the crafter in the UK. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter. So please don't miss Oakwood Archer shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Jenny Mays from Hobby Art. Hobby Art's a family-run company and we've been designing and manufacturing stamps for over 28 years now. We have an extensive range of clear and rubber stamps and we're proud that they're all manufactured in Britain. Whatever your style, there's always something that will interest you with Hobby Art stamps. Crafting is my passion and I love teaching. I love sharing my ideas with other people. This is why I enjoy being part of the Hochanda family, because I have the time to share my ideas, maybe open a door for somebody and give them the confidence to start stamping. So make sure you join me, Jenny Mays, on Hochanda.
Hello, a very good evening to you. It's lovely to have your company here this evening on Hochanda, of course. This is the second live hour with the one-day special, launched at 6 o'clock tonight. Of course, Stamps Away with the wonderful Ali. We'll be saying hello in a second. Just to let you know, oh, she's here already. She's raring to go as well. Oh, did we catch you by surprise a little bit then,
I think we
Ali?
did just a little bit. Sorry, I was too busy looking at everything else.
Oh, well, we want eyes just on our one-day special because it is absolutely amazing. 30% of the stock went in the earlier hour. Of course, we do see those sales in between shows as well. So when you check your baskets out, secure your stock, of course, do make sure you do that as soon as possible. Now, when it comes to the one-day special, this actually contains 4 individual projects and the value is incredible. Now, we can see here, just look at these. Now, you can decorate these in so many different ways. We've got lots of lovely mediums and we've got the ephemera for you as well throughout the show, so you can mix everything around a little bit as well. But these projects really are fantastic and sizable pieces, Alan, as well, aren't they?
I mean, although we've got mini on the grandfather clock, it still stands a nice height. It's sort of just shy of A4 height.
Yeah.
And then the shelf, which is really clever because when it comes, it's like quite compact, and then you build it and it's like, oh wow, where did all that space come from?
I adore that shelf. I
It's
absolutely
so
love
much
it. I
fun.
love everything, but if I really had to pick a favourite, I think that would be it. I don't know though, it's a little bit close for me, but do you know, it's so useful. Any room of the house I think would appreciate this. And of course, do you know, if you're a crafter, you want to make your things to display in your craft room, what better place than to display here? And of course we've got usable pieces here as well, Ali. I mean, you can see the grandfather clock on the screen there. You've taken the doors off the front. We've got little bottles and books. Please say we're going to do the books this hour.
We might do if you ask nicely.
Oh, pretty please.
Okay.
I just can't wait to see those. But we've got more, haven't we? Tell us about the one-day special.
Right, so basically it's 4 different kits, but they're all with the theme of alterable.
Yeah.
So they can be whatever you want them to be, and that's the joy of MDF. So you've got the entomologist case, which is based on the bug display boxes in museums and things. But again, it's just a really nice set of drawers that open up to be shadow boxes. So you get 3 shadow boxes and you can swap which one you have on the top and display. Then you've got the altered art house, which again is a really nice familiar shape in terms of it being a house, but you've got these cubby holes that you can then create little scenes within. And I love making scenes and little miniature things. So that's a Christmas version. I had some proper antique bottle brush trees, and that just came from that. So again, you've got that space to put things. Then you've got the magic shelf, and it's called magic because it's based on a floating shelf. So the idea being you kind of go, how does that not fall over? And it doesn't. I mean, we've got on there vintage glass bottles, so I'm not going to put those on any shelf I don't have confidence in, because they are some really nice antique ones on there. But again, just by doing it in the wood stain, it's antique, but you do that in bright colours. You could put, you know, your fancy glass candles on there, or, you know, anything that you want. It's just a really nice, and you've got the different heights, but the different heights fall in different places, so it's really, you can really play with the eye. You can wrap things around because it's got this sort of almost suspension bridge structure to it. So again, it lends itself to having lights wrapped around it and things like that. Battery operated tea lights, all sorts of different things, because you can play with it. And because it's see-through, you could have that between the kitchen and the conservatory, so you can see it from both sides and things like that. It doesn't have a back on it, which so you can play with light with it as well. And then you've got the grandfather clock, but it's got to be the smallest grandfather clock because it's little. So this is really nice. It's based on one of our popular kits, full-size kits, but this is small, and the idea being that you can alter it up and decorate it. And we're saying set the time to the time somebody was born, or when a proposal was made, or the time of the wedding. You know, anything. They're just really cute.
Definitely. Oh, now then, we'll go through everything in more detail, of course, at demonstration as well. But when it comes to the one-day special, if we break this down, it makes it just £9.99 per project. You've got a flexi-buy option there as well, 2 payments of £19.98. Individually, everything's available as well, but the value, of course, is in the one-day special, a £19 saving. 456493 is the item number. Now, I did mention mediums earlier on. We've got some gorgeous little items for you as well. So if we move down now, let's have a look at this next one. Now, if you did catch the earlier show, Ali started on a demonstration using some of the rusty stuff. It's a really clever little kit, this one. Love it. You also get that book included as well. And I've got to say, I'm not going to show you everything because I just don't want to spoil the surprise. But I've got to say, and you mentioned it earlier, Ali, the photography in here is incredible.
It's lovely, isn't it? It's really inspiring just looking at it. I mean, people might laugh about finding rust fascinating, but the colours you get in it, the natural colours are amazing, and that's what this kit is all about. It's all about actual real rust and creating something. So you've got an element of control, but not completely. It's going to do what it wants to do.
Oh, you're going to have fun looking at that. And, of course, fun using the kit as well. I've got more samples here as well to show you. Where's it gone? Where's it gone? Oh, it's there. I think this is so amazing.
That was just a little trial piece, just messing about to see. But I love on the craft card how the colour spirals out and it almost grows like veins coming out. And then you've got the copper, which you get in the kit as well, which looks sharp, but it isn't. It's quite soft. You can actually glue that onto things, and the rust will create round that. You get the patina from that reacting with the vinegar. You get gilding wax, not gilding wax, gilding flakes in there, which we'll set one of those off before the end of the show. We'll set one off for tomorrow morning. So there he is.
I adore this piece. So this isn't the actual piece you're working on earlier.
No,
You've got
he's
another one
here.
at demonstration.
Totally different colour scheme,
yeah,
and a totally different finish as well because of how it's reacted. But the green really sets off that with the gold flecks of the mica coming through, but then you get that natural rust, and it's a real, pardon the pun, but it's a really rusty rust. It's a proper, you know,
I love that.
It looks like you could have dug that up in the garden, or it's been on the wall for a while.
Definitely. In fact, I'm just going to lift up the lantern again as well because, oh, it just did make me smile earlier. You said it was a rusty old lantern that you de-rusted and then decorated and then rusted back up again.
Exactly. And did you know it has got something inside it?
Has it?
It's got a scene inside it.
How do I open it? Oh, I see. Is it this way?
Yeah.
Oh, look. Oh. You see, you can make use of everything, can't you?
Yeah.
You really can, and how beautiful is that? I love it. Well, if you want to go for this kit, look at the price again, a great one for you. New today, £19.99, the whole kit there. It is the rusting kit with inspirational book and those mediums as well, 448324. Now, if you liked the mica effect in the green man that you saw there, along with that rust, of course, oh, now, if you didn't catch 6 o'clock, do get it on rewind. These are incredible. Now, you can go for the whole set, as we've seen here. We're going to break this down as well, because there are other options. But if you want to go for 9, all 9 you've seen here. Now, you've got your... I don't like to use the word standard, really, Ali, because there's nothing standard about mica. But the top row, they're what you'd normally expect with a good quality mica.
They're the traditional. We call them the beautiful micas because mica is beautiful. But they're the traditional, what you would... You know, if you've seen mica over the years in crafting, that's what you expect. Yeah. The bronze, the copper, the gold. So you've got that lovely shimmer, you've got that rich metallic look, but, you know, that's them. They're used, mix them into embossing powders, dust them on. They're lovely.
Beautiful. Now, the second and the third, the lower shelf there, these are a little bit different. These are mica and more. So for anybody that didn't see, Ali, just explain again why they are. I think you can see it, actually. These are stunning, and the colours are just amazing.
So the main difference here is you've got dyes in them as well. So when you mix them with water, that activates the dye. You've also got the mica, but you'll notice that the mica in that is more sparkly than the ones on the top shelf because the particles are slightly larger. Yeah. And it is a beautiful quality mica, so it really does sparkle. So you've got the dye, you've got the mica, but the mica, when it hits the water and is activated, actually has a different tone to the dye that's in it. So you've also got a duo colour going on as well. So for example, in the peacock one, which when you look at it on screen, you might think that's just blue, that's not peacock. It's actually got a green to it. So when it hits the light in certain ways and the mica refracts the light, you've got that green tone coming through. So it changes the way you use it, how you use it. You get these beautiful colours coming through. I mean, they're just luscious like that.
Stunning, aren't they? They look amazing. The colours are absolutely gorgeous. But yes, again, if you missed that earlier demonstration, do catch up with that. $29.97 is the full set there, but you can break that down. So if you want to go for the top three, so our beautiful micas, then of course we can give you the details for that one. So that's the gold, the silver, and the bronze. $11.99. These go a long way as well. You're going to get a lot of use out of them. 055574. And then of course you've got the middle and the bottom shelf, which are the mica and more, and these are available in a pick and mix, so it's pick any three, choose any three. $11.99. Again, they are stunning. 032607. Now we've got some great stencils on the show as well for you, and a really good price on these as well. These are all 6x6 stencils. They're absolutely beautiful. You've got a whole sort of array of different styles here, Ali, but everything will work across the board again. £4 saving on these, everybody. £9.96. Ali, tell us about these. They are masks and stencils. I can see we've got the mask there without the edge, a straight edge.
Yes, you've got a mixture. I mean, there's some that are both, if you know what I mean. But what we've tried to do is put together a mixture that work together. I know some of those designs, oh, they're right, but there's patterns, so you can pick out elements. But the spotty one specifically was chosen because I think that the magic shelf looks quite retro, and I just think that's 1960s flower power kind of feel to that, and I just think that would look fabulous. And again, with the micas, you've got some nice designs that say tile nicely. You've got ones that work nice in the background in the entomologist case, because that's got 6x6 trays. They're just really usable because you can emboss with them, you can put your paste through them, you can spray over them, you can bend them round so that you can go around candles, you can use them on walls, you can use them on for anything. They're just such a versatile thing, and if you've never used anything like that, you've got a nice mix.
Definitely. And a nice price, as I say, they're $9.96. 690743 is the item number. Now we'll pop over to the website. That's where you can find everything. Oh, do check out as well the Plasticast. We've got different designs for you. The ephemera. If you didn't see the shows last week, or if you did and you want to stock up further on those, or you missed out last week, they're available as well. We've got the gleams there for you. Oh, including those new ones from last week as well. Oh, and Ali's glues as well, of course, are also there. The substrate pack is a really good one as well. But when it comes to the ephemera, this is a great pick and mix. Any 3 packs, and there are 3 sheets in each pack as well. Some of them will vary, so you get different designs throughout those packs. These are absolutely incredible, and they've been used widely on the samples across the show, so I'm sure we're going to see a lot more of these in the hours ahead. There we go. So lots to look at there. Now, Ali, what are we going to see first of all?
Right, well, first of all, I'm going to do a very quick demo on the grandfather clock, just so that you see how I got that lovely crackle effect. So we're going to be pulling in the ephemera. Then we're going to have a little sneaky peek at our green man who's started to rust. And then, because somebody's been very good and asked nicely, I will get our altered art house out from earlier and start making some bits to go in it. That is the plan. Let's see. So I've pre-built the grandfather clock, and like I did on my one on the front, I missed out the doors on purpose. The doors basically come into here and they've got a little hinge, but I like it open there. Now, in the mixed media substrate pack that we've got on, we've actually got some clear film, so if you wanted to, you could encase that. The other thing you could do, say for example you wanted, if you're a jewellery maker and you're really good at making pendants, you could actually make a faux pendulum to go in.
Oh, that's a good idea.
So what you would do when you're putting it together, just miss that shelf out. That shelf is not structural to the rigidity of the kit. It is only as a little shelf in the cupboard.
I like that.
So you could miss that out and make a full pendulum in there, which would be really nice as well.
Beautiful. Oh, I love it. Do check out that substrate pack as well. I know we had a different one on last week.
We did. So last week's one was very much sort of the blank canvases to work on. This is more about the stuff to put on. So if you went for last week's, this one is different enough. We've got newspaper in there, we've got tissue in there, we've got some fabulous craft paper, which is just with the rust and the mica. Oh, amazing. Right, I'm not going to do the whole grandfather clock because you've just seen what I listed what we're going to achieve in this hour.
No, we've got books to do.
We have. Right, so just need to... Right, so I'm just going to put a bit of gesso. So I'm only going to do this side, but I did the whole grandfather clock in the same way. Okay, I'm just...
Oh, that's great coverage.
but it's a bit white. It's a bit
Well,
clean.
it is, but I know you're going to do more to it. But it gives a great base, doesn't it?
It does. So I'm just going to...
Oh, are these your crystals?
They are. But again, if you haven't got those, coffee granules work nicely as well. So we've got a nice sort of creamy effect. And by using the crystals straight like that, you kind of get... it's not an even colour. You get streaks in it, and that's what you want. So if you were using coffee instead of the walnut crystals, literally dip your damp brush into the coffee and let it work in so you're getting those streaks. Because this is a distressed old grandfather clock. It's an antique heirloom passed down through many generations. Can't you tell?
Oh, do you know, we've had a lovely email in, Ali. Oh, this has come from Samantha. Now, she's gone for the, I don't know if it's the one-day special or individually, but the entomologist's case. It's going to be used for fossils, for storing fossils.
And I know,
for her son.
Yes, little Ollie will be putting his... Little Ollie is, I'm going to get his age wrong, he's 3.
Is he
nearly
really?
4, and he is obsessed with dinosaurs, and he knows all about them, and sharks. We know a lot about sharks. Very good conversations about sharks.
Oh, how lovely.
So yes, it would be perfect for that. Originally she said, would it fit wands in as well, because they're kind of like a certain wizard. But I said, oh no, they're a bit small for that. You'd have to make
miniature ones of your own,
exactly. And then I'm thinking, and this came about last night. I didn't have time. I'm sorry, I went to bed and didn't have time to make a wand cabinet. So I'm just drying this now. With what I'm about to do, it doesn't matter if it's not completely dry, because we're actually going to use the crackle ephemera. Now, I know that's going to sound weird that it doesn't matter if it's not completely dry, but when you're working with self-adhesive, if you're not very confident about getting things down and everything, if it's slightly damp, you've got time to manoeuvre. You've got time to pull it off and put it back down and things like that. So, and this is such a complicated technique, so I'm going to take my crackle.
I love the effect of this.
Going to lay it down. Going to smooth it down. And there we go, one crackle.
This was such a busy choice when we had this on the shows last week, and I'm hearing that it's been busy again during the one-day special so far as well. I'm not surprised. I think maybe some of you missed out last week, so make sure you grab yours and check your baskets out before it disappears again. The effect is absolutely amazing. And I can see there, Ali, you're using every scrap again. Don't waste anything.
No, put any bits that you've trimmed off back on, because when you need to go round the front. Now here, because it's slightly damp, you'll think, oh, it's not sticking. But just let the gesso underneath dry, and then the full power of the adhesive will come in, and that will hold on to there.
Lovely.
And you just cover it all, so I'm just going to cut a little bit more off so that you can see the full effect. And there you go, you've got... But the nice thing, I don't know which ephemera I've got handy. Doesn't matter if you overlap. I try and avoid overlapping just because it saves me wasting any.
You can't really see it there, and it's all about layering, as you said earlier, so you can go for your different choices because it is a pick and mix, and you can layer up, and the colour will show from underneath unless you want to gesso it and then kind of block out a colour from underneath and give kind of that pop of colour as well, which works amazingly well with those flowers. I love how you just cut into these and you don't waste a single scrap.
Take it over to the other side. One top tip, and this is do as I say, not as I do. Wipe any gesso off your fingers before you handle anything. But yes, you can. But you can see. So I don't know how well. I'm sure you'll be able to see
You
here.
really can't see the edge at all, can you?
You can't see it, but look how the crackle actually shows through the flower. So it looks like that flower. You know, the old-fashioned decoupaging where you use the paper onto it. It's got that look to it, and that's how I did the one, and I just used the postcards from the ephemera, and they're beautiful because you also, not only do you get the fronts of the postcards, you get the back, so you get the writing, and they make they look fabulous on these. But yeah, so you can just layer. I'll do one more flower just because I can.
Do check these out on the website. We've got insects, we've got labels, we've got leaves, we've got flowers, we've got butterflies. Oh, there's such an array of different choices. How many different choices is there? Is it 20?
20
yeah.
at the moment.
Wow. Yes, at the moment.
The list of I want this one is ever increasing.
Oh.
But you can see just how effective, and that's so simple and so achievable. Because I think sometimes we look at pieces like furniture and things, and crackle glazes are fabulous when done, but not everybody can achieve them. And also, this is a flat surface, so a little bit easier, but if you were doing it around a curved surface, or trying to go around the clock face, and you'll know this, where you get into a corner, when you're using a crackle glaze, it's so hard to get the crackle to work evenly. So just cheat and use, and this is where your little bits, you just piece it round, because it doesn't have to be in a whole sheet. You can literally piece that with all your leftover bits.
And then the idea of that on furniture as well. And the crackle, when it comes to that one, you get different sheets.
You get,
it's a crackle, 3 sheets of crackle, but they're different sizes.
You
aren't
get
they?
2 sheets identical of this size, and then you get 1 whole sheet of slightly larger. So that again you can mix and match. But I was just going to say, in your grandfather clock, you also get the little clock face. Now you can either apply, just as I have done on the side there, straight over. But if you've done a dark colour, what you do is you stick that onto a paper. Again, that could be a crumpled paper. You could stick crackle onto the paper, and then
that's what I'd do.
What, like this? As if by magic. So in your substrate pack, you get this. There's a fish and chip theme going on tonight. This is our newspaper print paper. I specifically put this in because it's lightweight, so it crumples beautifully. Yeah. It's off-white, it tears, it's really good, and you get 5 of the big sheets. So it's just a really nice paper to work with. So let's put... I'm going to put some crackle on there first.
I adore this crackle. Do you know, while we've got the crackle, I'm not surprised if some of you are doing this, because everybody seems to love it so much. You could go for 3 of the crackles while we've got the stocks.
And I can say people do.
I know. Oh, look at that. I love the effect, Ali.
Okay, and now I'm going to cut this out. And again, although I've obviously... if I was being frugal, I would have stuck my clock face onto it while it was on the sheet and then cut it out. But I'm still going to save these bits of crackle because they will have a use. But look how effective this looks. Obviously, you'll cut a lot neater than me. I possibly am using my scissors that get used for things they shouldn't get used for.
I'm dying to ask you a question, Ellie.
Go on.
Actually, this has come from the gallery. Can I say it?
Go on.
Where does it... Because I've never asked you this. Stamps Away, where does the name come from?
Well, because... right. We used to make stamps. And now, I sort of joke in my head, it's like, put your stamps away, because now we've got MDF.
Just said.
No, but it came back, we started making... There was the first thing that we manufactured ourselves after I used to do little paper die cuts, and then after that the first machine we bought was a stamp making machine.
Was it?
Then we bought the lasers, then we bought the routers, and I won't even list what machines we have now. But yes, so now sort of jokingly in my head, that's how I think of it. It's put your stamps away, because we very, very rarely do stamps now.
Oh, that is so funny.
Right, so if your lining up's not great, because you're putting your hands onto the face.
I really like that clock face, you know. That works so well.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So there you go. And then once you're happy with where everything's positioned, just smooth it down. That does look...
looks brilliant.
I'm really pleased with that.
That
and again, it's
brilliant.
having the off-white paper behind, you know, so you could, that could be tea stained as well, just to add an extra layer.
Oh, do you know, it is all about having fun, isn't it? Do you know, when it comes to the one day special, you can have so much fun because you've got 4 individual projects there. So the grandfather clock is just one of them. Ali, you said you class that as your small one, but actually it's not that small at all. It's a really good size.
We did do one that stood about that.
Really?
That high. We made it a steampunk. And I think actually it started with a pop bottle inside as a boiler and things. And then I'm thinking, do you know what? I need to steampunk a mini one as well.
Yes, you do.
Because you can get all your little cogs and things like that. Yeah.
But this is it. It's a blank canvas. It
Exactly.
can be whatever you want it to be.
Yes, and it can be usable if you want it to be as well. Of course, the grandfather clock is just one of those projects. You've also got the shelves, which I absolutely adore. Do you know, I can think of so many reasons for having this in your home. You know, regardless of which room it's in, it's going to be used, isn't it? And you can have the fun of decorating everything, including everything that you put on there. Then, of course, you've got our wonderful little house here. Put all your memories in there, photographs in there, things that you've collected, something that means something to you. Or just use your favourite papers and your mediums. We've also got, of course, the case here. I love the fact that fossils are going to go in there. Was it Ollie, the little boy?
Ollie, yeah.
Oh, I wonder if Ollie's got one of the plastic casts as well. This isn't in the one day special, but we've got those available. I've just picked that up because I just noticed it there as well. And then, of course, we've got, have I done them all? Grandfather clock shelf. That's it, isn't it? All 4 projects, $9.99 each is what it works out at. Look at all the bits and pieces you get here as well. Now, we're splitting that down just to make it easy, so you break that down. Some of these kits are worth more than the others if you were to go them individually. But when it comes to this one, I need to show you this as well. £24.99 on its own. Let me just show you this as well, because I didn't even realise this until I tried to lift this up earlier and I thought I'd done something wrong. How clever is this? Look, the handle on the drawer, because if that was in the casing, if I shut the drawers there, or the doors on the front, if that was slotted into the front, and that's the one I want to display, the handle then becomes that support, so that you can then, of course, display that beautifully, and it's not going to go anywhere. Love the fact that you can interchange these as well, so many uses for that as well. 456493 is the item number. Do take advantage of the Flexi Buy, and anything else you pop into your basket, you can also split the cost as well. Don't miss that ephemera, because they are incredible. Ali, where are we going next with it?
Right, so can I have a little play for a little while?
Yes, you can.
So I'm going to so here's our altered art house that we started earlier. All I've done is glued it together now that this was dry. I've lined the backs with some paper, and I've just put some paper on the top.
Lovely.
Now we're going to start. Oh, can you see? Because I didn't wash my brush, and it still had a little bit of the mic.
That's really sparkly now.
Yeah, and that's just from leftover in. So that goes to show how sparkly it is. That's just what was left in the bristles of my brush.
Yeah.
So again, if you've washed it out in the water, there'll be sparkle in the water. So, you know.
Make sure you use it. Don't tip it away.
So we're going to start having a little play. We've got our micas, we've got our ephemera. We're going to start making some pieces to put into our house. And this is where, and the house is lovely, but this is where you have the fun. And this is what the One Day Special is all about. It's not about the specific kit that you're making, it's about the fun you have once you've got it in your hands.
Yeah.
So it's sort of a little bit of a back to front One Day Special, because you build it and then you're going to have all your fun. So what should we do? Let's make a book first.
Oh,
Okay.
yes, please.
So all One Day Specials will come in a very, very nice substrate-y thing called a cardboard box. Do throw it away. It's very useful, because they're corrugated and they make fabulous book covers. So I'm just going to cut roughly. So all I did was I cut one of the flaps off, and then about halfway I'm going to bend against one of the corrugations, and then I'm going to bend depending how thick I want my book to be. Oh, that's nice. And then I'm just going to trim one cover to match. Okay.
Wonderful. I like that book already, because you've got a battered corner.
Yes, it's a proper old. Then what you need to do, depending how thick your book is, you'll need to make some spaces. 3 or 4 of the same pieces of card. Okay? I might just move the house out of the way for a minute so we can see. And then I just make a wodge. Okay, be generous with your glue, because this is going to have to hold. Okay.
Okay.
And then glue on the front, glue on the back. Bring that in and hold it over. Now, if that wants to spring, no, it's not going to do it, but if that springs open because it's not grabbed, grab your heat gun and just give your glue a blast for about 30 seconds, and that will help grab it, because sometimes the card will just want to. So there's your basic book.
Perfect. Yeah.
So all we're going to do now is we're going to age it up a little bit. So
not that one, that's
If you're
embossing
looking for
pouch.
glue as well, details on the screen, because Ali will provide you, of course, with 3 50ml bottles there, and this is a great glue as well. $11.99, so an amazing price once again. 092278. Are you using those crystals again there, Ali?
Yes, so again, if you haven't got walnut ink crystals, coffee works just as well. You just want to age it up. And I say, obviously, if you've got a distress ink or an ink pad, you could do it. But I do like to get patches, because if you think about an old book that's sat on the shelf, as you say, with its battered corner, and this is why coffee's good as well, you get dark and light patches. Yeah. Okay, I'm just going to give that a little blast. It doesn't take long because it's soaking into card. But already, you can see we're getting a nice antique book. But all good quality antique books have gold on them.
Oh, they do, don't they?
Okay, so just drying that. So as if by magic, here's my gold mica. So I'm wetting my brush.
You could actually make little pages to go inside and use the ephemera as well. Maybe some of the little insects or something on the pages, the postcards.
Again, the postcards work really nicely. But what we're actually going to do is we're going to use some of the apothecary labels to give our books titles. So I'm just painting the gold edging on, because all good quality encyclopedias have gold on them. And then again, if you've made little pages, that depends what angle you're seeing it at, but I'm just going to have this on the shelf, so you can add gold to the edge there. But again, just that tiny little bit of gold, how sparkly. So, and then, crystal we'll call this one.
Oh yes, so you're just cutting into the labels and taking individual
words, and because some of these labels have people's names on it, looks like the author.
Yeah.
But it's just to give it.
I love the poison one. I noticed you'd use that on some of the bottles in
Yes.
displays. Is that the
It's
grandfather clock that you put those in?
Yes. Well, actually, I think there's one on the shelf as well. So
you're
there you go.
probably
It's
right,
got a little
actually.
title on, so that can go into our shelf. Let's have a little. I don't know if I've got a little jar. I dropped my jar on the way here and it broke.
Did you?
No, I'm going to make a broken jar. Just, you know, I'm so clumsy. So here's a poor Catherine, she was worried about much. No, so I've started collecting broken china and broken tiles and things. Now this is a little bit clean, so again, you could make up a strong black coffee, drop that in, leave it to soak, and it will actually soak up some of the colour and will make it look aged. But now we want to make that look like that's come out of an important bottle. So let's move this so you can see what I'm doing. Sorry, I get so wrapped up in this.
Oh, look.
Now, take your scissors, and again, don't waste anything.
Now, the ephemera will go on all sorts of surfaces, won't it, Ali? Metal, plastic, wood?
Yes, glass,
card,
candles, so...
Oh, yes, candles as well, because you had some last week, didn't you?
Yeah, fabric.
In fact, we've got a candle in here.
It's all, yeah, they've sort of snuck around all over the place.
Fabric as well, I like the idea of that.
Yes, I did it onto Hessian, but I found with the Hessian not to press it down too firmly, because it actually picked up too much of the texture, and I actually didn't like it. Now here, where it's, can you see where there's a chip? I tend to actually cut that bit away as well, because it adds to the effect. Not necessarily all of it, depends how well you can get in with your scissors.
I can tell how much you're enjoying this, Ali. I hope you don't mind me saying this. I just saw you glance at our monitor there, and you saw how it was looking, and the smile on your face. It was I just love this.
When we were developing the ephemera, I'd already started collecting all these bits of tile and stuff. My husband sort of has learnt not to question too much. And we were doing some of them, and I'd asked for the photos, and he's like, okay, whatever. So he printed some out, and I stuck it on the broken tile, and he's like, oh, you've done it.
Yeah.
And that was one of the deciding factors, was like, this will work. So there's our broken bit of potions bottle. So we've got our book. Let's make a little sign to go in. What else have I got in my random bag.
Oh yes, because on the house, how it fits together, you have that little post that sticks through, your little hanging spot.
Yes,
for
you
a
do
sign as
get,
well, don't
it's
you?
not that it's on the counter, but you do get a little sign to hang on there if you want to use that one. But I'm really into, honestly, my dogs love it because I just go, right, we're going on a treasure hunt and we'll just go and see what we can find. And this is bits of wood that have peeled away, so they're thin layers. So, where is my ticker tape?
I'm loving the natural look of the colours so far in this one as well.
I very much enjoy that. So, do we want to have fun? Dream big?
Ooh.
What do you fancy?
Should we dream big?
I think dream big.
Why not?
Position it where you want, when you're happy.
Oh, that looks good.
Rub your fingers right down. And there you go, you've got your dream big. We've got some potions, we've got a little book in there, we've got all sorts of other things we can add. We can put jars in there. But I want something, I want to carry on this sparkly. So let's make some little flowers to go on there. But let's just go to town with them. So, I need a bit of paper to work on.
I'm thinking little bits of costume jewellery, or if you've got fabric, you know, from an
Anything.
outfit perhaps that, I don't know, is worn or you can't wear anymore and you love it so much you could take that and use it in there as well.
Anything, you know, bits of fabric that have come from a favourite shirt or even a button off something. Also, anything, just fill it to the brim with bits and pieces. And obviously I glue things down because I've got to transport it and things like that. Don't glue it down, swap it around.
Definitely.
There's all sorts of little bits and pieces that will invoke memories, and you know, grandma's favourite brooch might not be your cup of tea to wear nowadays, but there's no reason why you can't put it as an ornament. Right, so I'm hoping the gesso's not dried too much.
For a minute, I thought you were tipping gesso over the top. What are you doing?
Later I'll do that. Right, this is some black embossing powder. The gesso has dried a little bit, so I might have to do a second coat in a second.
Okay.
Grey board is possibly not the best substance for tipping back in. This is one of the sheets you get in the substrate pack. You get 10 sheets of this, and this is what I've cut the flowers out of. So they've got a bit of...
Do take a look at the substrate pack. I'm sure it's going to be well worth getting. You've got the clear film as well in there.
You get clear film, you get some MDF, you get the tissue paper, which is the big sheets again, 5 sheets of that. You get 5 sheets of the newsprint, which is fabulous. And you might only use little bits at a time. And the craft, we'll get onto the craft paper in a minute, because that and the micas. Right, I'm going to need to do a little bit more. I'm going to just go, just put a little bit more. I need to just get a little, just so that you can really see these colours. Let me just, I was being too frugal. That's better. Because I want you to...
If in doubt, just pour it out, Ali.
Yeah, because it all goes back in the pot, what you don't use. Don't do that with mica powders. Don't tip mica powders out like glitter.
No.
They never go back in as well, because they're such a fine powder. They'll just go everywhere. Okay, I want these nice and black so that you can see. And also, if you've got crystals and things open on the table, all black pots open, move them so you don't end up tipping.
Have you ever done that then? Have you learnt by your mistakes?
Oh, yes. I think I've done it live on telly as well. Yeah, I think I tipped the wrong thing in the wrong pot. I've done it enough times at home. Also, if, like me, you've decided to use teacups for your water pots, have a completely different mug for your tea. Especially if you're making, you know, if you are staining things with coffee or something, because it does look like a cup of tea at a quick glance. It's all non-toxic, it's fine, just doesn't taste very nice. Right, so I want this black because what we're going to do is we're going to have an alternative use for mica.
Oh.
So, you can mix your mica powders into embossing powder.
Yeah.
And they will change the colour of the embossing powder and be lovely. But you can also dust it on the top. Now, obviously, dusted on the top like that, it is just sitting on the surface.
Okay.
So what you need to do, I'm going to come in with a different, let's go with the purple. I think the purple and the pink will complement each other.
Definitely.
So
With the
just
black underneath as well.
Okay.
Oh, wonderful.
So then, because I say they're just sitting on the top. Now I've said about, you know, the moisture and things like that. This time we're going to heat it, and you'll see it do a little shimmer, and it actually sinks just below the surface, and you get a totally different look.
Those colours are gorgeous, Ali.
So you get the dye coming through on just the plain black gesso. Let me pick that up. They'll be a little bit warm, but...
Oh, wow. Look at that. I love it.
And you can layer that up with different colours, depending what colour's underneath. But again, I love the intensity of the colour
They look
on
really
black.
enamelled now, don't they?
Yeah, so then you can layer that up. That's given us a... possibly not the right colour scheme for this project, but, you know, you've got an embellishment to create there. So you could actually come in and add some gold to that as well.
Yeah.
But we now need to look at Mr. Green Man.
Oh, yes, I'd almost forgotten about the Green Man. Oh, now the rusting kit. This is a really good buy as well, and new today. $19.99. You're not just getting the rusting kits, you're getting all those different mediums and the book as well.
So can you see
448324
up here all that? I mean, obviously we had the green and the red anyway, but here you've got this deep brown that's got a matte look to it. That's the rust, and that is genuine rust that is spreading around and giving him a totally different tone. If you remember when we first did that, it was grey.
There's the first picture.
How
We took a grab
different
of that.
does he
You can
look?
really see the grey, can't you, there?
So how different does he
And will
look?
that continue still to rust further?
If I spray it again, it's dry now, so if I spray it again with vinegar, it would continue to rust.
Amazing. Oh, can't wait to see more of the Green Man throughout the shows as well. Thank you, Ellie. Just a reminder of the one-day special then. We have been busy again this hour. Now, 4 individual projects. If you want to go for this one with a great saving, £19 saving. Almost a third of the stock has gone. There you can see the details. $39.96, but we can split that down into 2 flexi-buy payments for you. So that would be, we'll just spin that round, that would be... I'm trying to work it out in my head now. £19.98. I thought that was what it was, but I daren't say it just in case. 456 493. And of course, anything else you're adding into your basket along with the one-day special, you can split the cost as well. So 4 amazing projects. That's what you've got to create there. But it doesn't end with just building those projects, as we've heard and as we've seen with Ali. You can have so much fun making everything to go in there. Now, when it comes to the ephemera, there's 20 different options at the moment, and I'm saying that for 2 reasons. One, because I know Ali's had so many requests for other things, but also I wouldn't be surprised if we see one or two of these disappear. The crackle is getting low again. This was the first, I believe, to sell out last week. Now, remember, you're getting 3 different sheets. You can actually see on the front there the 3 different sheets you're getting, so 1 larger piece, and then you've got the 2 that are split as well. So you kind of got that different size crackle going on there. But in each of these packs, you've got 3 individual sheets. Those insects are just gorgeous. They're definitely one of my favourites. Do have a look at all of these afterwards. Now, the old photographs, I love these as well. 3 completely different sheets there. So you're getting lots of images to work with. You can use them as they are. You can cut into them. Then, of course, the postcards. These would definitely be my pick and mix as well. I adore postcards. And again, you can see you've got different options. Now, you've got the fronts and the backs of the postcards there as well. So it's not just one-sided. The leaves are so effective. Ali, I remember you using those in the show last week.
Fabulous, especially that fern. It's such a statement. And again, because you can layer them, you could have the fern and then you could have a butterfly or one of your bugs over the top of that, and that would show through, and you've got that fabulous line. This is the one. This is the handy.
Yeah, this is so good. Now you get 3 sheets of this handcrafted just for you. Really a good addition to your handmade projects, of course. Love this one, Ali, as well, because you've got spaces to add further things on this one if you wanted to.
Again, because of the layering, because that is see-through, it means that if you wanted to have your butterfly flying off above the with love, you can, or if you've got a flower that you wanted to add, a real flower, anything that you want, it works really well.
It certainly does. Then we have the rusty stuff pack. pack. So if you don't want the mediums, this is really good as well, because you've got 3 different sheets in there, really lovely effects. Oh, the labels, another favourite. I couldn't stay with just one selection.
No, I
here.
mean,
I
just dip in and out. Obviously, I have a slight advantage.
Oh, we've seen the flowers in use, and I know that's one of your favourites, and
I
that
know
looks
this is
so effective.
So handy, again, because you can layer them, and this just, if you want a quick card, couple of brush strokes, one of the nice greetings, a butterfly or, you know, a bug or something over the top. So simple but so effective.
Oh, do have a look online for inspiration as well, because I know Ali posts a lot. The keys and the locks are there as well. They're amazing.
That would work really
the
nicely
ticker tape.
on the front of the entomologist box,
It
so it
would,
looked like
wouldn't
it looked like it's padlocked shut.
Definitely.
It's valuable.
Of course it is. Of course it is. There, the ticker tape, very, very useful. Then you've got your potion bottles, your different various bottles there. Again, great because layering over your colours. That's going to
so
look
I was just going to say, you know, when you're doing your mop-up pieces from, so if I've been doing a micro background, which I'll be doing tomorrow, I'll always have a mop-up piece of paper, let it dry, and then stick the bottles over, cut them out, and they look like magical potions because you get the sparkle still coming through because it's see-through, but then you've got that colour as well. They just look really fun.
Well, I like the
There's a
sound
whole
of that.
cabinet done of them over there.
Is there? Well, I'll have to see if we can find that. I'm just going to flick through these a little bit quicker, just so you can see what you've got. Oh, the butterflies are just stunning. Absolutely stunning. Of course, you can see those in samples. Watch out for these as well. There's some nice samples of these around the studio on the shelves. We've got the wood slices there for you as well. And there you've got your seashells.
Again,
also,
that would
so
work really
beautiful.
nicely in the entomologist box. Obviously, the butterflies are designed to go in there perfectly, but the seashells as well. You know, you could make a little, have a photograph in the back of the tray, and then build it up a little bit at the front with some seashells, and then maybe put some real shells in there as well, just for whichever day out you went to.
Lovely.
And then on the front, where you've got the space to label, you could say where it was, so that when you want to remember that nice day at the seaside, you can pull that drawer out.
Oh, how lovely. Oh, so many ideas, isn't there? Well, if you want the ephemera, do be quick on those. Remember to check your baskets out as well. We're going to go back to Ali, though, for another demonstration, so we can fit another one in before the end of the hour. We've got about 9 minutes, Ali.
Right, okay, so what we're going to do is we're actually going to start off another rusting project with using the gilding flake as well, which is in the rusting kit. And this is the craft paper from the substrate pack. This is what I was saying. This substrate pack is very much about things that you can apply to your projects as well. And this craft paper is lovely. And if we have time, I've also die cut some flowers, and I'll show how nice the mica works on this as well.
Lovely.
So it's not going to be, it's just going to be a panel to go on something. This could be the back of a card or something. So I've got the double-sided adhesive sheet that you get in the kit. Okay, now this I'll probably struggle to peel the back off, just because it goes, oh, you're on television, are you? Busy, are you?
Yes, why do they do
Time
that?
constraints. Let's make it hard to get the back off.
Oh, it's so true, though, isn't it?
Okay, so
it's either that or your glue's bunged up.
Oh, yeah. It just waits. So I'm just sticking half and half here. So this is quite a large piece, just because I want to show. Okay, so I'm going to take... Now, this is the only time we have done compacted pots of gilding flake. I don't normally like the compact box, but we wanted to get plenty in the kit. So I'm just going to start working that around.
I just think we have got the air conditioning on here, so I'm getting ready for it to start flying.
Right, there we go. I'm going to put the lid on that, and then I'm going to take my sponge and let the air conditioning do the work for me. Okay, so I'm not filling in every single gap, because I want some of the sticky to be exposed, because I need to get the rusting powder in there somewhere.
Oh, I see.
But I will show you another way of getting it there if I want, because you can use the glue, and you get a little glue in the pot, but I'll see how much will attach to the sticky. Okay.
That's a lovely effect as it is.
Yeah. Right.
So remember, everybody, of course, you can see how grey it looks there, can't you? It's quite surprising.
So now you can see that actually quite a bit has gone into the gaps. Can you see, because how dull?
Yeah.
I'm going to tip off, because I don't need that much. Okay, so everybody remember what it looks like. So this time we're just going to come in, and you can always see, because it will actually, you can see it moving around. So you just spritz it with the vinegar and then leave it. Now, because this is on to the gilding flake, what you'll find is you don't need to keep feeding it like I did with the Green Man.
Oh, right, okay.
Okay, so just to compare, that's what the colour the Green Man started, and look how fabulous his colour is now. So
such a difference.
We are just going to leave that to one side, and we'll come back to that tomorrow morning bright and early. I might clean my mat in the morning for the morning as well.
I'm just smiling to myself, and I thought, I'm so pleased. I'm not the one who leaves the mats the dirtiest.
No, it's definitely me, definitely me. Right, so I had a little bag here.
Okay, 6 minutes, Sally.
Oh, perfect. Right, let's give the micas a little run for their money, shall we? So I've just got some little die-cut flowers, and these are die-cut out of the craft paper. And the reason I love the craft paper for this so much is because it's quite a pulp paper.
Yeah.
It's absorbent. So what you'll find happens is that the mica colour sinks in and the mica sits on the surface, so you get some more intense colours. So let's give each of the... And don't put things on
I'm
top
just
of your
checking, Ali,
rusting.
because I can see a nice clean cup there. That isn't a cup of coffee or a
No,
cup of tea,
no,
is
no,
it?
it's just clean
Oh,
water.
goodness.
I was very good and went and got 2 cups of water. Right. So let's give these micas a run for their money so you can see them all in their true
These
glory.
are so beautiful.
And then this will give me some flowers to decorate with tomorrow. So look at the sparkle as you open them. And sometimes when you tip them, you can see what the other colour is. In
Yeah,
case
you can see the purple in there, can't you? You can definitely pick out the gold in the green there as well.
I think that just, I mean, when I opened up the red one for the first time, it's like, oh. Okay, so there you go. Right, so let's, so all I'm doing is just going to paint with them.
So dip the brush in water and then pick up from the pot.
Yeah, if you're nervous about dipping a damp brush into a whole pot of powder, just tip a little bit out into a palette or something. But I tend to just go straight in because I know the powder's going to stick to the moisture of my brush and not worry. Right, so that's the flame one. Look at the colour.
Oh, you can see the sparkle there.
So this is the sunshine.
Look at that.
So, I mean, and also you've got to remember we're working on craft card, which in itself has a colour. So this one is more subtle on the red. Let me see if I can pick this up. And I'm going to give this one a dry. Because it's red against the yellow, it's a little harder to see the mica tone, and especially when it's wet. But as it dries, can you see that?
Oh, I can see it, yeah. Oh, yes, you can.
But isn't that beautiful? So it's a real warm colour.
That is gorgeous.
Okay. So next, possibly, I don't know which is my favourite. But oh no, I'm a good mica parent. I don't have favourites. That's what I say to my husband with the dogs. Can't have favourites. Put Marvin down. Stop having him sit on your lap. So you can see again the mica shining.
Do you know, if I could only choose 3, it would be so hard. It's a pick and mix, isn't it, for any 3?
It is. I do think that seems to be a natural mix for me. Is that not how you went?
I love that green would have to be in
the
my
green,
pick
definitely.
and
The
mix.
emerald has to be in there.
I was being asked which was my favourite, and I thought Molly was talking about the micas, but apparently she wasn't. She was talking about my dogs. How can I choose a favourite? I've got 4. There is a favourite with a lot of people out of the 4 dogs, though. There is a favourite.
Yeah,
it's he. His name is Bobby, and I should imagine as we speak now, he's cuddled up with my daughter and her boyfriend on my sofa.
See, when people come to class, their favourite of mine is Oscar, the grumpy one who sits with his back to everybody, because they just think it's adorable, the fact that he looks at you. And if it comes to 4 o'clock and people haven't gone home, he sighs and looks at them. As if to go, have you not gone home yet?
Here?
So this one you can see, look at, ignore the finger.
Beautiful.
So you can see that blue tone coming through. But look, as they dry, look how sparkly they are. So where are we up to? So that was rose, peacock.
We're into the last minute, Ali.
Okay, we can paint quickly. This is why it got its name. Look at that. As soon as you apply the water to it, look at that colour.
You could imagine those colours really popping like that on white, but on craft card, as you say, or craft
yeah,
paper,
this is why I like
it really is surprising.
It is, and also the way that the absorbency, so watercolour card would work in a similar way, but it's just the fact that it gives you that real depth of colour. Right, if I quickly got time to do the purple. Possibly gone on a bit thick with that, but you can
Maybe
see
saving the best till last, Ali. I love the purple now.
But you see, you can make it as thick or as thin as you want. So if you want just a wash, you can do that, but you can go on quite thick as well. And they're such big pots. It doesn't, you know, you get such a lot. I mean, I've used such a tiny amount to do these.
Wow. Look at that. And that's not even dry yet either.
No, and they will, as they dry, I mean, look at, just going back, not that again, I don't have favourites, but look at that peacock. Don't have favourites.
Yeah. It's stunning. Oh, that's absolutely gorgeous. Yes, could have done with the peacock colour earlier on, Ali.
Leave it lying around, just in case.
Actually, for the moulds we had on. Ali, thank you so much. 2 fabulous hours. Do catch the 6 o'clock show if you missed it. Get it on rewind. I'm going to be over with Andy next, of course, from Crafty UK. And we've got much more to come through the night. See you very, very soon. Yes, Andy's here waiting. It's Crafty UK Quilting Templates coming up next, and then it's a repeat show with Ali, but do watch that if you missed anything earlier. Then we've got the Beeswax Wrap Company. Lots to look forward to.
Hi, I'm Nikki Hassan, and I bring Spellbinders products here to Hochanda. Spellbinders are an American-based company, and they have been in the industry for well over 15 years. Spellbinders have always brought us dies with stunning detail, but today you will find tools, dies and stamps within the Spellbinder range. What I love about Spellbinders is their partnership with licensed designers. This always keeps my creativity flowing. To inspire you with lots of hints and tips on how to use your Spellbinder products. So join us for the Spellbinder shows here on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Sarah.
And I'm Vicky. We are the Stamping Sisters
from Stamp Addicts. We'd started our family-run business in 1992 when we were importing rubber stamps from the USA.
But now we design and manufacture them all here in-house in our shop in Bedfordshire.
We make grey rubber stamps, and we make them as deeply etched as we possibly can so that you can use them in many different ways.
On our shows on Hochanda, we like to give you lots of different techniques to use with the stamps, different ways that they can be used and ideas.
We hope that we can inspire you to get out your stamps and have a play. Look at all the different designs we've got. We've got Christmas, we've got scenic, we've got cute and furry. There's something for everyone.
Make sure you don't miss the Stamp Addict shows
on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Barbara Gray from Claritystamp Limited. We're well known in the industry for designing and manufacturing top quality, award-winning craft products. As with all craft projects, you need a good starting place, a great stamp, a top quality stencil, and in recent times we've developed the groovy parchment art system so that your line art is perfect on parchment. Another exciting development to come from the marriage between Parchment and our stamp company is the fabulous designer papers and now the designer parchment. There is nothing like it. Each groovy plate is precision etched, and by simply getting in the groove with a stylus, you can easily transfer great designs onto parchment. Groovy is a modular system. The plates complement each other and work beautifully together. They are packed with elements and allow you to build your own original artwork. Whether you're a novice or a traditional parcher, you will love these plates. And for me personally, having beautiful line art is what motivated me to want to learn traditional parchment skills. So why not get in the groove with us here on Hochanda?
Hi, I'm Ali Reeve. I'm from the company Stamps Away. Stamps Away is a family-run company with my husband and I. We create all things crafty, especially with a passion for mixed media. At Stamps Away we create a lot of MDF products because we have laser cutters and router cutters. We also create our own stencils and masks. We try and make everything we can in-house so that you've got all the materials you need to create your projects. If you're watching a show with me on Hochanda, you'll expect to see lots of different techniques, lots of ways of using the products that we produce, and it's all very much mixed media, so pretty much anything goes. So I hope you won't miss the shows on Hochanda with Stamps Away.
Hello there. Yes, this is the final live hour. I've just spotted who's behind me that way. Oh, that pumpkin face, really lovely, isn't it? Right, this is another great hour ahead. We've got, of course, the wonderful Andy here from Crafty UK. Good evening, Andy. How are you?
Yes.
It's not that long since you were here, is it?
No, I've done 3 shows in 5 weeks for some strange reason.
Oh, wow. Well, it's always a pleasure. It really is. And I've got to say, do you know, it's a special occasion, really, isn't it? Because there's a bit of an anniversary thing to this.
My 4th birthday, and I don't
Oh. Oh.
And as I said earlier, and we'll keep saying it, it's still, I've got a face for radio, not TV, but there you go.
Not at all.
I'm still here.
Oh, we do enjoy you coming here as well. And we've got some new todays to show everybody as well. So let's get right with it. Let's have a look at the first new today. This is Crafty UK's 6.5-inch square up ruler. Oh, now what do we use this for then, Andy?
For squaring up.
Oh,
so it's a bit
colour is in the
different,
title.
as we were trying to explain in the earlier show. It's not like your normal ruler because it's got a centre point.
If you just lay that flat, Andy, we can catch that on the overhead.
Yep. So it's got a centre point. So it's a 6-inch ruler with a 1/4-inch seam round it.
Ah.
So therefore, when you lay it onto an object, this becomes the centre of where most rulers, they don't have a centre point. So if you try to square things up on them, you can't. So this can do that. And then there's also 2 slits in it where you can put a rotary cutter in and you can cut a 3.5-inch. Because 2 3.5s go together to make the 6.5. And as we were doing this earlier, obviously that maths doesn't work out because 3.5 and 3.5 is 7 and the overall size of the ruler is 6.5. But when you sew the 2 3.5s together, they will both lose a 1/4-inch seam, so they will become 6.5.
Yeah.
So that's how the centre bit works with it.
That is so clever, isn't it?
So it's something that people haven't perhaps thought they needed, didn't know such things were on the market. I was asked to make some ages ago by somebody who wanted to do this exact thing and said, can you make a ruler? I said, yeah, I can do that. It's just, it's very different to your normal. I mean, you can use it as a 6.5-inch square, but it's when you start to try and trim a 1-inch slot, when you put it on the 1-inch line, you end up with a 1 1/4-inch strip.
Yeah.
Because it's got that extra bit on. So it's just, you have to be careful with it, how you use it. Because of that. So.
Well, I think it's going to be extremely useful, and what a great price it is as well. $13.99 is the price, and of course everything's been etched into there, Andy, as well, so you're not going to find that the inkrits are rubbing away.
You
They're
can't
not going
wear
to
it off, and
disappear.
they've got grips on the back of them as well now. All our rulers do, so they've got silicone pads.
Oh,
so
they're nice
they
little
don't,
shaped feet on there.
So they don't slip. They grip extremely
Which is important,
well.
isn't it, as
It
well?
is, you know. We have
so you
got
can't
hold of
see
this
the little feet.
very
There's little
good
shaped
stuff that
pieces.
sticks to it and is grippy. So.
What a great idea. Love it. Well, you can go for yours. Item number 334520 if you want to go for that. Now, another new today. I love this one as well. Hexagon snail. I've got a thing about snails, you see, whether they're hexagons or not. $12.99 is the price of this one. This is another new today, as I say. And let me show you some samples here as well, because this really is very, very effective, isn't it? Tell me about this, Andy.
There's an original snail trail, but it's made of half-square triangles. And I thought, well, wouldn't it be nice to do, you know, a hexagon one, because we're always making squares, and it's you know, and it's a nice thing to try and move on to. So I looked at it and thought, yes, it can be done, and it can be done as a nice ruler to make it really easy to cut it out. So then that's one less hexagon row around the outside, done 3 times, is turned into a table runner, so that the spiral carries on going through all the way. So.
I really like that. Could you make a snail shell cushion, do you think, and put a snail's head on it? I know it sounds really weird, but I just like snails.
Yeah, no, you
could.
Yes,
How fabulous would that look? That could be the actual shell of the snail, couldn't it?
Yeah, it could, yes, you could, you know, and then, yeah, you finish it off, you put a bit along the bottom and a bit up and a couple of antennas. And,
I love it. I love that idea. Oh, it's such a clever template again. Great price once again for you, $12.99, $999-012. There we go. Now, this next item is limited stock. I know this was very, very busy. I'm going to keep hold of those samples, actually, because they're going to come in useful. So let's have a look at this now. $17.99 is going to get you a draw a circle ruler. Now, there are various bits and pieces in here, Andy, so I think it's probably best for you to describe how this works. But I am going to pick these samples up again, just to show you the reverse. Look how neat this is. You can see all the circles running through here. And it's the same on the table runner as well. I noticed the back was quilted in the same way. Isn't that neat?
It allows you to do a neat circle, because these have been... They haven't used a guide. All I've done is drawn onto the fabric with a pen that will iron off or wash off, and then you sew on the line. I use a walking foot, so it's kept steady. It pulls the fabric through nice and evenly, and you just follow the line to the best of your ability. And if you stray a little bit, you don't worry about it, because the line is going to disappear.
Definitely.
So the line will all, you know. So if you've drifted a bit, just make sure you don't sharply go back onto the line. You just gradually flow back onto it, and like that, it just makes the circles on a quilt quite easy.
Just as we're looking at that, Andy, that item is technically sold out. That means, of course, anybody who's got anything that's not checked out in a basket, check it out now, so you don't miss out on that. Now, we do have some extra stock on extended delivery, so it's a week extended delivery. So if you've missed out on the initial stock, just a week to wait. Same price, of course, all the details are the same, 002237. Very, very useful indeed. And this, Andy, has this been done with the same ruler then?
That's been done with it. So you've just got the centre point on each side.
I love that.
As just drawn. I just drew the arcs, and then quilted each one in a different colour.
That is so effective, isn't it?
And that's a simple thing on the black background, different colours. So they just interweave with each other and make all other different patterns appear. So that could be a block in your quilt.
Definitely.
That you've done like that. So
Oh, I do like that a lot. Oh, now then, don't miss out on the extended stock. I've got ideas now. Right, let's move on. We have got more. I remember this from the last show, Andy. This was a very busy item.
Yeah.
This is such a good kit.
So this is the unfinished objects is to help you clear up some of them, because often you've put your fabric together, you haven't put any binding on yet because you haven't quilted it, and you don't necessarily know what you're going to do to quilt it. So you've got some ideas in here. You've got a simple, we call it a quick quilt. Well, I've called it Quick Quilt 1 because I intend on making some more similar sort of things to do small blocks in your quilt and build it up. A lot of times people shy away from quilting large quilts because the quilt pattern is going all over and they never know where to stop. But if you've got something that's full of squares and rectangles, then it's a simple to do them little bits by themselves, you know. So.
Definitely. Now you've got all sorts in this box, actually. I've got some more samples to show you, but just to tell you what the pack contains, you do get the quick quilting ruler number 1, you get the mitre corner binding ruler, you get the binding maker, which is 2 inches and also 2.5 inches. You also get the 2 house gauges. That's to measure your seam allowances, isn't it?
No, well, they can be, but they're for the quick quilt rulers, so that when you've got the samples there on the table, the one where it spirals in, you use the gauge to step it in each time.
Oh, yes, of course. I remember seeing you do that.
Because when you're using these rulers, you've got a 1/4 inch circle foot on, so everything is away from where it should be. So you need to adjust and make that compensation up. So that's what the little house gauges are for. There's 6 different measurements there to make sure you step the same amount.
Lovely. Now these samples will cover various different tools in the bundle. Along with the house gauges and the other things I've mentioned, you also get a 4 inch and a 1/2 inch ruler, and you get a 6 inch and a 1/2 inch ruler pointer.
So there's a pointer is
Is that for turning your seams?
Yeah, like things like a Dresden plate.
Yeah.
You know, you've sewn it and you need to turn it out. People use knitting needles and all sorts of things, but this has got a nice rounded end, so this will go into it. You won't damage your fabric, and you'll be able to do. And even if I was using it the other day, the larger one at the table runner there of the snail one, it's been bagged. It hasn't been seamed, so before I sewed up the gap, I've got my hand in there and running this around the edge to get it all smooth, to get all the points and everything flat out. So that's what the pointer is. And then the rulers is just 2 little rulers. The amount of times that we go to quilt groups and stuff and we watch people measure something and then want to measure something an inch, and all they've got is their 24 by 7 inch ruler. And they're balancing it on the table.
I can see why these are so handy.
And they just, you know, that will always be, you leave it by your sewing machine, so
Definitely.
you want to pick up, you want to measure something, they're just 2 little rulers, they're just handy to do things with. So.
And you can see from the other side how they're tucked in there. Very, very useful indeed. Well, busy on that one as well. 1999 971 133 is the item number if you want to go for the UFO pack. I really do like that. Right, we've got more for you as well. What about this one?
So,
now, this is your quilting marker, your 11.5 inch square.
So it's to give you a guideline to a lot of these templates. They step and repeat round, but you need a guide to follow them round. So this will draw you a grid onto your template. So you've got a vertical, horizontal line, and then you've got 45-degree lines. So you can draw, you know, you can move something round to step it out. Helps you break up the square so that you can then quilt with it. And then in the middle of it, rather than waste the space, I put a spiral. So you draw the spiral, and then exactly the same there as we've done. You can quilt the spiral. So.
Wow, so really, again, very versatile tool, isn't it, as well? And there you can see the spiral that Andy's just talking about there. Again, another lovely example of what you can achieve, just one item that you can achieve or one project that you can achieve using that particular tool. £27.99, item number 022005. Oh, this is nice, a twisted pinwheel. Oh, I know, Andy. Are these... this isn't one right from the beginning, is it, or is it? Because we've got some that you started with that have
This
grown.
was on my first show way back in 1908 or whenever it was. So it's still, I think, one of the cleverest things. I would love to say I've designed it, but, you know, I came across it. Someone came to me in the early days of us setting up and said, can you make one of these? And I went and looked at what was on the market and saw that they were good, but they'd missed some of the obvious things and making it easy, so we made our own version of it that does the same thing.
How effective.
And so we have one that's so the little one you're holding is made from the waist from the big one that you're now holding.
Is it?
So which is where there's 2 in the pack. There's a 5-inch one, and then this is why it's an odd size, because it's 2.4 inches, because it uses up the waist, because they're very wasteful, and that had to be something that constantly people came back to me and said, you know, when we sold them one, they came back, oh, I loved it, but what about all this waste fabric? So, which is where we ended up designing the 2.4 one, to do it. So that's how that came about.
Such a clever tool again.
And then
$13.99 for
lots
this
of
one.
the things behind you are made with the twisted pinwheel.
Oh yes, the tree. I
The tree is made
spotted
with the
that.
small one, the
Oh, that's very
pumpkin, the Christmas wreath, the bag, the cushion.
Now I see
the bunny
how the
rabbit
pumpkin
lands
was
flat on
formed.
the pink, closer towards me, on the counter, pink towards
pink,
me.
this one?
That's
I'm
made,
just gonna
yeah, the
grab
bunny
that,
rabbit.
actually.
That's made with the small one, the 2.4,
Oh look.
upside down.
It's not, is it? They look like bunny rabbits to me. That way. Oh, I see. Do you know, I was looking at the individual bits. Now I can see it. I actually thought that was a bunny rabbit shape. How sweet is that? Oh, that would look lovely on a chair in a little girl's bedroom, wouldn't
Yeah,
it?
so and that's mate. There's quite a small fiddly thing, but you can make that with with the small one, and the lay down patterns for those. All these what you can see, they're all in the pack as well. There's all how to lay your squares out, and then obviously you just cut them up like you would do the normal twisted pinwheel. So the Christmas tree, the bunny rabbit, the pumpkin, the Christmas wreath. They're all in the pack. They're all there for you to have a go at.
Amazing.
Plus, all you have to do is type twisted pinwheel on the internet, and there's 1,000 other ones that you could design. Sort of like people have done lots of different things.
Well, this
with
is
that.
certainly going to make the job easier for you to have the template to help you along the way, and at that price as well. $13.99, 592159 is the item number. Right, now we are going to continue on with some more sets that Andy, you told me earlier on. Again, these were on your first shows, but
That was
these
on the
kits
first-
have grown.
But it was only an 8-piece set. And as time's gone on, people have asked, can I have this one? Can I have that one? So the set has grown. So we've now done a 16-piece set, and there's still people come every now and again and say, "Oh, but can I have this shape?" But so we've covered all the bases. I mean, there's 16 shapes in there that are all of an inch. I think you've got most what 90% of the people would cope with, but there's always someone out there that wants that odd shape to go in. But we'll make that for them, and to add to their set if they want to. So, but that was on the original show, but it was only 8-piece, and now it's 16.
You've got so much in here. I mean, you've got octagon, hexagon, house hexagon, squares, triangles, diamonds, pentagons, kites, small pentagons. It just goes on. So a really good comprehensive kit again, this one. $21.99 is the price, 527653. Then we have the set of hearts. Again, another kit that's grown, it's expanded.
I mean, we did that kit because we found that a lot of people, we did 3 hearts. So originally on the first show we had the long heart, but people could never decide when we made the other ones as to which one to buy, whether to buy the long heart, whether to buy the curved heart, the standard heart. So we ended up putting all 3 of them in a box and reducing the price. So I think you could probably buy them on the Hochanda website still. They're all $11.99 each, or you can buy all 3 for the cheaper price.
That's effective, isn't it? Doesn't matter which way I hold this one, it looks just as wonderful whichever way I have it.
So
It's
that's
kind of
the curved
that's
heart.
so effective. I really like that. I like this one as well, Andy. I've got to pick this up. Look, turning this one into butterflies.
So these are all these grey cushion covers. These are all made by the ladies at St Austell Quilt Group in Cornwall. We have a friend down there, and she set them a task to replace, because we lost 2 of our quilts with all the heart quilts. So they replaced them all for us. So.
Oh, how lovely. That's very effective as well. Do you know, a great way of using up your scraps of fabric as well with the hearts. I think these are really nice ideas. Beautiful. And you get these in there as well, do you?
Yeah,
These
so you
little-
get a
little
bag
extras.
of little buttons, and then that yellow thing you got there, the button on that, you get 2 of those buckles. So it's a heart buckle, and that's clear, but it's been painted with either a Sharpie pen, an alcohol marker on the back, and then it looks like it's a pink heart.
And it matches perfectly,
But if
doesn't
you
it?
paint
That's
the back-
really nice to have those included as well. $21.99, another great price for you. 894263 is the item number. Oh, now waiting to see the next item. If you've not met Mac the Westie before, well, you're going to see him now. Look, now he is a returning favourite, isn't he, Andy?
Yes, I mean we just we made this for a friend. She has a Mac. He is the Mac. He is the original one. We made it for her, and we bought it on, not realising how well it would do. And I think it's got so much characteristic in it because the head is separate, so you can tilt the head and give it lots of different expressions. He's got a bone or a heart or a tongue that he can have hanging out of his mouth. So you've got different options. So not everybody's will be the same as that sort of like. So it's a case. It's done.
I love it.
It's done really well. And we thought as it's our birthday, we'd bring Mac on as well.
And so you should. And here he is. And look, just $11.99 if you want to go for this template. Isn't that amazing? 043083. Andy, we're going to hand it over to you for the first demonstration. So what can we see?
Okay, so we're going to use the snail trail ruler. So if I just move that out of the way a bit, then I can bring this. So this is basically how it's cut. So we made it with jelly rolls or strip rolls. So they come in a pack. Now the packs we opened only had 5, but I'm sure some on the market would have 6. But you need 6 different colours, or you could use 3 colours, 2, each colour twice. So it will actually, all the bits you need will come from a pack. So I'm going to cut another one. I did it in the first half, but it was just a case of it makes it easier to see. So I'll need to stand up a bit, otherwise I won't better use my rotary cutter. So the first thing you're going to do is you're going to trim off the end. So there's a little bit and the big bit. So you've trimmed off that end, so it's like that. Now I'm just going to turn that over. Now the first one I'm going to cut is the full ruler. So I'll position that on the edge there because it's designed to be a 2.5-inch strip. It will fit on the strip roll. Always remember to cut off that little corner piece. So there's the first one.
Okay.
And I'll turn this back over. Must remember each time to cut this little corner off. You'll see why, because I'm going to sew this block together soon. So we've trimmed the corner off, turned it back over, and now there's a line marked on there. So the solid line is going to mark where the end of this one goes, and we're going to cut that one. So that will give us another half hexagon, but it's slightly smaller than the first one we had.
I see.
So again, turn it over, trim off the corner, turn it
now, I
round.
should imagine, Andy, then, there's virtually no waste on this.
No, I mean,
design,
you are,
is there?
unless you count these tiny little corners I'm cutting off, then no, it keeps going, and the cut that you make becomes the next one, so he's not even having to square it up. The only time you might get waste if you had a fabric and you wanted it to stay a particular way up, you would have to trim the angle. You'd have to trim the angle off each time differently, so you would lose a bit there. But here, we're just constantly just carrying on with it the same. So now we come to our last. This is the 4th of the half hexagons. So again, line it up, trim that off, go off the corner bit. So there's 4 half hexagons, and then the last bit we need for this particular pattern is the triangle. So you can also cut a diamond with this, which will come in some other patterns which we haven't had time to sort, but as I said on the earlier show, once we've done them, we'll post some pictures on Facebook, and you can, I'm sure people will be able to see how to do them, and if not, just give us a call and we'll help you through it to do it. So
lovely. I can tell you, Andy, we're approaching limited on this particular ruler.
So that's then the set of 5 pieces that's needed to do that. So each colour that you've got, you would need to cut this set of them, and I'd already snipped a little bit out of this strip roll, so you can see that you can get everything out of a strip roll, and that's to make the big one.
Amazing.
If you were only going to make the table runner, has got a row missing, so this one isn't used on that, so that would save even more. So you could make quite a few of these, as in we would think of the table runner, and then making placemats slightly smaller, and the smallest one to make a wine coaster or something. So I'll put my table back on.
Okay.
So I have sewn together in the break. So I've sewn a set of triangles together. So I've got my 6 triangles there. I've repeated the colours. So this is a case of how the next bit goes on. So I said about the corners, it's important to trim the corners off. So when I position this on, this corner will get that in just the right place,
Of course.
so that when I sew it, it goes. Now the first one, if I sew all the way across, I'm not going to be able to sew what will be the last one in place. So I need to sew part way. So I'll put it in the machine. We're saying about, you need to leave yourself about an inch to make it work. So otherwise, but you'll forget and you'll sew all the way, and then you'll have to get the unpicker out and unpick it. And I'm sure you'll only do it once, but that's that's the way it is.
Well, we have just got limited stock on that particular ruler, Andy, as well. So anybody's got those in your baskets, I would be checking those out as soon as possible so that we don't see them bounce back. £12.99, item number 999012.
So we've sewn the first one on and leaving that bit as a gap, which now, once that's on, now the next one can go on fully. So that will then line up, bringing that closer, that will then line up there. And because the corner's cut off, that now helps it line up perfectly there. So we'll sew that one
And
on.
of course you can see how accurate we're using a template, you know, your cut marks are, because every tiny little fraction that you're out with the seam, especially in a design like this, it really would throw everything out, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's really, it's all the angles and everything are 60 degrees. If you start getting ones that aren't, if you were cutting it by hand or something, you know, it's just going to go astray. So, and this will always, you know, so you press that one out. So now we'll use the first one of the green that we took, and again, that will go on. We line that up, and you just basically carry on sewing round.
Oh, we've just sold out of that one on the initial stock as well. Well done, everybody who got those. We have got some of those on extended delivery, but we're now into the 7-day delay. So again, just make sure you check those baskets out to secure your wonderful purchase, of course.
So, and that's how you'll carry on. So you carry on working your way round.
That's going to build up very quickly, actually, isn't it?
It didn't. We were surprised when we made the first one last week, just how fast it goes round. And then your last one that will get sewn on there, and then you will be able to sew the last bit of what the first one that you left it. You'll be able to finish that off, because that will go all the way across there.
Yeah.
And then once again, when it comes to the next one, on the next layer again, it will be put on and not sewn all the way across. And then because again it works the same way.
Yeah.
The first one you sew on, you can't sew all the way across because it will get in the way.
Yeah.
You sew it, leaving an inch here, and then work your way around. And again, build up that one. And if you know that's how far you want to go, that's as big as you want, then you can stop there, sort of, or you can carry on to the maximum size. And if you made hexagons that size, you could join them all together. You could turn that into a large quilt.
Yes, you could, couldn't you?
You know, carry on with the hexagons like that.
That'd look really
so you can
nice.
make a bedspread like it. I mean, the table runner can go on, carrying on forever. If you've got one of those banqueting tables and you're that seats 24 people or something, you know, you can make the table runner as long enough, for it. Sort of like.
It's such an effective design. I love that. Let me hold this up again. This is the table runner. Really, really do like this a lot. That is so effective.
So we've added a square into that. Sorry, not a square. We've added a slot into to join the hexagons together for that straight bit of cream, so that it carried on as a flow. You could butt them up, but we looked at it and butt them up, and it looked like you'd got two colours next to each other, and we thought it was better to add the strip in to break it, which is why it comes in and out a bit. So.
Oh, I love it. And of course on the back of this as well, using that circle ruler as well. If I just hold this up so you can see, that is lovely.
I thought the circle, it's people often quilt things, you know, it's a hexagon, so they're going to use all 60-degree angles and stuff, but I thought it's nice too, because because we were trying to give that effect of a snail shell type thing, so by having the circles, it emphasised the round bit.
Yes, definitely.
Of it, so.
Works very, very well. Well, if you do want to go, of course, for that wonderful snail trail, Of course, as you can see there, we're now in extended delivery for that one. $12.99, $999 Now, we've got some 7-day savers to tell you about as well. Oh, these launched yesterday, didn't they? Because it's Monday today. So, launching on the Sunday, we've got some yarn for you. This is Craft Yourself Silly Twister Super Chunky Knitting Yarn. And we've got all sorts of different colours available, so do have a look at those. 4 balls, 250 grams each, so really good buy those. £10 saving, just $19.99. Then we've got some sewing machine thread. This is from Coats Moon, so a well-known brand. This is your polyester thread, your black and white. Of course, you can use this for your hand stitching as well if you want to. £10 saving, $11.99. You've got 10 spools. There's 1,000 metres on each of those as well, 184102. And then from the Mill Shop online, we've got some fabric for you, a whole bundle in fact. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? That's the first time I've seen that. You've got the folk birds here. Now, you've got 100% cotton and the denim fabric included there. A metre at 54 inches wide. That's a metre of each, of course. £19 saving, so a great saving on that because you're spending less than you're saving there, aren't you? At $13.98, $185,879. Lovely. Right, OK. So, Andy, what have we got lined up for the next demonstration?
So, the twisted pinwheel is, you know, has been on the early show, but people don't always see just quite how easy it is and how effective it is. So we'll do that next. So you get in the pack you get a square, which is a 5-inch square, which is where the size of the twisted pinwheel comes from, because when it's cut out it ends up getting a lot smaller. So all the ones there, they've been cut with several 5-inch squares, and then the thing you have to do, which is people sometimes forget, but it's the most important thing, you have to put a border around it. So for the 5-inch one, the border needs to be 3 inches. For the smaller one, it needs to be less. We've also sold, in the earlier show, we sold some of the 4-inch ones, because when you check out, you get that option of buying a 4-inch one, which is in that section as well. So, so they're all different size borders, but that has to be done. But this is just to prove that you can actually do just a one square and still get a twisted pinwheel. So that was my 5-inch square in the middle there, and it's got a 3-inch blue border around the outside of it. So I take my template, this is the middle bit of it. These slots help line up, so it goes. They're what it lines up on. So you put the ruler, put the template. Put the template on there, and you line up those with these seams, so it now sits at an angle. You can see it there,
see that.
And that's what you cut. So the template has got this way up on it. It's got grips on the back, so you really want it this way up, but you can turn it over and make a wheel twist the other way, but it would be a bit slippery, or you could put your own grips on this side as well. What you mustn't do is cut half one way and half the other, because you do get a different shape, but it is very confusing. So once you've made some, then you want to have a play with it, you can. So basically we just cut this square out. So
do you know, Andy, I couldn't imagine cutting this by hand.
No, I mean you could draw it and you know, and then cut with a pair of scissors, but it's so much easier like this. And also if you've only got a board. Now I tend to lift that bit up like that just to check, to make sure it's all cut before I remove that away.
Oh, that's a good idea.
So there's my first one. Now the next one will go there. Now this isn't always an easy way to tell whether you've got it up the right way up, because if I turn the template over, you can see that corner's going to clash there.
Yes.
So that's alarm bell should be ringing at that point. You can't. It doesn't matter whether it's there, whether you turn it 90 degrees. It's still going to be in the same place. It doesn't. You can't mess that bit of it up. So you just line it up.
That's one of those things that messes with your brain a little bit, because you think, well, it's a square. How can it not work?
Yeah. So again, cut each one. Now, it doesn't really matter here because I'm not going to be using the waste, but this is where you don't want to overcut. They've been made with a slight allowance to, you know, so you can cut just past, but if you cut too far, then your waste wouldn't be any good to use the 2.4 on it. Now, you might not want to use the 2.4, but in which case you can cut as far as you want and cut these, but if you just go past, there's just enough to go past and leave a bit of a border and not
Oh, I don't think anybody likes wasting, do they? It's nice to have the option.
So there's the third one, and now the last one.
Would you suggest, Andy, the first time that you did this, maybe practice on some old fabric that you're not so worried about?
We do this, and but I often I've always said that's great, but you end up with, oh, that's turned out really well. I wish I'd used a bit of fabric. it's not difficult, and you know, so it's a case of you know, there is your waist. So that would be this square in the middle here. This would fit the 2.4. So we take that bit away. So that's the waist, and now we're left just squaring that up, and now we're left with the pieces like that.
Isn't that clever?
So you'd sew them back together. So there is a twisted pinwheel, and it is
clever.
as simple as that. So you've taken and the border, whatever your 3-inch border, whatever you chose, naturally becomes the outside edge. It's all these nice bits that come in and out that makes it look really complicated. It's only straight lines.
Yeah.
And the first block I sewed together, you're sewing straight lines, you're cutting straight lines, and you're sewing straight lines. And people come to me, oh, well, I want something that's a beginner's, something I can try, I'm not very good. And I show them this, and they look at me and go, you what? I want something easy. And then when I show them how it's done, they go, oh, I could do that.
Exactly. Do you know, it's the same with me. I've just watched you do that, and it's come together so beautifully. How would you manage that in the same way without that template? This is well worth every single penny. £13.99 is the price. 592159 is the item number. No wonder that's been a popular favourite.
Yeah.
And have we got more demo?
Well, I was going to sew it together, but it's probably you've probably seen it's done. So we'll go back to the quilting rule if I can find it. Yeah, and then I want me pin.
Oh yes, I want to see this. I've not seen this before.
So this we did this earlier, and we marked the red ones on here, and it's a case of they're spiralling out, but you can always make them overlap. So if I start in the middle somewhere, that's about in the middle. So I put my pin, which I need to turn my board over because the pins don't stick into your cutting mats. They are too hard. You need to put them in. If you haven't got one of these ironing mats or something, get a piece of cork. You know, your in your dining room you have your boards. You put your dinner on. The back of them is often cork.
Yes, that's true.
They're perfect. Just turn them over.
Yeah.
Just something to stick your pin in, just to secure it. I mean, I'm going to hammer it in with a screwdriver a bit.
We did actually have some of those mats on last week actually on the show, so I don't know if they're still on the website. We had a couple of different options, so if you want one of the mats that Andy's got or something similar, you may find them.
So, and this really is, you know, it really is simple because you just put your pen in the hole and you're drawing, and as we said earlier, it goes.
That is easy. Look at that.
The ruler goes up to drawing a circle of a diameter of 57 inches. So if you were doing that, you really would need some help.
Look how quick that is.
And you can see this. You can't quite, can you? But there's a. Let's if I hold it up, will that?
No, you can leave it there, and we'll grab that on the overhead actually.
Yes,
yeah, we'll get it. Don't
this
worry.
lovely
There we go.
pattern of these diamonds with a curve that are all forming here. So you would have that effect as you're quilting.
Yeah.
Because the so it's not, although you're quilting a circle, it's the effect that circles when they interlock with each other, all that sort of effect. And all I've done is gone from the corner and gone from the centre. Then you'd go from the corner here, so you would have this effect appearing on your quilt.
Could you, if you'd got a panel that got a really nice sort of image in it and you wanted to quilt around it, could you do that and work around an image?
I suppose you can. I mean, I think when you quilt, it's better to start in the middle and work out, because obviously the fabric, which is why you quilt before you put your binding and everything on, because your fabric pushes out. So you just have to watch as to, you know, things bulking up, because every time you stick a needle in, and with wadding on the back, it scrunches everything, so you will end up with, you could end up with lumped places, which is a thing to avoid. But which is why when they the long arm quilters, they're on frames and they're stretched.
Yeah.
They're at taut, where this is where the disadvantage of quilting on a sewing machine is, because nothing is stretched, everything is just there, because unless you have three hands, because you need to be holding it like that, so nothing can go, but everything pulls up. But then that's, you know, we don't always have, you know, the 17 grand to buy one, or even the space to put one.
That's very
As
true.
I keep telling Joe. I'll buy you one tomorrow if there was space to put one. She's now just chucking everything out of the lounge. If you want to get home, that'll all be on all be on the drive, and you go, look, there's room to put the long arm quilter.
Oh,
you mark my words. She'll be emailing in a minute.
Oh, now wouldn't that be wonderful if we did here? Yes, it's all out there. It's all in the skip. Oh,
so
that is such a lovely effect.
So that's very simple to say, and you need the further you go with these, they lock into each other, but they don't hold solid. You need to put a piece of tape on them to hold them, to stop them falling off. Because if I made that fit tightly, people, when they separate them and put them back in the box, they'd break them. So it just sits in there, and you put a piece of sellotape on to hold it on. And you mark them as big as you want. And chances are, I mean, I was speaking to a lady earlier, and she didn't realise why there was 2 holes on the circle bit. That's because that's your half-inch circle, and your 1-inch circle is there before you get to the ruler. So. Yeah.
Oh, do you know, you think, oh, this is so simple, but it's ingenious, isn't it? I love this sample. I just want to show you that again. Used, or made using that same ruler. How effective is that in those different colours? Just love that, Andy. I think that is absolutely stunning.
Yeah, I mean, that was just came out of the blue. I just sort of like wanted to start to quilt a bit in a colour, and thought, oh, that'd be good if I did the rest. If I did it in lots of them in different colours, sort of.
It's so tactile as well, because the quilting in there. £17.99 if you want to go for the Draw a Circle ruler, item number 002237. Right, now then, shall we remind you of one or two other things as well? Or are you ready to...
I'll be ready in a minute.
You'll be ready in a minute, OK.
A few of them.
Right, OK. So... let's have a look what we've got here then. So the hexagon snail, of course, we've seen that in demonstration throughout this hour as well. 999012. It's a new today. Been very busy on that. £12.99 is the price. Don't miss out on that. That's such a really, do you know, I just love to see that there was virtually no waste for that. Thought that came together so quickly as well. And then, of course, we've got the square for you as well. And, you know, you might think, oh, well, it's just a square. But when Andy explained how this works and how invaluable it is, again, worth every single penny. £13.99 is the price. This is your 6.5-inch square up ruler. That's what we're calling it. 334520. Have we got any samples of the square, Andy?
I mean, it was, you know, I was meant to bring some bits that I could cut, but I couldn't find anything. Just as I was leaving the house, really, that you could fit round. You wanted something, you know, a motif or something that's inside of a thing to cut in. It's just a case of, you know, that's what it does. It's,
not to
you know,
worry.
yeah, so we haven't got anything made with it yet. So like we will.
We do have the snail though, don't we? I just adore that design. I can visualise that cushion now with the snail's head. I think that would look amazing. How much fun would that be in a room? It wouldn't have to be a children's room. My bedroom would look great with a snail cushion in it. £12.99 as a reminder there, just for that wonderful hexagon snail ruler pattern. 999012. We've had an email in, Andy.
Would it be from Joe by any chance?
It might be.
It might be. There you go. That proves she's up and not gone to bed.
Should you be worried, Andy? That's what I'm wondering. Yes, and Joe's clearing the house out as we speak. She's got two skips.
I've only got, we got another quarter of an hour left of the show, and it's only an hour and a quarter home.
Oh,
There's no way she could clear the contents of the lounge.
I'm sure we've got some questions to ask while you're here. Well, I think we need to catch up.
There's no way she could enter the contents of the lounge in an hour and a half. I can guarantee that 100%. There is that much in there.
Oh, dear.
She's just proven she hasn't gone to sleep, and she is actually watching. That's what it's all about.
A very good evening to you, Joe, as well.
So this is the quick quilt that's in the UFO pack. So once again, designed to do little blocks. So here we've got the curved one on. It's got a line on it there. Now we've put a quilt and ruler foot on, which say we sell these. You've actually, if they've still got in stock, there was another company on last week. And there is actually someone selling these green mats as well, but I'm not sure whether there's any left on the website. But I am getting a friend to make some of these because we've finally got a slippy enough material, and we're having some of these made. But that's still in the future because of the company that's doing it. They've been so busy in lockdown because they've been making, they're sign makers, and they've been making all these stay 2 meters apart and please sanitise your hands. So they're busier than they've ever been before. So my poor little mats have been pushed on the beat by side, sort of like. So you are putting that down. I've lined this up where it was on the last one, and we're just sewing along.
And you've got those non-slip feet on that ruler as well?
Yep. Oops. So that's on that because it needs to be, if I picked something up...
That is a good idea, isn't it?
If I picked something up that, there at the centre of the twisted pinwheel, so that moves with it. If I turn that on, it's now, it's not too bad, but I could, they're not moving together with that pressure, where that, the same pressure, they're both moving together, so they do grip very well. The silicone sort of. And so you just carry on with this, and you say you can line the etch line on there to line it up.
Again, so clever, and I love this sort of sweeping shape there as well. It's just got the right amount of curve to it, I think.
Simple as that is to say. We're going to do different ones, others. So the houses, where we got? Oh, here's my houses. So they all come on a chain, but a lot of the time you'll end up taking them off. But you might want to put them on a bigger chain. I mean, a lot of people when they're quilting and using these all the time, they have them on them cords around the neck, on a lanyard, so it's long enough to get there, and then they drop it, and it still stays attached to them, as opposed to spending a lot of time looking for it.
That's a really good idea to do that. Andy, we've just had a question actually as well, if I may. The quilt that's behind me, I think it was Jill has emailed in, wanted to know what's been used to create that pattern. What would she need?
So that's called Windy Days, and it's on Hochanda. It was on... probably out of the 3 shows I've just done.
I think it was on the last one that we did together, actually.
Might have been on, So yes, that was what's that one called?
Windy Days, Jill. You should find that on the website. I believe we've got that. So if you shop by brand, just go to the website, of course, and look under the brands.
Windy Days, which is a misprint, and I meant to talk to the people in the office today and have the word Dresden removed from it because it's conflicting information, because it's not a Dresden, but it does say, I'm sure if you put Windy Days in, it would come up.
Best way, Jill, do search by brand. So Crafty UK, if you look for Crafty UK and have a look, whether it says Dresden or not, Windy Days is the one you're looking for.
That's that. And there'll be a picture of that on the front of the box. So
that's really helpful.
So yes. So the houses. So when you want to go across a point, from a point to a point, you can't, if you put that on there, the point you want here needs to be, you can see if I swing it around there a bit, the point you want here needs to be 1/4 of an inch away, because that's where the ruler, so if I put the ruler dead on that point, that isn't going to hit there. But if I use the 1/4 inch one, which is on this one, yep, it's on that one. So if I put that there, and then that on there, and I sew across, that then hits that point exactly where I wanted it to, because that's what the gauge is for. So if you had a square and you needed to sew across the middle of the square, that is needed. If I pick up something like this, oops. So to quilt across, I'm putting the pin into that point, and so the thing will go up against there. But to get to this point over here, I'm guessing where it's going to be. But the gauge will allow me to hit it exactly, which is what the gauge is for. So that would then sew from there straight across, and it would hit that point. And then, so that's the quarter-inch one, which is the same as the foot. Yeah. Although some people do have 3/8 ones. So there is a company out there on the market that make these at a 3/8. Most people do them at a quarter. Some people do them at an odd size, but I won't mention them. But then the other gauges are, you know, if I wanted to quilt that spiralling instep on here, I'd start at that point there, then I've put that 5/8 one there, so that will come down to there, and then the next one will go into there by the same amount, and it slowly spirals in. It spirals in accurately, so that's what the little house gauges are for.
So this is the sort of effect you'd get then, Andy, is it this one here?
Yep, that's the one. So that's done with the straight lines.
There we are.
And then
it's
use
really attractive as well, isn't it? Isn't that lovely?
So very, very simple to do, and it just spirals in, and you can obviously make it go in as quickly as you want by using whichever gauge you want. You know,
and
you
again,
can use a small one.
Just to look at that little swatch there, you think there's no way I could do that. But all you need is the templates. You know, the UFO kit, I think that is a great kit. You get so much included in it as well. And a great price once again, $19.99, 971-133. You've got all sorts in that kit as well. Do you know, even when it comes down to that little pokey tool in there as well, so useful. I'm one of those people that is using knitting needle and come out the other side with the point.
It is. I mean, you know, they make bamboo ones, but you know, we just, you know, we obviously make everything out of acrylic. And it's just something that these are things that everybody should have. You know, they should have sitting beside them. So that's where the whole idea of the UFO kit came from, unfinished objects, and it was what do you need to finish this quilt? And we just made a list of what things we thought you needed, and we then thought how we could put them all into a pack, sort of like, and give you a fighting chance to finish some of these projects, and so you can start some new. I know people like to have about at least 10, 15 projects on the go, but you have to finish some eventually, don't you?
Do you know, I remember the last, it was only about 2-3 weeks ago, but you brought the UFO kit before and you had a breakdown, and you were saying as you travel around the shows and you buy these tools individually, and you'd taken kind of an average price, what you'd expect to pay. I can't remember the exact figure off the top of my head, but I know it was over £40.
£42.50, I think, what it came to, and that was a conservative price, because I have since found one of these for a lot more than what we were quoting.
Wow. So you can get the whole set for just $19.99. Oh, wow. And we've got 4 minutes left. Is there anything else that you want to talk about, or any hints and tips that you can share with us?
Like I say, with the we've got the rulers here, which they're small, so this is to get people into using rulers and stuff, because you know, if you've got a quilt like this is perfect to finish it with a small ruler like this. As I said, when you're doing the draw, I mean, this once again, this would look great with circles on it. It's amazing how, and when you're drawing these things with this on, once you've drawn it, if you don't like it, you can just put the iron on and it's gone.
It's gone, yeah.
Where, you know, once you've quilted it and I don't like it, but you can, by drawing on quilts often, this is where people say, you know, they plan. I mean, what was it, we were watching something the other day, and the lady said she spent 3 months planning the quilting on the quilt, so that when she actually did it, it was right. She'd done it all on bits of paper and everything like that. Where this, you know, you can just put this on and draw around and think, oh, I like that, or oh, no, I hate that, or them circles are too close. I've drawn every one, and I'm only going to quilt every other one, you know, and things like that. And people are often nervous about things like saying, and this, anything where you draw, if you put a walking foot on, you'll quilt on that line much better, because that will pull the fabric through, keep it flatter as you go, which is, say, that spiral where it goes in and then out to the other side, once again, all done with the walking foot. You do have to, as it gets to the really tight curve, you have to go slow. It's not a race. It's, you know, it goes slow, and if you're stitching and turning and stitching and turning, you do, and then you'll find once you get to the outside one, you can put your foot down a bit, but But yeah, you'll regret it if you race it, and then you go, oh, this is lovely, but this bit's dreadful. This little bit here because I was going too fast, you know. But
so just take it steady. Take your time and enjoy it. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, enjoy it, and you know, and try these things. As I say, drawing them on and stuff. I mean, even with this, you know, you can put this on. You know, you can put that on it, and you can draw that line on there, and you can line the next one up and draw that on. And oh no, I don't like that.
Yeah.
And then you actually quilt it. You wouldn't need to follow the lines. You could, you know, use the ruler. But the rulers, you know, we do have. I think we've got. I think they're in one of our other kits. But there's little. We call them widgets, and you can put a pen in and follow that line.
Oh.
So it would be 1/4 of an inch away, exactly how the needle is. But I think they're in one of our.
You really have thought of everything,
travel
haven't you?
packs. I think they're in one of them or something. But that's, you know, it's just another thing that we have. We're asked to make, because we make stuff. We're asked to make all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
And that's where the whole thing came from. That's where we set up to do what was missing. There's loads of people out there that make quilting templates in America, here, in Australia, but you can't go to any of them and say, can you make me this? You can me. You ring me up, can you make me a 3 7/16 square? Yes, I can, but I don't know why, but yes, I can. So, and that's how we are.
And I do know you supply many of the other guests that come here as well.
Yes,
Andy.
a lot
Your
of
name
them,
mentioned
because
so
they
often.
want, you know, nice bespoke stuff, so they can do their, once again, they can do their ideas into thing. I mean, Josie is Funky Needlework is on later this week, and I've just dropped some samples off here for her. So.
Oh, do you know what? I could sit and chat to you all night, Andy. Do you know, you've really shown me something I've not seen before as well. And I thought templates were a great idea, but actually listening to Andy and watching, it does hit home how, do you know, I don't like to use the word essential because everybody's got a budget, but because, of course, you know, it just opens up. You're going to get a finished job. You're going to get professional results every single time.
We try to keep them
it's a great
reasonably
price.
priced as well, because we make them. You know, we can, but there's no middleman.
Oh, do you know, another lovely hour with Andy. Thank you so much, Andy. Hopefully we'll see Andy for another 4 years and beyond as well. Thank you for keeping us company here tonight. Stay with us, though, much more throughout the evening. Good night. Coming up next, we've another hour with Ali and Stamps Away. It's the one-day special, of course. And then we've got the Beeswax Wrap Company. And then, don't miss 13 Arts.
Hi, I'm Gina Barrett from Gina B Silkworks. We're a family company specialising in traditional crafts for the modern maker. Most of our products involve textiles and age-old techniques, from button making, lace making, weaving, and other forms of passementerie. Mark and I work hard designing the kits and developing innovative tools to make all of these traditional crafts more accessible to the modern user. We're really pleased to be part of the Hochanda family, and I'm looking forward to being able to take time and demonstrate some of these techniques and share new ideas. I hope you'll be able to tune in to the Gina B Silkworks shows here on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Joe from the Mill Shop Online. Welcome to the Mill Shop Online. As you can see, we're a lot of fabric here. We're very passionate about our fabrics. We're one of the largest online sellers in the UK of fabrics for upholstery, soft furnishings, and now the lovely craft market. Whether you're starting out with fabric or you're an experienced sewer, we love to bring projects that every ability can really have a go at. So don't miss the Mill Shop Online shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. I've been with Hochanda since the very beginning, and I've been crafting a lot longer than that. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things.